America, success in both fame and fortune. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 201 Coke God of War. The crowd in the gym scattered. Most of the cheerleaders screamed and rushed into the auditorium like headless flies. Some ran for the exits, others lay flat on their backs, all praying for God's help. Andre's marksmanship wasn't great, and the first round of shooting targeted the basketball players. With the exception of a few unlucky cheerleaders, most of them fled. The Burbank High basketball players who had repeatedly attacked Andre and his two companions were in dire straits. They were already clustered together, and their size and strength increased their chances of being hit by bullets by 30 to 40%. Andre emptied his magazine, leaving only 2 or 3 of the dozen or so standing. Andre walked forward, reloading his magazine. His hands trembled slightly in his excitement, and his pace wasn't very fast. His gaze swept across the pool of blood on the floor. He could clearly see that Jackson and the others who had attacked him last time had all fallen, but Miller, the leader, was missing. Andre turned and spotted a figure in his team uniform. It was Miller, followed by that bitch Judith. Before he could raise his gun, the two rushed into an exit. Andre was not in a hurry. All the doors were locked from the outside, and the only entrance and exit was guarded by Victor. They could not escape. He turned the gun around and shot each basketball player one by one. The screams disappeared, leaving only screams of fear. The beast in Andre's heart was completely released. At this moment, he felt inexplicably refreshed. He ran with a brisk pace to chase another main target, Miller. Turning into the internal passage of the court, there was a security door next to it, but it could not be opened. Originally, there was someone guarding the security passage so that they could open the door in the first time in case of an accident. But when the gunshot rang out, the man ran away with his head in his hands. Work and responsibilities are not as important as life. Several girls screamed in fear, and Martin shouted, "Shut up." Blake was also frightened, but seeing Martin's composure, he calmed down a bit and slapped the two girls across the face. "Shut up, bitch," Bruce said. The doors locked from the outside. Martin tried to remain calm, as panic would only lead to more serious consequences. He asked Blake, "You know where this place is? How do you get out?" Blake immediately led the way. "This way." She broke into a run. Before the game, the normal entrances and exits of the arena are temporarily closed to prevent people from entering without permission. Only the team entrances are open. Bruce and Martin followed closely behind her. Elizabeth wiped her tear-soaked face, bit her lip hard, and trembled as she followed Martin. Helen said to the cameraman, "You shoot the front, I'll shoot the back." Even at this moment, the two reporters didn't abandon their work. Perhaps they were so used to seeing shootings that it was no longer surprising. They saw several people lying in pools of blood on the road, and one of the girls couldn't help but cry out again. They passed a convenience store and turned the corner, not far from the players' tunnel. Victor, hiding in a corner, had already heard the noise and quietly extended the muzzle of his AR. Blake reached the corner and was about to turn out when Martin grabbed her and said, "Wait a minute." Before he could finish his words, the AR gun rang out. Bullets thudded against the granite slabs at the corner, sending debris flying everywhere. Still trembling with fear, Blake leaned against the wall, trembling. Bruce pulled out the pistol from his armpit and, taking advantage of a lull in the enemy's firing, fired 2 shots, then took the opportunity to take a look. Over 30 meters away, this shabby pistol was no match for a rifle. Victor, noticing this, popped half his head out and continued firing. Bruce was completely suppressed. This wasn't a shooting range, not a fixed target over 30 meters away, but a skilled marksman with automatic fire. Victor heard the screams of fear, and became even more excited, wanting to advance. Bruce quickly fired 2 shots, scaring him back. "Go, find another way," Bruce shouted to Martin. "I'll hold him down. Find another way quickly. Make him get to this corridor. No one can escape." Martin didn't say anything, just turned and ran back. He didn't have a concealed carry permit and didn't carry a gun on a regular basis. Staying here wouldn't help Bruce, but would be a burden. As soon as the gunshots rang out, some people couldn't help themselves and instinctively turned back. Miller was the most physically fit and the fastest runner. He thought of the locker room. If he could just rush in and close the door, these bitches and assholes would attract the gunman's attention, and he would be safe. Miller's running speed increased, and in an instant he was dozens of meters behind the others. Then, he saw a door 10 meters to the side and in front of him open, and the gunman, his face stained with blood, turned out. The gunman was Andre. That was the last thought that flashed through Miller's mind. Andre raised his gun and fired 3 times. With a crisp sound of gunfire, Miller fell backward with his head tilted back. The gunshots triggered screams again, and many cheerleaders turned back again. Andre, blinded by rage, followed the sound. Most people screamed and ran into the convenience store, including the crew and 2 reporters. Seeing the owner's body, their screams intensified. Martin, hearing the gunshots and footsteps, was at his wit's end. He shoved Elizabeth into the store, warning, "Everyone, hide. Get on the ground." Elizabeth, Blake, and the others ran to the back of the store. Martin heard screams from behind the shelves, glanced back at the owner's body, turned back, and leaped over the counter. The girls' screams were relentless. Hiding with them was definitely not a good idea. Martin ducked under the sealed counter outside and saw glass bottles of Coke in a plastic basket nearby. He grabbed 2 and clutched them tightly. Holding the Coke, like cleanser, cleared his mind. If he were the shooter, he would have been drawn to the screams and come to investigate. That way, Bruce wouldn't be caught between 2 gunmen armed with automatic weapons. Martin calmed down, searching for an opportunity to strike back. The girls' screams were the perfect bait. At the same moment, Elizabeth realized Martin was gone. She panicked, biting her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound, and crouched on the ground. Elsewhere, April covered her mouth tightly, staring at Blake with wide eyes. Blake's finger, raised to his lips, was shaking like it was electrified. Even the 2 reporters were terrified at this moment. But Helen still found an angle, placing the DV on the shelf and pointing the lens at the door. The cameraman pushed the camera off the shelf and placed it in the aisle facing the door. Even if they couldn't escape, they had to capture the murderer. Martin heard running footsteps, which stopped beside the counter. Many girls realized something was wrong, and their screams of fear suddenly stopped. Scream. Keep screaming, a wild animal surged within Andre, and he shouted, "Everyone scream." He raised his AR and fired repeatedly at the source of the noise on the shelves. The bullets ripped through large swathes of merchandise, sending countless fragments clattering to the ground. Some people urinated from the shock. Elizabeth's head and body were covered in potato chip crumbs, tears streaming from her eyes as she felt as if she were plunged into an endless darkness. Blake and April, sworn enemies, clung to each other, drawing a last shred of security from each other. Andre laughed wildly and fired, venting all his resentment. Martin, hiding under the counter, a glass bottle of Coke held upside down in both hands, listened intently. Soon, the gunfire ceased, and the sound of an AR-style rifle emptying its chamber was heard. It wasn't loud, but Martin had heard it countless times at the shooting range and knew it was unmistakable. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Martin dodged, and the instant he stood up, he threw the bottle of Coke in his right hand like a grenade. Andre was reloading his magazine and hadn't noticed Martin when a heavy glass bottle struck him on the forehead. With a thud, the bottle flew off, blood gushing from his forehead. Andre was momentarily stunned. Martin leaped up, leaped onto the counter, and pounced. Before the man could reach him, the bottle of Coke in his left hand came crashing down with a whirring sound. Andre had no time to react before Martin's bottle struck him in the head. The impact caused the Coke inside to expand, and the glass bottle burst, shards slicing through Andre's scalp. He fell to the ground. Martin's heavy body slammed into his chest again, causing him to scream in pain. Andre instinctively reached for the holster on his waist. Martin wouldn't give him the chance. He kneeled down his left hand, held down his right, and with his free hand, he grabbed the glass bottle of Coke from the plastic basket by the wall and smashed it down on Andre's head with a thud. Andre continued to struggle, but Martin grabbed another bottle of Coke and hit him again. Bang! Bang! After smashing 4 bottles of Coke, Andre lay motionless, his head tilted back, a groaning sound emanating from his nose and mouth. Martin, panting heavily, still held Andre tightly, shouted, "Someone help, give me a rope." Elizabeth was the first to look up at Martin's voice. Seeing Martin on top of the bloodied gunman, It was like a glimpse of light in the endless darkness. Unsure where she found the courage, she scrambled to her feet, ran over, took a rope from her waist, and shoved it through Martin. Martin's face and hands were covered in blood, like a demon from a sea of blood and hell. Elizabeth, however, was not afraid at all, but instead felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Blake finally broke free from April's grasp. As he climbed to his feet, his eyes met April's. They turned, their womanly instincts overpowering, and they cursed, "Bitch." The danger was temporarily averted. Helen grabbed the DV and rushed over, filming the entire incident. Martin turned over the unaware Andre and bound his hands and feet. Many people gathered around, and Blake asked Martin with concern, "Are you okay?" Boom! The sound of a shotgun blast rang out, and the girl who had just come out screamed and ran away again. Martin heard clearly that the gunshot was in the corridor near Old Bull's side. There was a third gunman, and Old Bull might be attacked from both sides. Martin wiped the blood off his face, picked up the rifle, pulled out 2 AR magazines, stuffed one into his pocket, and loaded the other onto the gun. Elizabeth looked at Martin tremblingly. Abo said, "You, don't leave, can't you stay here?" Martin calmed his breath, turned around and smiled as he ran out. "My brother is outside." In the past, Old Bull was guarding behind him, and now it was his turn to guard Old Bull's back. After a busy morning, the third update was finally written. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 202. You are a hero. Inside the convenience store, everyone watched in stunned silence as Martin ran off to rescue a henchman, unsure what to say. Elizabeth opened her mouth, but the word Martin remained unanswered. Wiping the tears from her face, she had only one thought: this is what a man is. To save someone, he chose to hide as close to the criminal as possible, then, when the opportunity presented itself, leapt forth recklessly and subdued the criminal in one fell swoop. If that wasn't a man's job, then there were no men in the world. Elizabeth would never forget this day. "It's over, I'm done for," Blake cried inwardly, having become the ultimate bootlicker. "He's got the looks, the body, the skills, and he's so manly." She secretly overturned her previous assumptions. Leonardo is nothing compared to Martin. He's just a flower vase at best. Martin is my ultimate idol. It's no secret that super bootlickers have only one idea about their idols. Everyone else was filled with gratitude to Martin. Without him, they'd likely be dead. Only reporter Helen was different. She grabbed her DV and rushed out of the convenience store, chasing Martin. Helen had realized that today was going to be a major news story that would blow up the nation. She even saw the Pulitzer Prize beckoning. If not now, when? Many reporters were frantic. As the shooting unfolded, Burbank police sirens blared, and the campus erupted in chaos. Countless people fled in panic, and a swarm of police cars blocked every entrance. Several helicopters, belonging to journalists and the LAPD, circled low. An LAPD SWAT team's bomb-proof vehicle entered the campus. Inside the basketball hall, Bruce leaned against the wall, shielding Victor with a broken pistol. But the sound of AR gunfire from the other side made him fear for Martin's safety. Just as he was about to move, a shotgun roared. Bruce quickly turned his gun, pointing it in the direction they had come from. At the corner, Victor paused his fire and shouted, "Sergey, come here. There's a jerk in this corner. Let's take him from both sides." "Here I come." The voice came with a frenzy, and Sergey came running down the curved corridor. Victor raised his rifle, firing as he shouted, "I'm on." Bruce was forced to turn back and suppress Victor. Martin, gun in hand, ran furiously. Bruce was his true brother in life and death. The wind whistled in his ears, the corridor receded, and Martin ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Finally, he saw a figure in front of him, wearing a tactical vest and holding a shotgun. He didn't even glance at the bleeding body on the ground. At that moment, Martin's mind was only on Bruce. Sergey was running forward, paying no attention to what was behind him. Martin stopped. He didn't have the shooting skills to hit his target while running so fast. So, he leaned against the outer wall, the butt of his AR against his shoulder. His rapid breathing subsided slightly, and he took aim at the man in front. Just as Sergey was about to raise his shotgun, Martin pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 3 shots in a row, each hitting Sergey in the back. Even though Sergey was wearing a bulletproof vest, the huge kinetic energy of the bullets at such close range sent him sprawling to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Martin yelled, "Old Bruce, it's me. Leave the rest to me, damn you, don't die." Bruce's characteristic greeting echoed. Hearing old Bruce's voice, Martin felt relieved. "You idiot. If I hadn't gotten here, your ass would have been blown." Bruce turned to deal with the gunman in front of him. "Then you better hold it for me, I only smell a foul odor," Martin said, but he didn't let up a bit. He pointed his gun at Sergei on the ground and slowly approached. After all, he wasn't a professional police officer or soldier, he couldn't empty the magazine. "It's me, Helen." Perhaps inspired by Martin's words, Helen, even before she appeared, identified herself. She slowly turned around, holding the DV. Martin glanced at her quickly, then ignored her. He approached Sergei, kicked the shotgun away, and pulled out his pistol, throwing it away. He had seen too many comebacks in movies. Even when Sergei was seriously injured and unconscious, he still untied Sergei's shoelaces, twisted his hands, and tied them behind his back. "Sergei, Sergei!" Victor heard the crackle of the AR rifle and called out for Sergei, but no one answered. The two disgusting bastards on the other side were flirting, driving him nearly insane. He raged, "You two bastards, we're staging a shooting. Show some respect." Martin joined Bruce and, regardless of whether he could hit them or not, fired 3 random shots at the source of the noise. After the gunfire, there was silence. Victor then realized something awkward. Their angle offered a good hiding spot, but it also meant no retreat. If he emerged, he would be immediately exposed to the enemy's fire. Bruce took the AR rifle from Martin and looked for an opening. Martin took the pistol, stood guard, and called to Helen, who was following him. "Call 911. The police are probably here." Helen, holding the DV camera in one hand and her phone in the other, dialed 911. After a few brief words, the call was quickly transferred to the LAPD's top command officer at Burbank High School. "I'm Bill Bratton from the LAPD. Please identify yourself." Helen Corner, a reporter for Warner Television. After Helen finished speaking, Martin simply took the phone and said, "Martin Davis, yes. The actor who held a promotional event here today. What's the situation over there?" "My bodyguard and I are in a standoff with a gunman," Martin asked. "Do you know how many gunmen there are?" The reply came back, 3, for sure." Martin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Aside from the gunman we're confronting, we've subdued one and seriously injured another. The remaining one is confronting us at the corner of the 3-way intersection of the Players Tunnel." The other party was quite surprised. They hadn't even dispatched the LAPD yet, and you'd already solved most of the problem? Bill Bratton asked. "Are you sure?" Martin said solemnly. "Yes," Bill Bratton said. "Don't hang up. Stay in touch." He immediately called the SWAT team leader and ordered them to attack immediately. If they didn't go up, they would lose the last kill and the credit. Soon, Bratton's voice rang through the phone again. "We'll attack in 3 minutes. Help distract the criminals." Bruce, holding the AR, firmly held the corner. There was no danger now. Martin, who was going to live in Los Angeles for a long time, needed to maintain a good relationship with the LAPD. He immediately agreed, "I'll try to distract the criminals. Be careful, he has an automatic rifle." Victor was about to charge, but Bruce fired a few shots, scaring him back. Unintelligible text. Seeing the enemy with automatic rifles, Martin and Bruce didn't want to take any chances. Martin calculated that it was almost time and shouted, "Hey, men, there are 3 of you, right? I have good news for you. Those 2 bastards are both defeated. It was all because of me. Do you know why they can't beat me even though they have guns? Because I am the leader of the Coke cult and can control Coke to launch attacks. Bad guys use bad tricks. The biggest guy with an AR actually wanted to shoot me. I made a move and dozens of bottles of Coke flew up, hitting his HUD from above and his butt from below, and knocked him to the ground. And Sergei, do you know how he is now? He has a bottle of Coke in his mouth and another in his butt. He's as happy as if he has gone to heaven." Helen was stunned. What the hell is the Coke cult? She did see Martin smash the convenience store robber's head with a can of Coke. Martin yelled again, "Hide your mouth and your ass. The Coke's coming, Sergei." "Andre," Victor screamed, but no one answered. He screamed, almost frantically, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out from the tunnel, and Victor, armed with a rifle, was riddled with bullets by the SWAT team. Bruce said, "The LAPD is here, cooperate with them." Martin threw away his pistol, wiped the blood from his face, turned on his phone and said, "Your operation was successful. My friends and I will be hiding behind the left corner. Don't get hurt." Bratton said, "Don't worry, they'll be there soon." Helen turned off the DV, removed the small memory card, and tucked it vertically into her chest, sandwiching it between two large pieces of paper. Then, she fished a new memory card from her pocket, inserted it into the DV, and restarted the camera. She noticed Martin looking at her and winked at him. Martin gave her a thumbs up off screen, as if he hadn't seen anything, and turned back. Bruce dropped his AR rifle and raised his hands. The sound of footsteps approached, and several SWAT officers turned around. Martin, his phone loud, called out, "I'm Martin Davis," one of the masked men said. "Thanks, buddy." Martin pointed behind him. "There's a guy who was shot over there. I think he's still alive. I've got him tied up. There's a convenience store further down the road. There's another guy inside. I've got him tied up." The masked men were surprised. "You did it," Martin shrugged. Lucky, more LAPD and paramedics rushed in, and some came to examine Martin and the other two. Martin had no other injuries except a small cut on his hand from a broken glass bottle. Bruce was fine. Helen had only a few bumps and bruises, not even injuries. An LAPD captain approached and politely ushered Martin and the other two outside. The entire campus was cordoned off by LAPD officers, preventing the criminals from escaping and reporters from entering easily. Helen had been following Martin, her DV being confiscated by the LAPD as evidence. Martin sat in the back of a car as paramedics approached to tend to his wounds. "Thank you, I'm fine, just a skin wound." Martin gestured toward the basketball court. "There are many people over there who need help more than I do." The paramedic nodded, grabbed his first aid kit, and ran toward the court. Bruce arrived with cotton wool, purified water, and iodine, disinfecting Martin's wounds. A body was being carried out on a stretcher. Helen watched, terrified. "Survived a tragedy," she looked at Martin and said. "Because of you, I survived," Martin bluntly said. "In that case, Helen, please say something good about me in the news." Helen replied solemnly, "Martin, you're a hero. I just finished writing this and only reviewed it once. Please point out any typos. That's all for today. With tears in my eyes, I'm begging for monthly votes and rewards. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. This person is too wise. Stretchers were carried out, and ambulances roared away. Two seriously injured suspects were also carried out of the basketball arena. One was bleeding from his head, the other was shot and unconscious. Bratton, the LAPD's top officer at the scene and in chief, looked grim. Once again, such a serious crime had struck Los Angeles. A police captain quickly approached. Bratton asked, "What are the casualties?" "No one was hurt," the captain quickly reported. One suspect was killed by SWAT, and the other two were seriously injured, suspected to have been subdued by Hollywood star Martin Davis. Over 10 victims are currently confirmed dead, and over a dozen are seriously injured, primarily players and staff of the Burbank High School basketball team. Bratton cursed inwardly and said, "Collect the surveillance footage, comfort the injured, contact their families, try to keep them quiet, and take statements from those who are calm. I need to understand what exactly happened in the arena." This case was bound to cause a national sensation. Several female police officers arrived and met with the cheerleaders to get the details. Everyone's words pointed to one thing: Martin Davis. It was Martin Davis who saved them, risking his own life to subdue the gunman. The LAPD only had footage of the SWAT team's incursion from Helen's DV, but they had the tape from the cameraman's camera. Bratton and several other lieutenants reviewed the tape. It was short, less than 10 minutes, but it clearly captured everything from Martin Davis' manager noticing something was amiss, Martin's orders for everyone to leave, to the moment the convenience store employee was shot on the head with a Coke. "A prime example of self-rescue," one lieutenant said. Another female lieutenant chimed in, "Without Martin Davis, none of those dozen girls would have survived." The video was clear. The gunman, blinded by rage, had stormed the store and opened fire indiscriminately. Without Martin Davis's reckless intervention, everyone hiding inside would have been killed. The deaths of a dozen young women had a far more devastating impact than the deaths of an equal number of men. "Martin Davis is a hero," said Police Chief McClane, who specializes in public relations. "He saved Los Angeles from a massive massacre, Everyone knew that if more people died, the pressure would be exponentially greater. Those who could attend this prestigious private high school were, at best, from wealthy middle-class families. The subsequent public opinion is a problem. Even before the body was cold, Bratton was already considering the social impact. In his position, he often thought more like a politician. We have to guide public opinion, McLean said. I think Martin Davis is the key, Bratton offered. I'm keeping him out of the public eye for now. Let's go meet him together. McLean and Bratton went to find Martin. The LAPD was considerate, sending 2 attractive female officers in their 20s to chat with Martin and Bruce. Martin chatted with them intermittently and wasn't surprised to see Bratton and McLean. He knew the LAPD would definitely reach out to him. McLean glanced at Helen, the reporter, and stepped forward to shake Martin's hand. He introduced himself, then Bratton, saying, "Let's find a place to chat privately." Martin nodded, "Sure." The 3 of them walked toward an open area. Bratton spoke first. On behalf of the police, I want to express my gratitude to you, Martin. You prevented a vicious crime from becoming even more brutal. Martin admitted, I was afraid, too. I was acting in self-preservation, Bratton added. I saw the video. You were incredibly brave. You acted at the perfect time and in the perfect way to take down this vicious criminal, Martin specifically asked. I used a bit of force. Will there be any trouble? Trouble? How could there be? With so many witnesses at the scene, Bratton knew the story would inevitably get out. He emphasized, you're a hero for Los Angeles. I'll write a report on this matter and submit it to the mayor's office and city council. Martin understood. He paused and offered, actually, I want to express my gratitude to the LAPD, too. Bratton and McLean paused, confused by Martin's intentions. Martin said seriously, my manager, Old Bull, and I were trapped in a hallway by gangsters armed with automatic weapons. The LAPD rushed in and rescued us. Personally, I think the LAPD are the heroes. McLean was stunned. The chief had just laid the groundwork, and before he, the chief of staff, could even speak, the other party not only surrendered but also shouted, we're family. This guy was too shrewd. After such a heroic act, shouldn't he be arrogant and defiant? Bratton reacted quickly, saying, this is the LAPD's duty. Martin, on behalf of all LAPD officers, I invite you to visit headquarters. Martin said immediately, I'll be sure to personally express my gratitude. This matter was his, and he couldn't escape it. While he benefited, it couldn't hurt to cultivate good relations with the LAPD, the largest gang in Los Angeles. Bratton shook Martin's hand vigorously. The LAPD never treats its friends unfairly, McLean said. Shall we discuss the details? Martin said, I'll call my agent. You should have discussed this matter with him. McLean nodded. Okay. Martin took out his phone and went to make a call. Bratton asked, what do you think? He's a very smart and sensible young man. McLean tried to remain objective so as not to influence his superior's judgment. He's bound to become a hero for this city. We'll also be supporting him from behind, using his deeds to attract public attention and reduce the pressure on us. Bratton nodded. Okay. If he's willing to cooperate, our work will be much easier. Also, go and deal with the Warner TV reporter, McLean said. I'll leave it to you. Martin returned from his call, said a few words, and returned to the car. The police still had a lot of follow-up matters to deal with, especially the public opinion. At the car, many cheerleaders and their parents had arrived. As soon as Blake Lively saw Martin, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. Tears wet her eyelashes, and she felt around with her hands, making sure Martin was unharmed. She choked out, you're okay, you're okay. That's great. You went out with a gun to save Old Bull. I was so scared. Martin patted her back gently, reassuring her, it's all over. We're all fine. A middle-aged man approached Blake. Martin tried to let go of Blake, but Blake held on tightly, still feeling around, as if to prove he was unharmed. Ernie Lively said, Blake finally let go of Martin, stepped back, and introduced himself. This is my father. Martin shook his hand. Mr. Lively. Ernie shook his hand solemnly. You saved my daughter and my family. Thank you, Martin said. You're welcome. Blake and I are friends. Ernie pulled out his personal business card and handed it to Martin. You've probably heard of me. If you need anything, just give me a call. Martin exchanged cards, exchanged a few pleasantries, and Ernie left with his daughter. Blake kept looking back, her eyes full of stars. There was no way a girl of 17 or 18 could handle such a person in such a situation. Blake had already forgotten about people like Leonardo and Jack. Martin was her only idol. Then, Judith and her parents, as well as a girl whose name Martin couldn't remember and her family, came over one by one to express their gratitude to Martin. Martin had won a great deal of favor. Both Burbank High School and Hall School in North Hollywood were among the top private schools in California. Students who could attend such schools were from extraordinary families. Martin knew these favors could be used at least once. "Sister, Martin's there," Elizabeth approached, each hand holding a woman nearly half a head shorter than her. "Without Martin, I'd probably be lying in the ambulance." Ashley and Mary also expressed their gratitude to Martin. Elizabeth approached, only to throw herself into Martin's arms and burst into tears. Martin, his face radiating innocence, spread his arms to indicate he had done nothing. Mary tried to step forward, but Ashley held her back. "Let her cry. She'll get some sleep after she's done it." "Sorry," Mary pointed at Elizabeth. "She's been so frightened." Bruce, that jerk, sat in the back of an ambulance, watching the show with rapt interest. The more he watched, the more thrilling it became. He glanced at the Olsen sisters and shook his head. The two skinny, hunchbacked women were clearly not Martin's cup of tea. "Chloe's definitely not my fault." Bruce found ample justification and excuse for his own rottenness. "It's all Martin's fault. That jerk infected and corrupted me." Elizabeth was about to leave with her sisters. Martin urged, "Go home early and get some rest." Elizabeth asked, "When are you going to Louise's?" Martin replied, "I'll contact you when I'm there. I'll find you then." Elizabeth was taken away by her sisters. Martin went to Old Bull's place, took the water he offered, unscrewed it, and took a sip. Then he saw Thomas. His agent hurried over. With him came someone Martin was quite surprised by. Louise, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a business suit, walked over quickly. She glanced at Martin briefly and said casually, "I'm glad you're okay." Martin deliberately showed the wound on his hand, which was coated with iodine. "I'm hurt," Thomas said from the side. "You're trying to scare me to death." Martin got down to business. "After all, I told you, you should negotiate with the LAPD about the public opinion issue." "Go ahead." Thomas, the tool, hurried off to do his work. Martin looked at Louise and smiled at her. Louise said, "Why, I came unexpectedly? Don't forget, you still owe me the formula." She snorted coldly. "You want to die before you pay off your debt? It's not that easy." The second update will be later. Chapter 204 Public Opinion Focus. Not only did Thomas negotiate a deal with the LAPD on Martin's behalf, but Warner Television also reached an agreement with the LAPD. All the other networks were frantically covering the news, though Warner Television had exclusive access to the footage. Helen's footage contained no content that the LAPD found objectionable. To boost ratings and popularity, the footage was specially cut into segments and aired on the news at different times. Warner Television was truly ruthless. Helen, who hosted the show herself, even found the perfect excuse. The DV had been damaged in her hasty escape, and technicians were working overnight to repair the storage disk. Warner Television's 6 o'clock evening news headlined the following: Los Angeles hero, Martin Davis. The footage featured Martin saving people at the convenience store. Helen, credited with filming the footage, personally anchored the news report, her voice choking with emotion as she mentioned Martin several times. "I don't know how to thank him enough. Anyone who bravely faced a gunpoint deserves the title hero. He saved 16 people, including me, no need for exaggeration." Helen's video spoke for itself. All 4 major television networks followed suit, with news channels broadcasting the incident non-stop. Before leaving the scene, Martin deliberately appeared before reporters so they could take photos of his bloodied body. These days, each of his photos from the scene fetches tens of thousands of dollars. Martin Davis' name, fueled by frenzied media coverage, instantly spread throughout North America. Many European media outlets, such as the BBC and Sky, were among the first to reprint the news. Videos and images of Martin during the shooting spread beyond North America and also caused a huge stir in Europe. Martin was connected to Helen, and numerous videos surfaced online that night, ranging from his panicked escape from the gunman to his desperate fight back in the face of a desperate situation. The most widely circulated video was of Martin, after escaping danger, picking up his gun from the ground, rushing out of the convenience store, and turning back to say, "My brother's outside." The online comments were simply insane. "That line made me cry. I want a brother like that. Because of that line, I'll never say a bad word about Martin again." Martin Davis' name topped Google's trending search terms that night. Countless netizens flooded Martin's blog with comments. "I saw the video on the news. Although I don't like your movies, you're truly a hero. I originally thought the story about a mountain with eyes beating up a psychopathic killer was a cinematic exaggeration, but now I know it's a true portrayal of you. Martin is a true hero." Thousands of similar comments filled the blogosphere, and by around 10 p.m., the number had surpassed 50,000. Some of the cheerleaders who survived the ordeal were interviewed upon leaving school. NBC aired an interview with an ordinary girl. "We all thought we were doomed. The classmate next to me peed his pants out of fear," the girl, her jacket wrapped around her waist, said, "typical of my classmates. It was Martin who stepped up. He risked his life hiding behind the counter by the door closest to the gunman, disregarding his own safety to subdue him. I watched from behind, and saw him hitting the gunman on the head with a Coke." Meanwhile, at NBC News, the head of the channel held an emergency meeting in his office and shouted to his staff, "I want Martin Davis's details. Also, contact him and have him on our show. Not some damn entertainment show. I want him on the serious news, the most serious news show." CNN, headquartered in Atlanta, even called Kelly Gray to invite Martin for an interview. ABC immediately mobilized their connections and called Ari Emanuel of WAM. Ari had already communicated with Thomas that Martin's current exposure was too high to warrant a special appearance on a TV show. He also warned that rashly appearing on some show might backfire, so he turned it down. Besides, there was bound to be an official press conference in Los Angeles. At 10 p.m. in Los Angeles, the ratings for Warner Brothers Evening News reached a new peak, with tens of millions of viewers across the country glued to their televisions, awaiting the latest footage of the shooting. It showed Martin and his two companions cornered. Since both sides had reached an agreement with the LAPD, the news story portrayed Martin and his companions as awaiting the LAPD's rescue, assisting them in distracting the gunman. Martin was acting the entire time. "Because I'm the leader of the Coca-Cola cult, I can control Coca-Cola to attack." These words, broadcast across the country, were heard on television. Coupled with the image of Martin using a glass bottle of Coca-Cola to headshot another gunman, the reputation of the Coca-Cola cult leader was well deserved. The news video was quickly shared online, spreading like a virus. The Coca-Cola cult's reputation soared in a matter of hours. Although Martin maintained a low profile online to avoid interpretation, enthusiastic netizens flocked to worship his leader. "How can I join the Coca-Cola cult?" he asked tentatively at first, then took the initiative. "Master, please accept me. I want to join the cult of Coca-Cola. I'm begging you to join me." Some were even more ambitious. "Are there any positions for vice master or high priest left? Can you leave one for me?" Because of the time difference, it was still early morning in Los Angeles, but people in Atlanta were already heading to work. At Coca-Cola headquarters, marketing director Brody had just arrived when his supervisor, Justin, knocked on the door and entered. "Boss, big news." Justin held up a USB drive. "Look at this." There was a shooting in Los Angeles. Brody picked up the USB drive and plugged it into a laptop. "I heard there were heavy casualties at Burbank High School," Justin said. "Martin Davis, a Hollywood star from Atlanta, saved over a dozen people. He's incredible. He used our Coca-Cola to knock out the shooter. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." Brody reacted quickly. "Really? Could they do something about this with their marketing?" Justin added, "And what's more, Martin Davis claims to have founded a Coca-Cola cult and is the self-proclaimed leader." Brody had already clicked on the video and started watching. There were two clips, one showing Martin Davis using a bottle of Coca-Cola to knock out a gangster, and the other showing Martin using the so-called Coca-Cola cult to distract another gangster. The more he watched, the more excited his face became. Could there be such a thing as a Coca-Cola cult? Justin waited until his superiors finished watching and said, "The online reaction is explosive." Brody opened his browser and Google search results. 3 of the top 5 trending keywords were related to yesterday's shooting, with Martin Davis in Burbank High School being the first 2. And the Coca-Cola cult was 5th. Brody clicked on the relevant entries and saw many web pages with messages from netizens clamoring to join the Coca-Cola cult. He couldn't help but ask, is there really a Coca-Cola cult? Or was it just something Martin Davis said casually? Not sure yet. Justin remembered something a friend had mentioned. Since last year, There's been a rumor in the Atlanta beverage industry that there's a guy who calls himself the high priest of Coca-Cola, buying up Coca-Cola produced in 2003 everywhere. Brody was puzzled. What's the point of buying up Coca-Cola produced in 2003? It's expired now. He shook his head and got back to the point. You let me see these. For the spokesperson, Justin said, he is one of the best young stars under 25 in Hollywood. The movies in which he played the absolute leading role have grossed over $100 million in North America. Last week, Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio's new film, The Departed, announced that he would play the second leading role. He pointed to the USB flash drive again, and these, among the young Hollywood male stars, who is more suitable to be our spokesperson than him? Brody had a similar view. With a video of Martin subduing the gangster, Coca-Cola made a big appearance. The leader of the Coca-Cola cult and Coca-Cola, a perfect match. Justin continued, Martin Davis hails from the birthplace of Coca-Cola. Just think about it, we have so much to do in advertising. Brody thought for a moment and said, you'll be responsible for gathering information related to Martin Davis. At the next meeting, I'll propose that Martin Davis be the new spokesperson for Coca-Cola. With this development, it's very likely to be approved. Your team will also prepare for the relevant negotiations, Justin replied. Boss, I'll see to it. At the subsequent meeting, with almost no resistance, the preliminary resolution to contact Martin Davis and invite him to be the new spokesperson for Coca-Cola was passed. After a night of ferment, the next day, the front pages of North America's three major newspapers, the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, and the Washington Post, were all dominated by reports on the Burbank High School incident. The authorities were deliberately controlling public opinion, with large close-ups of Martin saving lives prominently displayed in the newspapers. Mainstream media reports focused on sensitive points like the number of casualties in small print, while using bold, black font to highlight Martin's heroic rescue. This is the typical reporting technique for tragedies. The Los Angeles Times headlines were succinct, Los Angeles City Hero, Martin Davis. The New York Times headlines were even more dramatic, Martin Davis, more than any Hollywood movie hero. The Washington Post's headlines were even more dramatic. Yesterday, Martin Davis was America's spiritual totem. Warner Brothers News Channel ran a special report on the shooting early in the morning. Helen, an eyewitness, went viral, discussing with another guest why Martin was able to defeat the attacker. In every shooting, innocent lives are lost, and Burbank High School was no exception. But this time, someone stood up, and his identity was surprising, Martin Davis, a Hollywood star. He happened to be there because of a movie promotion. When the incident began, he panicked like any ordinary person, yet even as he fled, he reminded everyone to flee. When the gunmen cornered him, and everyone else waited for their fate, Martin stepped up. Because of the shooting and Helen, the morning news ratings were extremely high. Helen specifically explained, Martin was preparing to star in an action-packed film based on the comic book Wanted. To perfectly portray the leading role, he underwent extensive action and firearms training. It was precisely this rigorous training that enabled Martin to unleash his power in this desperate situation and subdue the criminals. Countless people have memorized Wanted. Chapter 205 Honorary Citizen and Medal of Freedom. At the main entrance of Burbank High School, the LAPD had lifted its cordon. Since dawn, Los Angeles residents had been arriving to lay flowers in memory of the victims. A seemingly ordinary Volkswagen pulled up. Martin got out, clutching a bouquet of flowers. With a heavy expression on his face, he walked to the school gate, removed his sunglasses, and placed the flowers in the memorial area. Like the others laying flowers, he observed a moment of silence, facing the school. Many people turned their gazes, many recognizing him. An elderly woman with white hair approached Martin, offering him a gentle hug. Don't grieve too much, son. You've done well, she reassured him. May God bless us all. Martin separated from the woman, his expression grave, his eyes red, as if still consumed by grief. Others came over, shaking hands with Martin, hugging him, and offering words of comfort. You did your best, son, you're a hero, no one could have done better than you. Martin remained silent, as if crushed by the weight of his pain. A place like this, where flowers are laid to mourn, is naturally full of reporters, documenting everything with their cameras. A reporter approached, seeking an interview, but Martin politely declined. He walked toward his car, his back visible to the camera. His back, slightly hunched, seemed to bear the weight of Los Angeles. The Volkswagen drove off, followed by numerous reporters and paparazzi. Soon, the car stopped in front of a renowned mental health clinic, and Martin, accompanied by his agent, Thomas, entered. "Even the strongest men have their moments of weakness," a female reporter said to the assistant. "I hope he's not having any mental problems," the somewhat sleazy assistant, after snapping photos, maliciously speculated. "Isn't he faking it? He's actually fine, and he's so happy with his meteoric fame," the female reporter said. "He saved 16 people. Nothing can change that fact." Martin's mental health was clearly fine, but Thomas, concerned, asked him to see a therapist. Considering his needs, Martin casually chatted with a therapist. Thomas received a call. After Martin got out and into the car, he said, "The company just received a call from Coca-Cola headquarters. They want you to be their North American spokesperson." Bruce, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh. "The Coca-Cola cult? We can talk, but don't make it public right away. Making the news public now would give the impression we're profiting from someone's misfortune." Martin warned, "What I've done is high profile enough. Keep a low profile." Thomas understood Martin's meaning. "Negotiations won't happen so quickly. This is just preliminary contact. It'll take a while to reach an agreement. I'll go with you to Atlanta to film a movie in a few days, so we can negotiate with Coca-Cola there." Of course, Martin wouldn't refuse Coca-Cola. With the Coca-Cola cult's current momentum, they'd demand a 7-figure endorsement fee. They say he's a Los Angeles hero, but even Los Angeles heroes don't even own a house in Los Angeles. Bruce checked the time and turned on the car radio. That White House classmate, Bruce, was going to give a televised address on the Burbank High School incident at 10:30 a.m. Washington, White House press room. Bush spoke poignantly before the cameras, saying that yesterday many families had endured the most horrific nightmare, with flags flying at half-staff nationwide. He pledged that authorities would take stronger measures to protect schools, teachers, and students. When a reporter asked about gun control, Bush bluntly replied, "The truth is, I couldn't do more than Martin Davis did. He was able to take down the gunman and save 16 people, while I can do nothing but pray and grieve," another reporter remarked. "Grief and prayers can't stop bullets." Bush found the perfect defense. Martin Davis prevented a tragedy from escalating. He forcibly changed the subject. "I'm heartened to see a hero like Martin Davis step forward. He's a young man who represents the hope of America. I recommend that he be awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. This is America's highest civilian honor, awarded annually by the President." Reporters' attention immediately shifted to Martin Davis, abandoning the difficult and meaningless questions about gun control. After the press conference, the White House forwarded Martin's information to the Distinguished Civilian Service Committee, which nominated a list of candidates, and finally Bush would make the decision. In a villa in Los Angeles, after watching the live news on TV, Jolie fell into deep thought. The Presidential Medal of Freedom is almost the highest federal honor a civilian can receive. Bush dared to mention it at the press conference, not just to write on Martin's popularity, but really intended to do so. After all, it is a medal approved by the president. Jolie was a little envious. How good would it be if she could get this thing? It would fit the path she was going to take, to improve her style outside of movies. How many actors in Hollywood have received this honor? Jolie thought carefully. She could only remember 2 people. One was Audrey Hepburn, and the other was the black actor Sidney Poitier. The phone next to her rang. It was Brad Pitt calling. "Hi, tonight? Is your wife away?" Julie's eyes remained fixed on the TV, which was replaying footage of Martin's heroic rescue yesterday. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Peter on the other end of the line was uninterested. She made up a random excuse. "I have a very important script discussion tonight, so I don't have time for the date. Let's talk about it another day." Peter was disappointed, but he didn't force her. Julie put down her phone and picked up the remote to flip through the channels. Martin's name and image were visible on almost every news channel. Unless something major happened, Martin and Burbank High School would remain prominent in the headlines for the next few days. Julie watched the news footage of Martin wielding a Coke bottle and bashing the thieves. She instinctively picked up her phone and dialed Martin's number. When the call was connected, she said with a smile, "Teacher Martin, this is your student, Angie. Are you free today? I have a lot of questions I need to ask you." Martin's schedule was full, so he declined. "Sorry, Angie, I'm very busy today. Yesterday's incident has left a lot of trouble to deal with." "That's okay," Julie said with a smile. "When you're free." Someone else was talking on the other end. So she hung up. Julie glanced at her phone, which she had placed on the sofa. It wouldn't be long before she could catch Martin's attention. She had hoped to harness Martin's enthusiasm and, by extension, ignite herself. Julie stood up, walked to the window, and casually grabbed a newspaper. Martin was the first thing she saw. Martin was everywhere. Julie calmed down and told herself not to rush. Wanted was about to begin filming, and as a student, she had plenty of time to consult with Professor Martin. 2 days later, at Los Angeles City Hall. The Presidential Medal of Freedom hadn't been decided yet, and even if it was, it wouldn't be awarded until Independence Day. But the honor bestowed by the city of Los Angeles was quickly finalized. To control public opinion, the Los Angeles City Hall and City Council quickly awarded Martin the honor. Accompanied by Thomas, Martin attended the memorial service at City Hall Plaza. LAPD Public Relations Specialist McLean was by Martin's side the entire time. Before the official start of the event, Martin and McLean sat at the side of the podium for interviews with various media outlets, including the Los Angeles Times, Warner Brothers, CNN, and NBC. After 3 days of silence, Martin finally spoke a few words, offering a helping hand for the LAPD. His voice was soft and hoarse, suggesting overwhelming grief. I've been wanting to express my gratitude to the LAPD, but I've been having some mental issues these past few days, and I haven't been able to speak or communicate. Many reporters present had witnessed Martin's visit to a therapist. Martin said, with the doctor's help, I'm gradually recovering and can finally say thank you to the LAPD. My companions and I were trapped in a corner by a gunman, and it was the LAPD who rescued us in the most critical moment. McLean, who was standing nearby, immediately chimed in. No, it was Martin who saved 16 people, subdued 2 of the gunmen, and cooperated with the LAPD in killing the final shooter. The LAPD should express their gratitude to Martin. As for the tragedy, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Martin and the LAPD were equally instrumental. The memorial service soon began. After a moment of silence, Los Angeles Mayor Villaraigosa took the stage to speak. For the past 3 days, all of Los Angeles has been plunged into grief. He went on and on, wiping tears as he spoke. The top actors are all in politics. Grief was not the theme of the event. Villaraigosa added, we must not forget every victim, every injured, every traumatized individual and family, nor can we forget those who helped Los Angeles. Martin Davis, an ordinary actor, an ordinary young man, bravely stepped forward at gunpoint and saved 16 people. He is a hero of Los Angeles. The mayor looked up at the sunlight, as if seeing hope. In that dark time, Martin Davis was like the sun. Los Angeles will always remember Martin Davis. On behalf of Los Angeles, I award him the title of honorary citizen, Villaraigosa said. Martin Davis. McLean gave Martin a push, and Martin walked onto the podium, accepting the golden key of honorary citizenship from Antonio. The entire square erupted in applause. The public had seen the video and knew what Martin had done. They believed their own eyes. Holding the golden key, Martin approached the microphone Villaraigosa had offered him. All he could say was, I'm sorry, I tried my best. He barely finished his sentence before tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, I can't go on. With that, Martin turned and walked off stage. Silence fell in the square, then shouts of Martin, you're great, and you should be proud. The voices were instantly drowned out by the rapturous applause that raged for several minutes. Chapter 206, Level Upgrade. After the meeting, Martin chatted briefly with Mayor Villaraigosa and LAPD boss Bratton. Seeing they had important matters to discuss, Martin excused himself. McLean escorted Martin out of City Hall. He not only exchanged personal contact information with Martin, but also presented him with a waiver card on behalf of the LAPD. This wasn't a legal exemption, of course, but rather one that granted him preferential treatment within the LAPD's law enforcement sphere. Martin, thinking of McLean's position, said, I'm in Hollywood and involved in film investment. Last year, I founded a studio primarily affiliated with Warner Brothers and Pacific Pictures. I might have trouble with the LAPD on future film projects. The LAPD is arguably one of Hollywood studios' largest partners, and McLean was in charge of that area. He said, call me directly if you need anything. Martin shook his hand and said goodbye. I'll be polite. Arriving at the side entrance of City Hall, Thomas was waiting there. He said, there are a lot of reporters outside. Martin's expression suddenly changed, his head bowed and his mouth shut. a heavy expression. As he left, flashing lights flashed continuously, and reporters clamored for interviews. Several PDs stopped the reporters. Thomas escorted Martin out, saying as he walked, "Sorry, everyone, Martin is not feeling well right now." Bruce opened the car door and Martin got into the back seat. After Thomas got in the car, Bruce started the car and left. Thomas leaned back in the seat. He had been working hard these past few days and was too tired to move. Martin took out a can of Coke and handed it to Thomas. "Replenish some energy." Thomas opened it and took a sip, then asked, "What position do I hold in the Church of Coke?" Martin was not stingy in assigning positions. "Do you want to be the deputy leader, or do you want to be the leader's advisor?" Thomas was curious. "What is the most important position?" Bruce, who was driving, interrupted, "Of course it's the saint. There must be at least 10 saints in the Church of Coke, right?" Thomas understood that the saint mentioned here was definitely not like Joan of Arc 10. "Old Bruce, are you looking down on me?" Martin, speaking his mind for once, said, "At least 100. Bruce reminded him. "We agreed, I'll have one deputy leader." Thomas, not wanting to stray from Martin's inner circle, said, "I want to be deputy leader, too." Martin thought, "Damn, the saint hasn't even shown a glimpse of her, and already here come a swarm of deputy leaders, all wolves." Bruce drove to Century City, dropped Thomas off, and they returned to their North Hollywood apartment. As soon as they entered, they saw the landlord, Antonio, sitting in the hallway, clutching the gun of friendship, like a door god. The paparazzi following them from a distance, seeing the gun slung over the fat man's shoulder, automatically turned back. Antonio pointed outside. "Martin, you're getting more and more paparazzi following you." "My tenants are complaining," Martin replied bluntly. "I'm leaving for Atlanta soon. I don't have time to look for an apartment right now. I'll find one when I get back." "Someone's offered $50,000. Antonio had a tough time. How could anyone resist such a huge offer? Only if he was an established millionaire. "I can hold on for a few more months." Martin patted Antonio's shoulder. "Anyone who wields the gun of friendship must value friendship." Antonio pulled Martin to his side. "Come, let's take another photo. My tenant is the Los Angeles hero, and there's a new screenwriter downstairs. Once the photos are developed, I'll have him write an ad detailing our deep friendship." Martin stood behind Antonio and let Bruce take the photo. As Bruce and Martin went upstairs, Antonio muttered, "Enlarging the photo and putting it up there will raise the rent again." Martin looked down and said, "I need a commission." Antonio looked up. "You're a big star now, and you even got a golden key. How could you possibly be short of money?" Martin said nothing more and went upstairs. Jessica stood at the door, a box at her feet, clearly waiting for them. Martin asked, "Where did the package come from?" Jessica replied, "It came from Queensland, Australia." Bruce kicked the box forward, opened Martin's apartment door, and kicked the box inside. Martin casually asked, "Where's Emily?" Jessica followed Martin into the apartment and said, "The fans have been pretty excited these past few days. She went to see Rachel." Martin was curious, "What's going on?" Jessica glanced at Martin and whispered, "After the video about the Coca-Cola cult went viral, a lot of people have been clamoring to join." Martin scratched his head. "They're all joining in the fun. They'll soon have regular members." Bruce saw a rare business opportunity, but of course, a shrewd person would only think of a shrewd strategy. "Here's your chance to cash in. Want to join the Coca-Cola cult? Pay the membership fee." He looked down at the large box of goods. "This can be used as a church badge. $50 a piece isn't too bad, right?" Martin gave Bruce a middle finger. "Student idiot, stop showing off your meager knowledge." He hadn't yet considered the Coca-Cola cult's money-making. He said that partly to distract the gunman and partly to draw attention to Helen's video. Both goals had been achieved. Martin said to Jessica, "Tell the members of the fan club that joining the fan club automatically means joining the cult of Coca-Cola. We're just a loosely organized hobby group, with no plans to officially register. We'll notify them as soon as we do." Jessica replied, "Okay." Bruce then unpacked the boxes, removed the crocodile tooth pendant and bison horn, and placed them in a large box on the side of the living room. Jessica went over to help. Martin dragged out another box and took out a mahogany gift box containing jade jewelry, then put the gold key away. He was going back to Atlanta soon, so he had to prepare some gifts. Although Martin had rejected Bruce's idea of cashing in on the cult of Coca-Cola, in America's highly developed commercial society, personal fame and influence can be translated into commercial value. In the week following the Burbank High School incident, sales of the House of Wax disc, which had previously sold fewer than 3,000 copies per week in North America, skyrocketed, exceeding 70,000 in the latest week. The Hills Have Eyes, which had been pulled from North American theaters, was re-released by Warner Brothers in partnership with several theaters, where it grossed nearly $5 million that week. This brought the film's North American box office total to over $110 million. News of this also spread overseas, particularly to English-speaking countries. The Hills Have Eyes made another splash at the box office, earning another $4.15 million that week, bringing its global total to $180 million. The film's recently released DVDs are selling like hotcakes, grossing $19.54 million in their first week. While this is far from the $50 to $60 million DVD debuts of Spider-Man: Homecoming, it's a low-budget horror film. Even Zombie Gigolo, long relegated to the background, has been rediscovered by fans, generating over $1 million in rentals, DVDs, and videotape sales in the past week. However, this film has no direct commercial impact on Martin. When Martin filmed Zombie Gigolo, he hadn't yet joined the Screen Actors Guild, so naturally, he wouldn't receive the share of post-production revenue agreed upon between the union and the Producers Guild. For House of Wax and The Hills Have Eyes, the higher the post-production revenue from DVDs, the greater Martin's share. Many established stars, who lived a life of extravagance during the prime, now rely on post-production profits from their numerous films after retiring. As long as they don't spend lavishly like Marlon Brando, most live quite comfortably. At Warner Brothers and the Wanted Studio, the crew was packing their belongings for the move to Atlanta. Filming would soon begin. Director Leterrier had arrived in advance with a crew and stunt team. Jessica and Emily were staying in Los Angeles, and Martin had just finished briefing them when Mean came running in. "Boss," Mean said, pointing to the studio entrance. "There's a tall girl looking for you. She looks like the lead actress from the Jeans film." Martin knew who it was. Blake had called him the previous day. He came up to Bruce, who handed him a small handbag and said, "You've upgraded. I was poor before, so I had no choice." Martin, carrying the bag, left the studio and saw Blake, wearing low-rise jeans and a cropped sweater. He pointed ahead and said, "A truck will be here soon. Let's go to the coffee shop up front. They have good cold drinks." Blake wanted to put her arm around Martin's arm, but worried her boyfriend wouldn't agree. She raised her hand halfway and pulled it back, pretending to pack her small backpack as she followed Martin forward. "I've been worried about you lately. I've tried calling several times but couldn't get through." She had seen a news report about Martin seeing a therapist. "Are you okay?" Martin wouldn't share his true situation with anyone. "I was a little withdrawn. I turned off my phone and didn't want to contact anyone. I'm feeling much better now." Blake finally reached out and took Martin's arm. "If you have something on your mind and no one to talk to, you can tell me." Martin arrived at a coffee shop and said to the brown-haired girl behind the counter, "Maya, give me a cup of black tea and a non-fat ice cream." He and Blake sat by the window, and Maya quickly brought the drinks. Martin placed the bag in front of Blake. "This is for you. It's a talisman. Wear it to ward off bad luck." Blake was surprised, but even more excited. He quickly took out the gift box and opened it. Seeing the emerald jade pendant, he asked, "Emerald, jadeite," Martin said. "I found an investor from Asia, where this gem is abundant. I bought a few pieces." Blake picked it up and hung it around his neck. "Is it beautiful?" Martin nodded. "It suits you very well." Blake was a little annoyed. "I didn't get you a gift," Martin smiled. "Just being here with me, talking to you, is the best gift." Blake was delighted. "Yesterday you said you were going to Atlanta to film a movie." "I'm leaving the day after tomorrow," Martin said simply. "An action-packed film. I'll be back after the premiere of Jeans." Blake calculated the time. It was critical time for her college application process, so it would be difficult to visit Atlanta. After careful consideration, she decided to wait until after August. Chapter 207: The Good and Bad of Bad People. At Atlanta International Airport, the crew's chartered flight arrived safely. Martin walked down the hallway, waiting for Bruce to catch up. He pointed to the Atlanta sign ahead and said, "Old Bruce, I'm back." Bruce, wearing an Atlanta Braves baseball cap, chimed in, "The bastards are back in the quagmire." "That's you," Martin said with a chuckle. "I'm back to tell the king to return to where he started his rebellion." Bruce suppressed a laugh. "The master has returned to Vatican headquarters." Martin noticed Robert's head and hurried out of the hallway. Robert, dressed in a suit, his hair neatly combed back, revealing his large forehead, looked imposing. For over a year, the two had been separated by thousands of miles, yet they had remained closely connected through coke. Meeting at this moment, there was no sense of strangeness. Robert stepped forward, ready to shake Martin's hand. But Martin opened his arms and hugged him tightly. "My friend, my high priest, we finally meet again." Robert opened his arms for a while, and finally hugged Martin. "It's only been a year and a half, and you've become a nationally known star." Martin let go of him and laughed. "You have contributed to it." Bruce came over and bumped fists with Robert. "Man, you look really impressive." Robert also laughed. "You've made something of yourself." A younger brother came out. The boss is now the performing arts director of Marietta Agency and a big figure in the Atlanta performing arts industry. Martin couldn't help but glance at the man, nodded slightly, and asked Robert, "How is the captain?" "Same as always." Robert led the way out. He always looked so calm on the surface. In fact, he wanted to come, but he couldn't save face. Martin understood this mentality and said, "I'll go find him tomorrow." The four people did not leave the terminal, but went to the underground parking lot and got into a black Cadillac together. Robert asked, "Which hotel?" Martin had already decided where to go when he arrived. "Marietta, Clayton." The sun turned west, approaching the horizon. In the Carter family's living room, Elena and her four siblings were silent. Hall stood up and walked to the door, surveying the perfectly smooth yard. Lily sat at her computer desk, clicking on web pages with her mouse. "I checked. The last flight from Los Angeles arrived a long time ago," Harris, toying with a star, added. "He's got so much on his plate. Maybe he won't come today." Elena got up from the sofa and went to the open kitchen. "Forget him. Let's get dinner ready," Lily muttered. "You took the day off." Elena suddenly turned and stared at Lily. Lily quickly covered her mouth. "I didn't say anything." A short car horn blared from outside. Hall yelled, "He's coming. He's coming." Lily dropped her mouse and keyboard, scrambled to her feet, and rushed to the door, followed by Harris. Elena stuffed her hands into her jeans pockets and walked out of the kitchen slowly. A black Cadillac stopped by the road. The back door opened and Martin got out first. There were two houses next to each other. The one he used to live in was still in its old, dilapidated state. The exterior wall of Carter's house had been repainted and the fence had been replaced with a brand new wire mesh. The most surprising thing was that the yard, which was originally bumpy and overgrown with weeds, was unusually flat. Something was wrong. Martin came to the gate of the fence and saw Carter's four siblings standing on the steps at the door. Hall, who was in the front, had grown taller and had a face full of flesh, and he didn't look like a good person. Lily next to him was nearly 5 centimeters taller than Elena and was smiling at him. Harris was still the same. Elena leaned against the door frame, looking more confident than before. "Idiots, you're at the door, why don't you come in?" Elena started in her usual tone. "Do you want me to go and invite you in myself?" Martin smiled at them. "Hey dears, I'm back, aren't you coming out to greet me?" Lily tilted her head. "Tisk, you're not a stranger." Martin glanced at Hall, who suddenly looked away. The Cadillac drove off. Bruce came up from behind, backpack slung over his shoulder, and asked Martin, "What are you standing here for?" "Waiting for you." Martin pulled him aside. "Let's go." Bruce entered the yard first. After taking the second step, he felt something was wrong and fell. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and didn't fall because there was no smear inside. Martin pointed at the four siblings on the steps. "You four idiots, you're still trying to plot against me," he shouted. "Tell me, whose idea was it?" "I'm going to kick his ass." Lily stepped forward and admitted, "It was my idea." Behind her, Elena raised her fist and slammed it down on her head. "Do you really want to get kicked?" "It depends on who's kicking me," Lily said, her voice low enough for only herself to hear. Bruce pulled his foot out and looked at the unusually flat ground in front of him. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. Could there be a trap? The four Carter siblings were really extraordinary people. They welcomed people in this way. Seeing that they hadn't tricked Martin, Elena said, "Old Bruce, come around from the left." Bruce went to the left. Seeing that he didn't encounter any more traps, Martin also went around from the left to the door. As soon as he got to the top of the stairs, he raised his fist and hit Hall on the head with a bang. "Idiot." Hall didn't say anything. He was thinking about where to dig a trap to trap Martin, the bastard. Martin bumped fists with Harris, pushed Lily aside, and came to Elena. Elena stepped aside and said, "Come in." Martin followed him into the living room. Many of the furniture and appliances in the room had been replaced with new ones. Elena noticed his gaze and said, "I won the Georgia bartending championship last year and I'm making a pretty good living now. I should thank you for teaching me how to make a drink." Bruce handed his bag to Martin. "I'm going to go back and take a look." He looked at Harris. "Hey, let me borrow your car for a minute." Harris handed him the keys to the Ford. Martin warned, "Old Bruce, be careful." Bruce nodded. "I will." A year and a half has passed. Things are changing rapidly in Mexico. Those guys might have been taken over long ago. As usual, Eleanor laid out the various dishes on the table. Martin washed his hands and sat down to eat with the four siblings. "That's what it tastes like." Martin ate a piece of grilled pork chop and said to Eleanor, "Your cooking is still delicious." Eleanor asked, "Are you not hurt?" Martin knew what she meant. "I've suffered severe psychological trauma, so I came back here to seek your comfort." "You're an idiot." "Stupid and foolish," Eleanor said in her usual tone. "Those California guys can just die. Why risk their lives for them?" Lily replied, "That's right." "They're not me and Eleanor," Hall asked in surprise. "What does it have to do with you?" Lily stared at her brother with wide eyes. "If your sister hadn't been there, she would have gone into violent suppression mode." Martin said, "You know me. I was trying to save myself." After dinner, he helped Eleanor clear the table. Martin picked up Bruce's bag and began giving away gifts. He tossed Eleanor a box. "This is yours. Do you like it?" Lily looked over eagerly at Martin without saying a word. Martin said, "You have too many gifts. They're all shipped with a cruise cargo. I'll have them delivered to you tomorrow." Lily's face was filled with surprise. "So many," she couldn't help but wonder. "What are they?" Martin said, "Dozens of buffalo horns. I ordered them from Australia just for you." "Aren't you practicing carving?" "The clown you carved based on me is pretty good and quite popular with some people." It seemed Louise had even shared some tips with Kelly. "When you've carved them all, mail them to me." Lily's surprise turned to astonishment, like the child in Martin's previous life who expected a gift but received a workbook. She took several steps back and slumped down on the sofa, speechless. She felt especially moved when she saw her sister open the gift box and pull out a beautiful woman's watch. She felt like crying. She didn't want to be bullied like that. Martin gave Harris and Hall a handheld game console each, then pulled out a gift box and tossed it to Lily. "This is your payment for the carving." Lily opened it and found a watch, the same brand as Eleanor's, a different model. She smiled and assured him, not to mention dozens, hundreds of horns would be no problem. Martin nodded. "Australia's buffalo are overrun." Lily slapped herself in the face. What a mouthful. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the door. Thump. Ouch. Thief. Hall grabbed a baseball bat and ran out. He stopped at the doorway only to find his father, Scott, caught in a trap he had dug and lying flat on his face. Scott, with his legs spread, scrambled to his feet and started forward, cursing, "It's time to go." He took a step and fell again. This time, he was unlucky, landing on his butt. Scott jumped forward even faster than he fell. "That hurts." His feet landed on the ground, thumping again into the pit and landing in front of the steps. Scott looked up and saw his 4 children. Eleanor coldly asked, "What are you doing here if you're not with your rich woman?" Scott struggled to his feet, his arms and legs scraped raw. Pointing at Martin, he said, "That bastard is a jerk in Hollywood. Let me warn you, don't let him fool you." Lily replied, "Martin may be a jerk outside, but he's really good to us." Hall, who had just received a gift, nodded in agreement. "Go away, Scott." In Harris's eyes, Martin's teaching Eleanor how to mix cocktails had truly changed the family's fortunes, and the Atlantic Astronomical Society had freed him from the worries of tuition and living expenses. Regardless of Martin's outside behavior, he treated the 4 siblings with impeccable care. Eleanor nodded, "We understand. You can go, I'm your dad." Scott growled feebly. Lily said, "Go and live your rich life." Scott gave Martin a cold look, turned around, and stalked out. Martin and the other 5 returned to the house, and without Scott, the atmosphere quickly brightened. Chapter 208 Saint. That evening, Martin and Eleanor went next door. Lily sat on the living room sofa, poking at the box containing the horns with a pointed chisel. With a thud, a large hole appeared, as if she were venting some frustration. Hall, crouched on a nearby sofa, happily playing a video game, turning down the volume to avoid upsetting the grouchy young lady. Suddenly, a fist came crashing down, thumping him on the head. Hall looked up to see Lily's gloomy face. She said mournfully, "I didn't offend you." Lily replied, "You're happy, but I'm not, so you can't be happy either." Hall, unable to reason, ran back inside, clutching the video game console. Lily, utterly furious, returned to her computer, pulled out her textbooks and study materials, and began reviewing. The 16-year-old girl, turning her frustration into motivation, planned to take the SAT next year, aiming for a university in Los Angeles. USC or Cal Arts? The two schools flashed through her mind, but she put them aside for the moment, no longer thinking about random things, especially not thinking about Martin and Elena next door, and focused all her energy on studying. What good could a bad boy and a slutty girl do? Next door, the female knight Elena was fighting a dragon. To increase her fighting power, she also wore her chastity ring. But the dragon named Martin was too powerful, and the female knight was unfortunately captured. The scene changed from a man riding a dragon to a dragon riding a man. Everything calmed down, and the two tacitly agreed not to mention Los Angeles. The back window leaked, and a breeze blew in. Elena lay on Martin and said, "After you became famous, the four of us dug James out on the early morning and secretly buried him in an empty grave in the Methodist church. There won't be any problems again," Martin said. "I came back this time to deal with this matter." Originally, he had planned to find a night to dig a grave with Old Bull. Elena said, "Hall is good at digging holes, so it's easy to solve them. How should I reward you?" Martin said to Elena and the others differently, "I will sign a contract with Coca-Cola soon, and will get a lot of endorsement fees. I will buy you a new house." Elena raised her eyebrows. "You idiot, you want to support me?" Martin shook his head and said seriously, "My home is here. Old Bush always said that I was a bad person, and all my sincerity and true feelings remained in Atlanta." Elena stopped talking. Martin added, "I have founded a cola cult. There is a position for a saint. I will hire you to be the saint." Elena didn't want to give up her current job. "I have a job," Martin said. "As the leader, I am a part-time job." Of course, a saint can also be a part-time job. He took Elena's hand and pointed to the chastity ring on it. "Look, you have been prepared to be a saint a long time ago. The chastity saint must be you." Elena snorted, "Idiot, you haven't signed the endorsement contract yet. Wait until you sign the contract and get the money." Martin suddenly remembered something. "Where's Emma? Why can't I see Emma? She ran away with someone again." Elena was about to go crazy when she thought of her mother. "She is addicted to drugs. I didn't give her money to buy flour, so she ran away with someone. Someone saw her at the truck camp near the airport." Martin stroked her smooth back comfortingly, not knowing what to say. Elena continued, "I asked her carefully about that bastard Jack. She only knew that Jack cheated her of all her money and went to Australia or New Zealand. She didn't know anything more specific." She looked over to the next door. "Now I just want Lily and Hall to grow up safely. Maybe Jack got into trouble and will never show up again." Martin seemed to be talking to a stranger. With Jack's character, could he bear not to come out when he saw me become famous? Maybe he was chatting with God and trying to cheat money from God. Elena said, "Idiot, you'd better be prepared. You are bad, but Jack is 10 times worse than you." Martin said without hesitation, "I have no brothers or sisters. If Jack jumps out, I will publicly sever ties with him. I have discussed some measures with Old Bull, and I may need you and other neighbors then." Elena nodded, "No problem." The next morning, after breakfast, Martin visited Mr. Ward, Nanny, Welbeck and others who had fought side by side with him in the community. He gave each of them a practical gift and a crocodile fang pendant, and also met their request to take a photo. Then, they got into a Mercedes driven by Bruce, left the Clayton community, and headed for Peachtree Street. A large group of young actors stood under the office building of the Marietta Performing Arts Agency. In front of them were the two giants of the company, Jerome and Robert. The latter held his big head high and was cheerful. The former was calm and composed. A Mercedes drove over and stopped in front of the building. Martin got out of the car, smiling, and walked towards Jerome. Jerome found that the Martin in front of him was still the same Martin, as sunny and handsome, as kind and friendly. He also walked forward. The two hands were tightly clasped together. Martin, as always, spoke with excitement. "Captain, I'm back." Jerome shook his hands vigorously. "Good, very good. You haven't embarrassed our Marietta Theater Company. You're the pride of the entire company." Martin laughed. "Captain, I'm so proud when you say that." Jerome finally laughed heartily. "I wasn't wrong about you. Without Martin's strong recommendation, the theater company and the agency that came with it wouldn't have secured such a deep partnership with Gray Pictures, nor would they have reached their current size, and he wouldn't have become one of the biggest names in Atlanta's entertainment industry. As far as Jerome knew, no Hollywood star was as nostalgic as Martin, not even Robert Patrick. Robert approached. "Let's talk back," Jerome invited Martin. "Let's go inside and see the company." Martin followed the two of them toward the office building. The young actors in front of the building automatically made way for him. Some tried to greet Martin. "Hi, Martin, you're my idol, you're my favorite star. I strive to emulate you." Martin smiled and nodded repeatedly. Thank you all for your support." The four people ahead of him entered the office building. These young actors all dreamed of becoming Hollywood stars like Martin one day. After all, Martin had come from here too. Martin entered the office building. In the most prominent places in the lobby hung photos of him, Jerome, and Robert. Jerome said, "Robert and I have discussed bringing you in as a partner in the company." "No need," Martin said, following them upstairs. "I'm a member of the Screen Actors Guild, and the union prohibits actors from engaging in any agency-related activities. Just like agents can't directly participate in the production of films or TV series." Arriving at Jerome's office, Martin asked, "I'm here primarily to film Wanted. I've spoken with the crew, and they've announced that extras and minor extras will be recruited in Atlanta." Jerome replied, "The cast of our company is currently auditioning. We're the only ones working with them." Martin, with great poise, took the bag Bruce offered him and handed it to Jerome. "I've brought a special gift for the troupe this time. I came from the troupe, and my acting skills were honed there." Jerome opened the bag and saw a Saturn-shaped trophy in a transparent plastic box. He couldn't help but get excited. "Saturn," Martin said, "this is the first trophy I've ever received in Hollywood, the Saturn Award for Best Young Actor. It belongs at the troupe." Atlanta was his home base, and also the place where his image was most likely to crumble. While in Los Angeles, Martin had decided to cultivate his network there. After chatting for a while, Martin visited Robert's office. Upon entering, he saw the disc with a cola and couldn't help but exclaim, "Our Cola Cult's headquarters is right here." Robert said, "The cola is from 2003, the olive oil was produced in 2003, and the desk was moved from the theater. Every detail was meticulously considered." Martin, realizing he didn't have any olive oil, said, "Send a batch of olive oil to Los Angeles." Robert pulled out a small notebook and handed it to Martin. "Here's the detailed process. I copied it down for you." Martin carefully reviewed it and handed it to Bruce to keep. Actually, for him, this was like the way crews in his past life placed pig heads before filming, also for good luck. The first good luck he noticed was the cola Robert had placed during Majan's scene. At noon, Jerome treated Martin to a meal, and they had lunch together. After a short break, he went to the crew's residence in the afternoon. The former General Motors Atlanta production center had been fully acquired by Gray Pictures, which had officially relocated there. The office area of the automotive park had been renovated to accommodate the company and the incoming crews. Some production workshops had been converted into large sound stages, and some were still being renovated. Martin met Kelly Gray, who had short chestnut hair and a lightly made-up face that exuded shrewdness and competence, much like a powerful female CEO in a Hollywood movie. "The big hero in Los Angeles, you seem to have a better figure." In the president's office, Kelly sat on the swivel chair with her smooth legs crossed, looking up and down at Martin. "Why do I think you are more handsome? Is there a halo effect between being a star and a hero?" Martin pulled her up, sat her on the swivel chair, and held her on his lap. "Why did I attract so much attention because of the videotape or video incident? To be honest, it can't compare with the Holy Valley, or even the late-night film you made before." Kelly rocked back and forth, looking for a special position, because of the special effect of celebrities. "That's right," Martin said, "not only physical, but also psychological satisfaction." Kelly asked, "Why didn't that slut come with you?" Martin said simply, "She will come to Atlanta with the rest of the crew in 2 days." Kelly finally found the right position and sat down hard. "Martin, I have been helping you from the beginning. So you have to help me this time. I don't know if it's Sarang. The low fever has been gone after 3 days, and there are no other obvious symptoms except that the throat is uncomfortable. There will be another burst of updates in the next few days at the end of the month." Chapter 209 Female version of CAOZ. In late April, after Louise arrived in Atlanta with the remaining crew, filming officially began at the Gray Studios facility. Martin's first scene was a fight scene. On the set, which had been remodeled as an office, various departments were preparing for filming. Martin's co-star was a portly man with a large face and a large belly. He smiled ingratiatingly at Martin. "Hello, Martin. I'm Chris Pratt, a fan of yours." The words rang familiar. A young Hollywood actor meeting a celebrity fan is a common occurrence. Martin took the keyboard from the prop master, smiled, and nodded, "Hello." Then, noticing how familiar the man looked, he took a closer look and saw it was none other than a younger, more obese version of Star-Lord. The prop master then said to Martin, "Be careful when you handle it. Most of the keys are loose and will fly off with the slightest jolt." Martin understood and replied, "No problem, I know how to use it." After the prop master left, Chris Pratt's chubby face leaned over and said, "Don't worry, just hit the keyboard hard. I have thick skin on my face and body, so I can handle it." Martin, seeing the shameless self of 2 years ago, casually replied, "Shoot normally, don't worry, there will be no problems on my end." Pratt knew that being hit by the leading actor Martin would give his character a chance to shine and even leave a lasting impression. He heard the assistant director call the actors to their positions and quickly said, "I'm going to get ready. Call me if you need anything." Director Leterrier looked over at Martin, who gave him a thumbs up. The script supervisor played cards, and the shoot began. Martin left his workstation, picked up his keyboard, and strode towards the door. Pratt got up from his workstation near the door and blocked Martin's way, shouting his lines. Martin swung the keyboard and smashed it. Pratt leaned back in response, sending keys flying everywhere. That wasn't the end of it, as Martin swung the keyboard again, clattering and smashing it around. It was like Chang Wei hitting Lai Fu. Then he threw the keyboard away, and before leaving, he gave the fat boss behind him the middle finger, giving him a standard American greeting starting with F. Great. This one passed. Having successfully passed the first one, Leterrier was in high spirits and shouted, "Keep preparing." Pratt stood up from his squatting position and shook his belly so hard that some of the number keys fell out of his shirt. The following scenes were all set in the office. Pratt was even more of a bootlicker than Blake Lively in front of Martin, almost taking off his pants to ask Martin if he wanted his fat ass. In the break area, Mean, with a newly shaved head, said to Bruce, "He's putting pressure on me when he does this." Bruce put his arm around his shoulders and said, "When did we meet? What have you done for Martin, and what has Martin done for you?" "That idiot can't compare." Mean was more confident than before. "Yes, we're a team." On the first day of filming, Martin was in great form. Around 10 o'clock, the crew took a break. He went to the break area and took Bruce's phone. He checked the text. Louise and Kelly had asked him to have dinner at noon. An extra playing a clerk came over. She was quite pretty, with her blonde hair flowing down her shoulders. Worried that Martin had forgotten, Bruce reminded him, "Your old partner from Zombie Gigolo." Catherine hesitated, but still came over and said hello. "Hi, Martin, long time no see." Martin remembered her. They'd worked together on the Mahjong drama and Zombie Gigolo. He was surprised. "Catherine, why are you here?" He remembered that she had left with a Lionsgate executive. I'm a fool, so dumb and stupid." Catherine looked at Martin, radiant and seemingly the heart of the crew, feeling a tinge of frustration. "The Lionsgate people were trying to sow discord between us, then lied to me about a project when, in reality, there was nothing." She was filled with regret. "I was too trusting. It's all my fault they tried to sow discord between you and Benjamin." Martin remained silent. The Lionsgate lie might have been true, but sowing discord? Catherine felt that if she hadn't taken that wrong step, she might have made it big in Hollywood. After all, Martin's contemporaries had become big stars. Opportunity, just one opportunity, and she would have taken off. "I was wrong about what happened back then. I apologize." Martin had long since stopped paying attention to such trivial matters and waved his hand. "What's done is done." Catherine, secretly delighted, continued, "I apologized to Benjamin, too. Ben recommended me to Marietta Agency, and I got the role." "Martin." Bruce reached into his pocket, fumbled for his phone, and dialed. "Just do your job, that's all." Martin certainly understood what she meant. Catherine was stunned for a moment, then said, "Give me a chance for the sake of our past." Martin's cell phone rang. He looked down and said, "Sorry, I have an emergency call." Catherine could only watch Martin walk away. Seeing him walking farther and farther away, she felt very unwilling, but also helpless. The actors who were originally on the same starting line ran so fast that she couldn't even see their backs. Martin walked on the road, hung up the call from old Bruce, came out of the studio, and stood in the shade to take a breath. Bruce and Mean followed from behind. At this time, an electric car stopped nearby, and a black man got off. The black man had a bald head, and the tip of his head was like a cone, which looked very funny. This man was obviously coming for Martin. Bruce didn't know him. Mean knew him. He is Tyler Perry, a celebrity in the black film circle. The spring comedy Diary of a Mad Woman cost $5 million to produce and earned more than $50 million in North American box office. Tyler saw Martin from a distance and came over. Before he got close, he took the initiative to extend his hand. "Are you Martin Davis?" "I am Tyler Perry." Martin shook hands with him. "Hello, I'm Martin. I came here to visit today and didn't expect to meet you." Tyler was quite polite. "I am a fan of yours. I like Zombie Gigolo very much. I also went to visit the Beast House and was very impressed." Martin didn't know why he came, so he said politely, "Diary of a Mad Woman, a comedy masterpiece, no mistake, one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." Taylor laughed sheepishly. "Excuse me, but it's just a show of black eloquence. It's nothing. I'm nowhere near as good as you." "Martin, you're the biggest star in Atlanta right now," Martin mumbled. "I just got lucky. An opportunity struck." He asked, "Are you from Atlanta too?" Taylor replied, "I moved to Atlanta from Louisiana when I was 12 and grew up on the South Side. South Atlanta is home to a large black population." Martin smiled and said, "Impressive." He had little contact with anyone from the South Side. His only real connection was with Boyette, the owner of the black bar across from Beast House. He shot him in the ass with a shotgun and is currently in state prison. Taylor, a confident man, briefly tested Martin and handed him his business card. "We're both from Atlanta. We'll help each other in the future. I hope we can work together." Martin exchanged cards. "I hope so." Taylor got on his electric scooter, waved, and left. Martin asked Bruce, "Someone from South City?" Bruce shook his head. "I haven't heard of him." He pulled out his phone and called Robert. "Let me ask." After a few moments of conversation, Bruce hung up and said, he wasn't involved in the acting world in Atlanta before. He wrote, directed, and starred in his own plays. He later moved to New York. Last year, he brought a group of people back to Atlanta to film Diary of a Mad Black Woman. Martin's sensitivity to South City was far greater than most people would imagine. Someone who'd done so much bad stuff was terrified of others using it to mess with him. Have someone keep an eye on him and see if he has any connection to Boyette. Bruce called Jerome and Evan at Vincent's. Martin went back to filming. Today's scenes were all about him, with no scenes for Fox, so Jolie simply didn't come. After get off work that afternoon, after removing his makeup, Pratt was waiting at the trailer door. Upon seeing Martin, he immediately smiled and said, "Martin, are you free? Let's go out for a drink tonight?" "It's my treat." Martin shook his head. "Not tonight, I'm busy." A smile spread across Pratt's chubby face. "No problem, we'll go sometime when you're free." Martin nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Pratt's smile widened even further. At least Martin hadn't refused his offer. Martin made a phone call on the way back to his hotel. In the elevator, he happened to run into Julie coming down from upstairs. Julie came over and said, "Teacher, I have a few questions for you." Martin was too busy to handle it, so he could only say, "Sometime." "I'm busy tonight." Julie was curious, but she couldn't ask directly. She waited for Martin's elevator to arrive and followed him in. Julie made an excuse. "I forgot my phone." Arriving at the floor where the luxury suites were located, she deliberately walked behind Martin. Turning into the hallway, the door to the innermost suite opened. Kelly emerged, smiling at Martin and giving him a few looks. Martin quietly gave her a thumbs up, indicating he was ready. Julie paused at the door to her suite, glancing over as she swiped her card to open it. The woman at the door, with her short, chestnut-colored hair, looked unfamiliar, but she'd been in that room before, Louise Mayers. The door opened, and Julie returned to her room. The last thing she saw was the woman kissing Martin passionately before they entered Louise's room. Julie leaned against the wall by the door, her hand rubbing against her chest as she let out a breath, her chest heaving. At that moment, she found Martin incredibly attractive. After Martin's breakup with Anne Hathaway and his bachelorhood, Julie's masculine allure had largely diminished. Later, as he transitioned into the roles of teacher and student, his allure had returned. Now, Martin had two female companions, one of whom was her old friend, Louise. Julie's legs were shaking with excitement. Bachelor men were nothing to her. She preferred to snag married men or those with irregular female companions. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, I Want to Get Back. The balconies of the two suites were adjacent. Ignoring her adopted son, who came running for a hug, Jolie scurried onto the adjacent balcony, hiding in the darkness and peering over to the neighboring balcony. To her disappointment, no one was there. She strained her ears, but couldn't hear a sound. Many people in the industry love balconies, didn't they? Jolie felt an itching to jump over there. She didn't want to join the fun, she wanted to snatch the person away. Just like when she stole her mother's boyfriend at 16, then Johnny Lee Miller, who was already engaged, and last year, Jennifer Aniston's husband, Brad Pitt. If it wasn't snatched from another woman, it wouldn't be fun. Jolie considered herself a brave woman, daring enough to take and use it. Just across the wall was Louise's suite. That shameless couple had deceived the poor producer under the guise of playing games. Louise was tied to the sofa with ropes by Kelly. "You two sluts," she cursed. "Shame on you," Martin said innocently, "it's none of my business." His hands didn't slow down at all. Kelly quickly disarmed herself. She groaned, "How dare you call me shameless? Where was your face when you called me in Los Angeles?" Louise was furious. "You can ignore the call. You can hang up," Kelly retorted. "You can just close your eyes and get some sleep." Louise did close her eyes, but she couldn't shut her ears. She was soon awakened by the soprano-like voice of Night Kelly. She opened her eyes and looked at the two people in front of her in surprise. She said angrily, "How could people be so shameless as you?" Martin seemed not to hear, concentrating on playing his trombone, which hummed and purred, producing beautiful music. Kelly smiled triumphantly as she sang, but it was too early. Louise, completely shameless, started shouting out a beat, 1234, 2234. Kelly's rhythm was thrown off, and she unconsciously followed Louise's beat. Realizing she couldn't control it, she tried to force it. Louise laughed heartily, wanting her to be visible but not touchable, and she wouldn't let Kelly down. Soon, Kelly couldn't stand it anymore and untied Louise, leaving the three of them in a tangle. At some point, Louise had tied Kelly to the sofa, and she was once again the victim. To prevent Kelly from closing her eyes, Louise even found some tape and taped it across her eyelids. Fortunately, Martin had a conscience and immediately removed the tape. He knew Kelly wouldn't close her eyes. Just like every time she called, she argued furiously but never hung up. That morning, Milton arrived at Methodist Church headquarters. Everyone who saw him stepped aside and greeted him respectfully. Chairman, Milton remained serious, gave a barely perceptible nod, and entered the office. Since the pink kettle incident over a year and a half ago, Milton has become increasingly reticent, rarely expressing his opinions and focusing more on his work. The negative impact of the past has dissipated over time, and several commercial entertainment projects he promoted have been successful, regaining the support of the Elephant Party, the Methodist Church's backers, and leading to his rise to the position of president of the Atlanta Methodist Church. Milton entered his office and first flipped through today's mainstream newspapers to catch up on social trends. He opened a copy of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and the headline in the entertainment section caught his eye. American hero Martin Davis returns to his hometown of Atlanta to film the new film Wanted. Below that was an interview with Martin. After numerous negotiations with the producers, Pacific Pictures and Warner Brothers, I finally brought this $65 million project back to my hometown of Atlanta. I hope it will create more jobs and raise awareness for Atlanta. Milton didn't recall meeting Martin, but he had a deep impression of him. A year and a half had passed since the pink kettle incident, and he had uncovered much of the inside story, such as the fact that while Kelly Gray was the apparent driving force behind the incident, much of the planning actually came from Martin Davis. In the so-called hero video Warner TV released a while ago, Milton saw a familiar face. The man had taunted him in a bar, claiming he had an affair with his ex-wife. Could such a coincidence really be possible? Martin Davis's manager and bodyguard had an affair with his ex-wife? Milton didn't believe it. An assistant knocked on the door and said, "Mr. Perry is here, let him in." Half a minute later, Tyler Perry entered the office, pulled out a chair and sat across from Milton. He smiled and said, "Good morning." Milton asked, "What brings you time to come?" Tyler said, "I went to see Gray Studios yesterday. Kelly Gray is so far ahead, it's going to be hard for us to catch up." Like the Clayton community in Helena, the Methodist Church has a significant influence in impoverished communities, including the impoverished South Side, through its free training and food distribution programs. Growing up, Tyler received countless donations from the Methodist Church, and the two have long been inseparable. Perry Studios, which he founded, not only produced Diary of a Mad Woman but also planned to build a film and television production center. The vast majority of this funding came from the Methodist Church and its backers. The profound lesson of the Pink Kettle incident drew Milton's attention to Kelly Gray and her company, leading him to take a leading role in film and television investment. Conservatives also had large sums of money to manage, and the film and television industry proved incredibly convenient. Milton found a document and handed it to Taylor. "There's an abandoned industrial park in Union City, spanning over 300 acres. It's currently undergoing approval procedures and should be sufficient for your use. No mistakes in one song, one post, one content, one book, one forum." Taylor looked at the documents and photos carefully and said, "The buildings there are too dilapidated. Most of the warehouses need to be demolished and rebuilt before they can be used. The investment is large and the results are slow, especially with a competitor Gray film and television base. By the time we finish building it, they will be far behind us." Milton asked directly, "What do you think?" Gray base is basically completed except for a few studios and post-production studios. Taylor is a black man. Even though he is a star and director, he is still a black man at heart. Can you think of a way to take over Gray base? He looks very funny and does comedy, but those who can make successful comedies are never the ones who like to entertain people. This way, we can eliminate competitors, shorten the time cost, and teach those bastards a lesson." Milton told Taylor about Kelly Gray. "Have you found a breakthrough?" Taylor took the Constitution and pointed at Martin on it. The two largest shareholders of Gray Company are Kelly Gray and Louise Mayer, the owner of Hollywood Pacific Pictures. I have some information channels in Hollywood. These two people have a close relationship with Martin Davis, especially Kelly Gray. Martin is behind the Pink Kettle incident, he said. I plan to deal with Martin first, and use Martin as a breakthrough to pry open the tortoise shell of Gray Pictures. Milton crossed his hands on the table and said lightly, "I don't like Martin Davis and Kelly Gray, as well as Martin's manager and bodyguard. I learned some information in South City." Taylor added, "I need support, not only financially, but also in other aspects. Once I open a breakthrough, it will inevitably cause a backlash from the forces behind Gray Company." Milton said, "This is Atlanta. Although we lost a round last time, the conservative forces still have the upper hand." Taylor nodded. "You wait for my news, keep moving forward on your end, and continue with the land acquisition in Union City." Compared to Taylor, a black man, Milton was more thoughtful. "Also, your next movie started production this morning, and a lot of people's bills are waiting." Taylor understood his meaning. "No problem on my end." Milton watched him leave the office. If anything went wrong, it would be Taylor's fault. Black people. A few minutes later, Taylor came down from the office building and got into his Lexus. The driver was a young white man. "Boss, where are we going?" Taylor asked him to calm down and asked, "Kyle, last time you told me that you and Martin were on the same crew." "Yes, Gray Company's late-night drama, where they called people from the city." Kyle recalled the situation. "On the first day on the crew, Martin bullied me and threatened me with a gun, saying that he was a gang scavenger." Taylor asked, "Is he really?" Kyle shook his head quickly. "I don't know, but my cousin Adam Smith, the star actor of the late-night drama, was jailed because of Martin. I visited Adam, and Adam said that Martin framed him with DP." Taylor asked, "Are you sure?" Kyle swore to the sky. "That's what my cousin said. At that time, they were competing for the male lead of Zombie Dancing Boy. Martin was just an extra, and my cousin was a star. If he hadn't been framed by him, Martin would not have gotten the male lead." He lowered his voice. "Some people say that it was through this male lead that Martin hooked up with Kelly Gray and entered Hollywood." After listening, Taylor thought carefully for a while and said, "Let's go to South City." Kyle drove away from the Methodist Church. Taylor, originally from the South Side, made a few inquiries and found Betty, the wife of Boyette, the owner of the Black Saloon. Betty had a feud with Boyette and knew little about Boyette's business. However, Betty was certain of one thing: Martin Davis shot Boyette, leading to his arrest by the APD. Through Kyle, Taylor contacted Lynn, a casting director who had previously worked for Gray's Pictures. Lynn further confirmed that Kelly Gray had been in a long-term relationship with Martin Davis and was deeply involved in Gray's projects. This convinced Taylor that Martin Davis had found the right person. As for national heroes? Don't heroes always end up being trampled upon? Taylor leveraged his connections in Atlanta to gather comprehensive information on Martin and all of him. He then made a rather interesting discovery. While in Los Angeles, Martin Davis had repeatedly mailed gifts, many of them valuable, to Lily, the younger sister of his ex-girlfriend, Elena. Chapter 211 Group. Inside the makeup trailer, Martin finished his makeup, put on an ordinary t-shirt, and asked the makeup artist to leave. Thomas closed the trailer door, came back and sat down, and said, "I have had preliminary contact with Coca-Cola. Because of the Burbank Middle School incident and the relationship between the Coca-Cola cult, they are very willing to cooperate and invite you to be the spokesperson for Coca-Cola in North America. The contract is for 3 years." Martin did not reject this. He was making money and it was not bad. He asked directly, "What are the specific terms?" Thomas said, "At least 5 activities and 2 commercials per year. The total cost for 3 years is $12 million US. He added, "I will try to negotiate $15 million US in 3 years. Your momentum is rising very fast, and they can see this. You are responsible for the negotiations," Martin specifically instructed. Before the official announcement, "Continue to talk quietly and don't make it public." Thomas knew Martin's concerns and said, "Coca-Cola and I have reached an agreement on this. They will wait until you officially sign the endorsement contract before they will make it public." Martin thought about it, and said, "If the price really can't be negotiated, $12 million US is also acceptable. Coca-Cola is one of the biggest local tyrants in Atlanta, and he also wanted to have a good relationship with them." Thomas replied, "Don't worry, I know what to do." Seeing it was almost time, Martin emerged from the trailer and entered the studio. On the set, which had been transformed into a shooting range, Mean was expertly disassembling a pistol. He played the role of a gunsmith and was one of the lead actor's gunsmith instructors. Bruce not only served as Martin's assistant and manager, but also held a prop master position on the set. He inspected every gun used. Action director Chad then came over and reminded Martin, "Don't forget to arc your shots and flick your hand." Martin nodded, "No problem." Julie also entered the set, wearing leather boots and a tight-fitting ensemble, revealing a stunning figure. Martin noticed that her makeup couldn't hide Julie's dark circles and asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable here? Did you get enough sleep last night?" Julie couldn't help but glance at Martin, seeing him energetic and in good condition. She was amazed at his fighting prowess. She said, "Want to have lunch together?" Martin nodded, "Sure." Finally, another character, the true villain, Morgan Freeman, arrived. The old man was very impressive, and was accompanied by 2 assistants, one of whom was a young black girl. The 4 of them familiarized themselves with the movements, and the filming began soon. The shots shot in the morning focused on the male protagonist Wesley practicing with a gun. The gunsmith taught him the basics of using a gun. Fox and the old man wanted him to learn arc shooting as quickly as possible, so they pulled a piece of pork in front of the target. Morgan Freeman personally took the stage and demonstrated with his old Mauser pistol. The actors only needed to make shooting movements, while the bullet time required the crew to use special effects. The crew filmed at the shooting range for the entire morning. After work was over at noon, Martin waited for Julie. Most of the crew had left, and director Leterrier led a bald man to the restaurant in broad daylight. The man was not tall, but very strong. And at first glance, he looked quite like Statham. Bruce scratched his head and whispered, "I remember when Leterrier first came to Atlanta, he was often with an actress." Martin said, "Two-way plugs are common in the entertainment industry." "True." Bruce nodded slightly. "And he's from a place like Paris." He paused. Morgan Freeman had arrived with his female assistant. The black girl was so mature that her age was hard to tell. Freeman politely nodded to Martin and complimented him. "Your acting is excellent." He was very friendly, and Martin was equally friendly. "Morgan, I have a lot of questions about acting that I'd like to ask you." Freeman smiled. "You're welcome anytime." He turned to the girl next to him. "This is my granddaughter, Audina. Please take care of her if you need anything." Martin replied, "No problem." As the grandfather and grandson left, Bruce glanced over and saw Morgan Freeman's hand pinch Audina's buttocks before quickly withdrawing it. Martin was packing up his things. Bruce said, "Actually, I've always had a good impression of him." He couldn't help but shake his head. I was wrong about one thing. You're a jerk, but in some areas, your principles and boundaries are much higher than theirs." Martin looked up and asked, "What?" Bruce said bluntly, "You're not completely hopeless." Julie came out of the bathroom and put her arm around Martin's arm. "Teacher, let's go." Martin led her to the restaurant. As they walked, Julie asked, "You and Louise and the female boss of great pictures." Martin didn't need to deny it. "They made me famous. I was just an extra in Atlanta. You know some things you can't refuse." "Great." Julie didn't mind, her voice trembling with excitement. "So, you're in a long-term relationship?" Martin neither confirmed nor denied it. Julie smelled the kind of charm from Martin that could make her explode in her chest. A man like that was worth it. Bruce followed from a distance, wondering what a bunch of weirdos this crew and creative staff were. A leading man who rides on his wife's coattails, a two-way director, an Oscar winner plotting against his granddaughter, a supporting actor who specializes in licking middle-aged and elderly women, a leading lady who enjoys seducing attached men. What a collection of perverts. Grey Studios is now Atlanta's largest film and television production facility. In addition to the Wanted crew, 2 other Hollywood productions are filming there. Lunch was packed at this hour. As Martin entered the restaurant, Chris Pratt waved, "There's room." He occupied 2 tables. Martin and Julie grabbed their plates and went over together. Julie wasn't quite the vegetarian she'd become, so she had quite a bit of meat on her plate. Pratt offered a table and called Mean and Bruce over, acting like a very polite person. Mean sat across from him. "Man, you're making it hard for me," Pratt said cheerfully. "I don't mean any harm. I just want to make an impression on Martin." "Really, I'm not trying to steal anything from you," Mean, having experienced similar situations before, warned. "Don't push it too far, okay?" Pratt nodded quickly. Actors like him, at the bottom of the social ladder, can only climb up by cutting their heads, and often there's no way out. Upon joining the crew, Pratt had thoroughly researched the situation. Martin had originally put this group together. Anyone who could put together one group like this was likely to be able to put together the next one. Unrelated sentence fragment, no mistake, one song, one post, one content, one one book, one forum, one look. At another table, Julie forked a piece of meat and said, "I've thought about becoming a vegetarian." Martin, allergic to the word, quickly took a couple of bites to calm his nerves. Julie asked, "Mr. Martin, what's your suggestion?" "If you want to be a vegetarian, it's your freedom," Martin stated bluntly. "As long as it doesn't interfere with others, it's fine." Julie understood and stuffed the meat into her mouth. "It seems you have some very bad memories." Martin nodded slightly. "I was so hungry I was shaking all over, my body almost collapsed." Julie asked, "Louise or Kelly?" Even after breaking up, Martin didn't want to say anything bad about Eliza. He just shook his head and said, "It's none of their business." The 2 of them ate and talked, and the meal lasted over half an hour. They left the restaurant and headed towards the trailer rest area, stopping first at Julie's trailer. Martin pointedly reminded her, "We have a kissing scene this afternoon. Don't forget to brush your teeth." Julie turned around and said deliberately, "Don't worry, I don't eat garlic." With several more scenes to shoot that afternoon, the 2 of them didn't say much and returned to their trailers for lunch. Martin was a little tired, after all the work he'd done last night. Even the most hard-working ox has to pay a price to plow a field that's constantly oozing water. Outside the trailer, Pratt patted his chubby face, bracing himself, and prepared to find a place to rest. Suddenly, someone called out, "Chris." Pratt turned and saw a black man, an actor he'd met in Los Angeles. "Shermer, why are you here?" Shermer pointed to a soundstage. "I'm here with a crew to film." "You forget, I'm originally from Atlanta." Pratt smiled. "What a coincidence." "Me too." The 2 had taken the same acting class in Los Angeles and had become friendly. Shermer invited, "My friend opened a coffee shop out the door. Let's go get some coffee together." Pratt followed him out. Shermer asked, "You're on Wanted? With Martin Davis?" "Wow, he's so popular lately." Pratt and he left the studio, walked half a block, and entered a black coffee shop. Filming resumed that afternoon, primarily focusing on the lead actor, Wesley, practicing with a firearm. This included many adrenaline-pumping scenes. Martin only needed to act normally. The final effect would be captured with high-speed slow motion and special effects. For his final scene of the day, a real piece of frozen pork was pulled up to block the target. Before filming began, Martin took the breath freshener Bruce offered him and sprayed it several times. Julie then approached, took the breath freshener from him, and placed her mouth on the spot Martin had just bitten, spraying it repeatedly. Her watery eyes cast a piercing gaze as she cast a coquettish glance at Martin. After spraying the breath freshener, she came over and said, "It smells good." This was a rather ambiguous statement. Martin took the breath freshener and tossed it to Bruce. Everyone on the set could see Julie was seducing Martin, but no one said anything, and no one seemed surprised. Just like what happened with Morgan Freeman and director Leterrier, after so long in Hollywood, they were used to it. The assistant director then called out, "Get ready," and Martin and Julie entered the set. At the director's command, filming officially began. The male lead had struggled with his arcing stroke, so the female lead simply stood between him and the target. When the male lead's bullet, circumventing her and hitting the bullseye, the female lead strode back. Following the script, Julie embraced Martin and forcefully kissed him. Then, unceremoniously, she thrust her tongue in. Chapter 212 White Lotus. What should you do when facing someone who doesn't follow the moral code of martial arts? Martin used his actions to tell the people on the set that they must fight back fiercely. So, he fought back fiercely. Director Leterrier called for a cut. But the performance of the hero and heroine did not stop. To describe it in professional terms, the hero and heroine, who are extremely professional and dedicated, are immersed in the emotions of their respective roles and cannot extricate themselves. Martin and Julie were too immersed in the role. As a result, they could not distinguish between reality and acting. Ignoring the dozens of onlookers from the crew, the two continued to kiss passionately. One of Julie's legs was directly across Martin's waist. All the scenes for today were shot, and there would be no delay in work, so no one came up to disturb the two. In the rest area, Morgan Freeman wanted to sit down and rest for a while, but when he saw this shameless couple, he suddenly didn't want to stay there anymore and called out, "Idina, let's go back to the hotel early." The black girl followed Freeman obediently. Julie separated from Martin and asked, "Teacher, what should we do next?" "You have to teach me." Martin, however, responded in a unique way, "Kelly and Louise are waiting for me at the hotel." His words ignited Julie. A blazing fire ignited, like a flood bursting through a dam, unstoppable. She longed to stage a student's comeback for Martin, to show him the ruthlessness of fire and water. Martin had already understood Julie's psychology. He knew countless people like Sioza in his group in his past life. Julie grabbed Martin and dragged him out. Martin didn't initiate, promise, or refuse, so Julie dragged him out of the studio. Chris Pratt stood at the studio door, gazing at the swaying trailer, wondering if word of what happened here would cause a public outcry. He slapped his forehead, realizing he was wrong. If this were to become public, and the person involved admitted to it, it would cause a sensation in the entertainment media. Pratt, struggling at the bottom of society, suddenly realized that for an actor, love is more than just love, it's also a stepping stone to career. Mean emerged from the studio and said to Bruce, "The boss's charisma is incredible." Julie took the initiative without even trying. Bruce, however, understood better. Martin didn't do much, but everything he did was just right. He had a firm grasp on Julie's psychology. Mean said with a wistful face, "Why can't I do that?" Bruce pointed out the key. "Your skills are all in your tongue." Mean thought about it and realized that it was true. Everyone has their strengths. After a long moment, the trailer finally stopped shaking. Inside, Martin showered, changed, and settled into a sofa, feeling too comfortable to move. Julie, sprawled on another sofa, pulled out her phone, first looking at a photo of herself and Louise, then looking at Martin. He seemed handsome, cool, and strong. The feeling of stealing a friend's man was so exhilarating that she couldn't get down from the sky. Julie stood up, wearing only a white shirt, and asked, "What would you like to drink?" Martin glanced at the liquor cabinet in the trailer. "Golden whiskey, please." Julie poured 2 glasses, handed one to Martin, clinked glasses with him, took a sip, and then specifically asked, "How do my skills compare to those 2? Martin glanced at this female CAO thief and figured this wouldn't be the only time. For future enjoyment, he decided to tell the truth. "You're not as good as them, and your skills aren't as good." Julie was unconvinced. "How could that be?" Martin pointed at himself. "The real experiencer is sitting right here." Julie downed the glass in one gulp, secretly resolving to use all her means to make Martin look bad next time. Suddenly, she thought of the most important thing. "You won't leave them because of me, will you?" Martin was stunned. "I haven't thought about it yet." Julie, now thinking more than him, said, "They, especially Louise, are very important to you. For your future, don't leave them for now. Today was her most enjoyable day yet. Besides Martin's ability and skills, Julie believed that the psychological factor was also crucial. For now, she couldn't let the psychological factors fade away. Julie hesitated, then added, I have some things here that need some time to sort out. Once I'm done, nothing else will matter. Martin, the jerk, knew what Julie was talking about, and it was exactly what he needed. He immediately said, it's fine with me. You're the priority, a jerk man and a jerk woman, what a perfect match. The more Julie thought about it, the more she realized that Martin's inspiration had opened up a path she had never explored before. With everything flowing smoothly, Julie planned to use Pitt to hype her up next month, seeing how Mr. and Mrs. Smith performed, before dumping him. Then, she'd wait until Wanted released to hype her up again with Martin, enjoying 2 waves of popularity in a row. If either film was a hit, she'd be able to pull herself out of the quagmire of box office failures and even become a box office success. She could also leverage these 2 hot prospects to create a perfect image of a family-loving and child-loving persona. Just think about it, if even a little bit of success happened with either of these 2, she'd be jacked up. Martin seemed still lost in the afterglow, reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed. Julie admired the handsome face of her friend's male companion, and suddenly an idea popped up in her mind, one that could fuel even more controversy. The first wave remained the same, forcing Pitt and Aniston to divorce. The second wave encouraged Martin to pursue Aniston, creating a love triangle between her, Martin, and Aniston, a surefire way to create a public outcry. Martin's meticulous guidance had finally ushered in a true transformation for his student. The more Julie thought about it, the better it seemed. Martin seemed to be asleep, asking no questions, pure as a white lotus. Julie decided to give Martin a heads up. There's something I want to tell you about, she said. It's something I asked you about a while ago. She recounted the events of the filming of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and vowed, ever since I decided to work with you on Wanted, I haven't had any contact with Brad Pitt, and I never will. I swear on my mother and my son. Martin, fearing Julie would change her mind, deliberately asked, so, you were asking me those questions just to drum up publicity? Julie nodded. I can't afford to fail again. Martin gave her a firm push. I fully support you. If there's anything I can help you with, just ask. I can certainly mobilize some resources. Julie didn't completely trust Martin, but just as Martin wanted to capitalize on the publicity Julie had generated, so too did she want to capitalize on Martin's tangible and intangible resources. At its core, the two were exploiting each other. Julie continued, actually, I did a lot of press. Martin asked, those reports about you and the kids, and how Brad Pitt likes kids and Aniston doesn't. Exactly, Julie laughed helplessly. If it weren't for you and the Burbank High School incident, it would have been hyped up. The duo discussed carefully, reaching a tacit understanding that only Brad Pitt and Aniston would be hurt, while they and the films they starred in would profit. Julie didn't yet share Martin and Aniston's thoughts. She wasn't sure she could convince Martin. Martin emerged from Julie's trailer and left the gray center first. No matter who asked, he had only one answer. He was discussing roles and plot points with Julie. As long as the parties involved deny it, infidelity never occurs in Hollywood. On-set couples are common in Hollywood, but if they don't admit it, it's just a rumor. Martin returned to the hotel and got in a car with Bruce and Mean. Bruce handed some documents to Martin. Ivan just sent them over. After I called yesterday, Sophia had Tyler Perry's information gathered, just to be safe. They even had some photos taken of him yesterday in South City. Martin looked at the photos first, pausing when he saw the ones with Tyler and the driver. The driver looked familiar. He pondered and gradually remembered, this was the unfortunate guy who'd been hit on the foot by Robert's glass bottle of Coke, though he couldn't remember his name. Were these two involved? Sophia's information revealed that this man, Kyle, had started working as Tyler Perry's driver 2 months prior and was highly regarded and trusted by Tyler. Martin asked, anything else? Bruce replied, Tyler went to the ATL Methodist Church headquarters. Martin was all too familiar with the name. It was, to put it bluntly, the Methodist Church's role as a stepping stone for him to climb out of his morass. Martin didn't say much for now, looking down at Taylor's profile. This black man had a difficult life. After moving to Atlanta from Louisiana, he was abused by his carpenter father, dropping out of school early and changing his name to disown his family before he was 16. Taylor's subsequent upbringing was influenced by Methodism. Was his presence here yesterday a test of overconfidence? It wasn't impossible. After all, Taylor had just grossed $50 million on a $5 million production budget. Success can instill immense confidence, especially for a black man from the South Side. Martin returned to the hotel. Kelly Gray and Louise were away, so he sent a text message and then had dinner with Mean and Bruce. The three of them discussed their plans. At 8:30, Kelly and Louise, who had been visiting her home, returned to their hotel room. Martin brought up this matter specifically and emphasized, Tyler Perry's very likely involved with a Methodist church. No need to guess. Kelly took a bottle of water handed to her by Martin and said, Perry Studios was originally invested and funded by the Methodist Church. Most of the funds for Taylor's Diary of a Mad Woman came from the Methodist Church and the forces behind it. The situation is similar to my side, Louise asked. The films he made are completely different from our audiences. There is no competition. Is it just revenge for the pink kettle you made? Kelly is an important member of the Atlanta liberal faction and has her own news channels. Perry Studios wants to develop a film and television base, and my biggest competitor is me. The child has a fever. Everyone has to come once. Please forgive me if the update is late tomorrow. Chapter 213. It's terrible. Georgia has introduced favorable policies to vigorously promote the film and television industry, and I've achieved success. Naturally, the other faction won't give up on this pie. As Kelly spoke, Louise pulled out a pink water bottle from somewhere and gestured in front of Kelly. Kelly glared at her, then added, Tyler Perry is one of the agents they've publicly pushed forward. Martin understood immediately. It's not simply a desire for revenge. It involves business competition and even higher-level politics. Louise followed up. Even if that black man wanted to do something that didn't benefit him, would others support him? Kelly asked Martin, do you think he's targeting you? It's probably not my imagination. Martin had mentioned the driver before, and this time he specifically brought Kelly into the conversation. The Methodist Church is an old friend of ours. Kelly suddenly lowered her head, bit the straw of the water bottle in Louise's hand, and took a few sips of water. Louise knew Martin a little bit. I've done so many bad things that I'm always worried about being screwed. Martin didn't deny it, but his statement was more interesting. I'm yours, and I'll only be willing to be screwed by you. Kelly and Louise both giggled. The former was not only making waves, but also thinking about things. They may use you as a breakthrough point. Martin also had this guess, and said, they are really good at picking people, and they only pick on honest people to bully. He looked at Kelly. I don't understand the business and politics of the upper class, so I can only rely on you. How could Kelly, who was asked to find out the truth, believe such nonsense? She said, we are still the same as before. I will do high-end things and you will do low-end things. Martin achieved his goal and said, how low is it? Kelly just smiled but did not answer. Instead, she said, we are not isolated individuals, and Taylor is not the same. Without sufficient preparation and confidence, he will not take action. You should not be too eager for success. If you fail to deal with others, you will be dealt with by others. She thought about it for a while. You can be a bait that bites back at any time. Martin had an idea. I'll shoot you to cut the line. Kelly laughed. That depends on your performance. Okay, let's talk about the troubles and do happy things. Louise threw away the kettle, hugged Kelly, opened her mouth and bit her. Kelly turned back, her eyes full of pleading for help. She briefly broke free from Louise's grasp and cried, help me. The female CEO pleaded for help, and as an American hero, Martin, even after having just endured a fierce battle that afternoon, still rushed forward without hesitation. The next morning, Martin didn't wake up on time. Luckily, he didn't have a role to play in the morning. The continuous round-the-clock battles were terrifying. After all, one of the enemies always had a chance to rest. Martin, strong enough, was exhausted. On his way to the cafeteria for dinner, he ran into Julie. Julie whispered, teacher, I have a few questions for you. Can you come to my room after dinner and teach me? Martin, feeling confident now, was not susceptible to temptation and made an excuse. I have something important to do in Marietta soon, so I don't have time. Yesterday, Lily had called him and invited him to dinner. Martin naturally accepted. Julie nodded and said, I'll meet you at the trailer when we finish work this afternoon. It's a deal. Martin turned and headed for the seafood section of the cafeteria, where oysters seemed to be on display. After lunch and a short rest, Martin got into one of the cruise cars and headed for Marietta. Bruce followed closely behind, not too far behind. Martin made a couple of deliberate turns so Bruce didn't notice him. It was almost time for school to end, so Martin drove to Marietta High School and parked diagonally across from the school gate. Not long after, Lily emerged from the school, surrounded by 7 or 8 other girls. "I have something to do today, so you guys go?" She found Martin's car, strode over, knocked on the passenger window, opened the door, and got in. Martin pointed toward the school gate. "Are you the boss?" Lily's nose was almost raised. "Not to mention those bitches, even those boys. I can take care of whoever I want. You got money to treat?" Martin started the car, preparing to drive to Rosario's restaurant in downtown Marietta. Lily smiled and said, "I get a commission from selling stars. Those idiots who are in love will pay money just to spread the girls' legs." There were many cars parked on both sides of the road in front of the school. In one of the cars, Kyle praised, "Did you see that? Isn't she beautiful?" Sitting in the passenger seat was a black man, Shermer, an actor who grew up in Atlanta and later worked in Los Angeles. He couldn't help but say, "Her figure is no worse than Blake Lively, and her face is much prettier than Blake's." Kyle resentfully, "Martin Davis is a bastard." Shermer was a black actor from South City. "Has boss Taylor really decided to get him?" Kyle nodded. "Are you scared?" "Scared? People from South City don't know what fear is." Shermer didn't need to choose. His skin color and background determined that Tyler Perry was his backer. Martin Davis has no shortage of women. Does he really have this fetish? Kyle didn't know that Lily had just gotten into Martin's car. He just said, "Martin went to Los Angeles and had extremely close contact with this girl. Don't forget Blake." Taylor asked April, the lead actor of the Jeans crew, and April made it clear that his relationship with Blake was not normal. He retracted his gaze and looked at Shermer. "Find a way to lure him in." Shermer shook his head. "I'm not on the same crew as him, so I can't talk to him. He has a friend who's black, but he's a bit mentally unstable and hangs around with middle-aged and older women all the time." Kyle said, "It's not like you're going to act right now. The boss will give you plenty of time. I'll think it over." "I can't force it." Compared to his fellow South City rioters, Shermer was much smarter. He pondered for a while, then suddenly remembered someone who went to the same acting class as me in Los Angeles, and is an actor on Martin's crew. He said he has a good relationship with Martin. Maybe he could be a good choice. Kyle asked, "Is he suitable?" Shermer remembered the guy's mentioned quirks. "I'll try to trick him first. He's into young girls." Kyle understood and advised, "Keep calm, take your time, and don't alert them." "I understand." Shermer checked the time and said, "Take me to the film base. It's almost lunchtime. I'll go have lunch with him." Kyle started the car and left Marietta. Shermer returned to the film base just in time for lunch. In the restaurant, he easily found the overweight Pratt. They sat down at the same table, eating and chatting. Shermer deliberately steered the conversation towards Martin. "I heard someone said Martin and Julie got together yesterday." Pratt said, "You've been on a lot of sets, and it's not uncommon for male and female leads to get together." Shermer was envious. "It's great to be a star. Whether you sleep with men or women, you can always find the right one." "Hey, men." Pratt leaned back, wary. "You're not interested in men, are you?" Shermer said. "How could that be? I'm only interested in women." He sighed. "It's a shame. I haven't touched a woman in ages since I came here." Pratt was helpless. "Me too. Atlanta is so unfamiliar." Shermer smiled. "There's an Atlantan sitting right in front of you. Someday I'll take you out when I have time." "Sure," Pratt warned him. "Just don't take me to some shabby place." Shermer reminded him not to rush. A proper nightclub, of course. After dinner, the two of them made a plan to go out together after work that afternoon. Rosario Restaurant. Lily tucked into her delicious barbecue and asked Martin, "Are you really going to give Elena a house?" "No," Martin corrected forcefully. "I'm hiring her to be a part-time saint of the Coca-Cola cult. The house is her part-time salary for the next few years." Lily swallowed a barbecue and recommended herself. "Why did you choose Elena?" "I'm younger than her, and more suitable." Martin glanced at Lily and said, "Just focus on school and don't think about anything else." Lily muttered, "I want to be a saint." Martin casually replied, "Wait until you get to college. Anything Elena can do, I can do too." Lily's words lingered in her throat, but the barbecue in her mouth suppressed them. She had grown up, no longer the foul-mouthed girl. She also knew that people like that were not tolerated by mainstream society. As for the non-mainstream? Lily glanced at Martin. She remembered very clearly that Martin had once discussed with Elena that he didn't like women with tattoos, piercings, or drugs. Martin asked, You're a good sculptor. Do you want me to help you find a sculpting instructor? Lily thought for a moment and said, forget it for now. I'll talk about it after I get into college. She asked, quite interested, can I visit you on set this weekend? Looking at the beautiful girl across from him and then thinking of the perverts on the set, Martin shook his head firmly. Besides, he didn't have time. I'm leaving Atlanta the day after tomorrow for Los Angeles. Lily was quite surprised. Leaving so soon, Martin explained briefly, a movie I'm in, Summer of Jeans, is having its premiere this weekend, and according to my contract, I have to attend. The movie had become quite famous because of the Burbank High School incident and Martin's involvement, and Lily had heard about it. Okay, we'll talk when you get back. After dinner, Martin drove Lily to school and then returned to the studio to continue filming that afternoon. The scenes shot on the studio soundstage were mostly interiors. A few scenes set on the streets of New York City were shot using the increasingly popular green screen, with backgrounds replaced in post-production. After wrapping up in the afternoon, Martin and Julie entered the same trailer, and another special teaching session between teacher and student took place. Even though he was physically fit, he still felt a sense of dread about these 30-year-old women. Meanwhile, Julie had even urged Martin to call Louise or Kelly. Martin, not quite losing his cool, simply declined. As Martin prepared to return to Los Angeles, Julie wanted to go back, too. Most of her scenes were set with Martin, and filming was impossible without him. So, they simply boarded the same flight back to Los Angeles. Chapter 214 Full of Guilt. At Los Angeles International Airport, paparazzi, having received advance notice, gathered near the departure gate, waiting for news to hit them. Jody, wearing a Dodgers baseball cap backwards, waited with her camera dangling from her chest in a permitted filming area of the airport. She had received a call from Atlanta early that morning, a notification from an old acquaintance. The airport announcement announced the arrival of the target flight. After a while, passengers began to emerge from the VIP corridor. Jody grabbed her camera, ready to take photos. As Martin emerged from the corridor, she quickly clicked the shutter. Sure enough, there was news. Walking beside Martin was Angelina Jolie. The two didn't exchange much, more like partners and friends. Jolie, wearing a short trench coat, held a toddler boy in her left hand and a little girl in her right. She radiated a motherly love, as if her children meant everything to her. Martin hurried off, leaving Jolie alone to perform. They had a deep conversation on the plane coming in, and this time back in Los Angeles, Jolie was ready to take action. Martin left the terminal and got into the car Jessica was driving. He said, "Don't go back to the apartment yet. Let's go to the Four Seasons." As soon as they left the airport, paparazzi followed them. Martin, used to it, said to Bruce, "Keep an eye on the news about Jolie, it's bound to get out of hand," Bruce suggested. "Aniston is America's sweetheart, and you're America's hero. Why don't you just take Aniston down?" Martin didn't bother to pay attention to Bruce. He was several levels below Aniston in terms of celebrity. He asked Jessica, "Has anything special happened recently?" Jessica knew Martin was asking about him personally and said, "No, everything is normal." Entering the Beverly Hills, the car quickly stopped at the hotel entrance. Martin and Bruce entered the hotel together, checked in, and then went to the elevator to meet two people emerging, Anne Hathaway and her agent, Maha. They both stopped in their tracks. Martin was very graceful, nodding at Annie and Maha. "What a coincidence." Maha, a smooth-talking agent, smiled and replied, "Long time no see, Martin." Annie's eyes fell on Martin's face. She wanted to leave immediately, but she couldn't move her feet. She whispered, "Can we chat for a while?" "Sure." Martin left the elevator and went to the adjacent cafe, finding a quiet spot to sit down. Annie followed him in alone and sat across from Martin. In just over 2 months, this man had become a national hero, not only receiving the Golden Key of the Los Angeles citizenship, but also rumored to be receiving the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Annie felt bad, but that wasn't the main reason. A few days ago, Annie read in the newspaper that Wanted had begun filming in Atlanta, with a public production budget of $65 million. Martin was not only the male lead, but also the production manager, clearly securing funding. And then there was the cast of The Departed, with Martin playing the second male lead and bringing in funding. That was a film directed by Scorsese. And whispered, "I saw on the news that you were filming in Atlanta." Martin said frankly, "Yes, I was filming Wanted, and I came back to attend a premiere this time," and raised her head and stared at Martin. "Why did you lie to me?" Everything was going well. Why did you say that the investors gave up investing? Martin was surprised. When did I tell you that the investors gave up investing? He deliberately recalled. I never said that, and remembered that Martin had never told her in person, but at this moment, she was indignant and said directly, that morning, Bruce came to the room, and I heard what you said to him. Martin tried to recall. I remember that on the day you said you wanted to break up, I was going to audition for the crew of The Departed, and I asked Bruce to help me rehearse and further familiarize myself with the audition scenes so that I could go to the crew for a second audition. Even though Anne thought she was very smart and did things in a set, she never expected such a situation to happen, and she was stunned. She couldn't believe it. Is everything you said true? Martin said. In order to check the performance, I asked Old Bull to bring a camera. We specially filmed it at the time. Old Bull read the lines with a temporary script. If you want to see the video, I'll let Old Bull find it. Annie lowered her head slightly, but just as her head lowered, she raised it again and asked, why didn't you explain to me? Martin looked helpless. You said you wanted to break up with me, but you didn't tell me the reason. How can I explain it? Annie thought to herself, I can't tell you that I'm breaking up with you because you have no future in life, right? I'm not such a materialistic person. Martin continued, I called you, and you hung up the first time and turned off your phone. Later, you changed your number. He asked, what can I do? Annie was very upset. She actually gave up on such a high-quality stock on her own initiative. How stupid. Thinking of Martin's current fame and career, she tried to make amends. I misunderstood you. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, Martin immediately interrupted her. I'm sorry, Annie, everything is over. I've been through the shooting, and I'm physically and mentally exhausted. I just want to be alone and quiet. I don't want to talk about love for the time being. Annie still wanted to make amends. Martin seemed deeply hurt, and walked out lonely and dejected. Annie's eyes were red, and she was filled with guilt. She murmured, I'm sorry. She watched Martin walk away, turned around and disappeared, with only one thought in her mind. I failed this relationship. Martin returned to the hotel lobby and joined Bruce upstairs. Entering the suite, Bruce couldn't help but ask curiously, did Annie ask for a reconciliation? I refused, and you put all the blame on her. Making a princess admit her guilt was something most people couldn't do. Sitting on the sofa, Martin asked, did I go to extremes this time? Not so bad. In the past, Bruce would have already let out all sorts of nasty words, but this time was different. Compared to those perverts on the crew, you're a jerk with much higher standards and principles. For example, Morgan Freeman has a well-managed public image, and his acting and character are highly praised. Bruce packed his bags and told Martin, I'm going out tonight. Martin replied, meet your Kardashians. Perhaps having seen so many perverts on the set, Bruce felt justified and at ease. Back in Los Angeles, Martin finally had a break, a hot bath, and a good night's sleep. Being a male celebrity isn't easy either. After all, it's much harder to get erect at any time than to spread your legs. Martin slept so soundly that night that he didn't even hear Blake Lively call him. The next day, Bruce woke up to news of Jolie and Pitt in all the entertainment newspapers he brought back. Jolie's focus on motherly love was undeniable, like a saintly figure. Pitt remained steadfast in his longing for family and children. The publicity campaign, interrupted by the Burbank High School incident, was revived, forcing a strong image. With just over a month until the release of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, this was the last chance. At a farm owned by Jolie in the Los Angeles suburbs, reporters and photographers from Warner Brothers People magazine were busy setting up the location. Their editor-in-chief had struck a deal with Jolie and Warner Brothers executives, securing a series of exclusives. Jolie emerged from the cabin with her children. She held her newly adopted son and played with him. No script was needed. Jolie had the talent to make these scenes come alive. Furthermore, her photographers were highly skilled, always capturing the most captivating moments. After a while of filming, a minibus drove up. Brad Pitt was the first to get out. Then he greeted a dozen orphans aboard and asked them to get out in an orderly fashion. Then, he and the children joined Jolie. The theme of the day's shoot was family and children. After snapping many photos, with Jolie's careful guidance, the photographer captured a picture of Pitt enjoying himself with her and their two children. It was perfect for the cover. After the shoot, someone took the children on a farm tour, and People magazine's chief reporter arrived to interview Jolie and Pitt, who love children. Jolie was in full control. Finally, the interview concluded, and the People staff left first. Jolie had been busy, and after a long wait, Pitt finally found a chance to truly sit down and chat. "Should we go to your place or mine?" he asked specifically. "We haven't been together in months," Jolie replied. "It's not convenient for me these past few days, and I have the kids to look after." She planned to force Aniston and Pitt to divorce, so Pitt had almost lost his appeal in her eyes. "What we're doing now affects our future. Every step is crucial. Let's be cautious," Pitt agreed. "For our future," Jolie had long since broken with him. "We're being patient for now, so we can't afford any accidents right now," Pitt nodded. "I understand. Let's wait until this period is over," Jolie smiled. "Keep in touch." Pitt got into his car and drove off. He made a phone call midway, intending to return to see his regular housekeeper. Housekeepers, nannies, cleaners, and the like had always been his favorites. After Pitt's car left the farm, Jolie pulled out her phone and called Martin. As soon as the call was connected, she smiled and asked, "Mr. Martin, are you free? I'd like to come to your class." Upon receiving a response, Jolie immediately dumped her 2 adopted children with a nanny, drove the nanny's car straight to Beverly Hills, and checked into the Four Seasons Hotel alone. After a night of replenishing his ammunition, Martin had regained his firepower. Jolie left alone in the afternoon because Martin was leaving. This afternoon, the premiere of The Summer of Jeans was held at the Sunshine Cinema in Los Angeles. This youth film will be released in major theaters across North America during the second weekend of the summer season. Chapter 215 Fanatic. The red carpet at the Sunshine Theater was almost entirely occupied by Martin's fans, holding aloft banners and placards as densely packed as the vegetation of a tropical rainforest. Generally, young people tend to follow their idols, especially those who admire films like Jeans, but a large group of middle-aged and elderly people also adorned the red carpet. They held up specially crafted posters and banners. "Martin, you're a hero, support the hero of Los Angeles." Like me, Martin had become a beloved figure for some middle-aged and elderly people. Among these people were also fanatics. The Burbank High School incident had truly made Martin famous and expanded his public influence. So, when Martin exited the car and walked onto the red carpet, the atmosphere erupted like a tsunami. Screams and shouts, even cries of joy, flooded the air. The latter were from those middle-aged and elderly supporters, who felt that it was truly remarkable for Martin to overcome the pain and trauma and return to public life. Martin waved to both sides frequently. As he reached the middle of the red carpet, he spotted a white-haired elderly woman. This was the same woman who had comforted him at the entrance of Burbank High School. Martin immediately walked over, opened his arms, and embraced the old woman. Thank you for comforting me," Martin said with genuine emotion, as if it were true. "You helped me truly move on." The old woman smiled and said to Martin, "I'm glad you made it." Martin turned and beckoned the media to take a picture of him and the old woman. The photographers snapped away. Martin returned to the red carpet and, nearing the media area, encountered a group of die-hard fans, led by Rachel and Phoebe. With Jessica's help, the group had prepared a special gift. Rachel, directing the group, shouted, "Begin!" Hundreds of fans simultaneously pulled out cans of Coca-Cola, opened them one after another, raised their glasses to Martin, and drank together. "Cult of Coca-Cola," Emily, who was among the crowd, shouted loudly, and both sides of the red carpet erupted in excitement. "Cult of Coca-Cola," leader Martin. Similar screams echoed endlessly. Martin simply walked over, took an unopened can of Coke from Rachel, opened it, and took 2 sips. He then handed the can to Bruce and walked into the media area. Since receiving the golden key to honorary citizenship of Los Angeles, Martin had rarely appeared in public. At this moment, a swarm of reporters gathered around him. But Martin only accepted interviews with official media outlets designated by the production crew. The interviewer was an acquaintance, Helen from Warner Brothers. She asked, "How does it feel to be a cult leader?" Martin replied seriously, "I have no idea how to be one." Helen then asked, "Can I join the cult of Coke?" Martin waved, and Bruce immediately handed Helen a bottle of Coke. He gave it to Helen. "You're in." Helen couldn't help but laugh. There was another commotion on the red carpet as Blake Lively strode into the media area. Helen immediately pulled her over and asked, "How does it feel to play a couple with Martin in this film?" Blake's gaze fixed on Martin. "You can't imagine how lucky I am. It's like fate has blessed us. Martin and I are a natural rapport. We have a rapport and are on the same page, no matter what we do or say." Her smug comments were direct and blunt. "Martin is my idol. I desperately hope to work with him again, in every way." Helen thought to herself, "You're almost kissing him." Martin ended the interview just in time and stood with Blake in front of the backdrop for a photo. Blake reached out and clasped Martin's arm tightly. Camera flashes flashed continuously. In that era, aesthetics were still quite normal. Everyone liked to see beautiful men and beautiful women. A few minutes later, the two entered the theater. Still holding Martin's arm, Blake asked as they walked, "I called you last night, but you didn't answer." Martin replied, "I was so exhausted from the flight that I fell asleep as soon as I got to the hotel." "I slept so soundly?" Blake, concerned, asked, "Working too hard? You need to get enough rest." "Yeah, it's exhausting," Martin thought. How could he not be tired? With several juicers lined up, even a steelman would be crushed into molten iron. He felt rather helpless. "There's always so much to do. At this stage in my life, I can't afford to relax. If I don't keep moving forward, I'll fall behind." Blake understood the pressures of the industry and wanted to help Martin relieve them, but after thinking it over, she felt it wasn't appropriate. Unsure what to say, she tightened her grip on Martin's arm. As they approached the theater entrance, she remembered something important and invited him in advance. "My 18th birthday is in late August. Can you come to my party?" Martin vowed. "I swear to God, I'll be there." They entered the theater lobby, greeted the rest of the crew, and took seats next to each other. The main cast and crew began to arrive. The three female leads, April, America, and Alexis, came to express their gratitude to Martin. They were among the 16 people he directly saved. After the Burbank High School incident, the relationship between the four female leads, including Blake and April, improved significantly. At least privately, they stopped arguing with each other and became a bit like close sisters. Perhaps with the passage of time and personal growth, they'll realize that the minor conflicts on set were nothing. As they get older, who knows how many more hands will reach out to fight them. After the crew and the press concluded their usual interaction, the film officially began screening. This is a film about a young girl's friendship. Although Martin's scenes have been increased compared to the original cut, his limited role doesn't overshadow the story. No mistakes. The four girls, bound together by their genes, embody four stories: truth, first love, first loss, and first facing tragedy, situations many are currently experiencing or have experienced. A film that resonates with its target audience is undoubtedly a success. Furthermore, Martin's fame has made the film a household name. Those who came to see it for Martin won't be disappointed. Every shot he captures is stunningly handsome, perfect for desktop wallpaper. Some in the audience exclaimed, "This movie is worth the price of admission just to see Martin and Blake." Blake Lively is now at the most alluring age for a blonde, white woman. Even with her naturally mature appearance, she still manages to look youthful. As for Martin, his charisma shone brightly in his brief appearance, making it impossible to ignore him. So, when the credits rolled, the audience erupted in applause. The entire creative crew stood and clapped. Hearing the thunderous applause, Blake turned back, embraced Martin, and asked, "We did it, didn't we?" Martin replied, "We definitely will." The premiere was over and the audience left one after another. The main creative staff of the crew were also preparing to leave. Blake said goodbye to Martin and, accompanied by her agent, came to the main entrance of the theater. As soon as they went out, a large number of fans surrounded them and asked for autographs. The entertainment reporters and paparazzi nearby raised their cameras to take pictures. Blake was panicked for a moment at first, but under the protection of her agent and several security personnel, she quickly calmed down, took a signature pen, and signed autographs for the fans. Everyone was surrounding her. This feeling of being the center of the world would make those who were new to it intoxicated. When she got in the car, fans were still blocking the front and back of the car, shouting Blake's name. The paparazzi nearby also caught up. Blake suddenly felt that college was meaningless, and what she wanted was a life like tonight. The success of a film will change a person's choices and destiny. Martin returned to the Four Seasons Hotel and just entered the suite when she received a call from Blake Lively. "I've made a decision." Blake wanted to share this with Martin right away. "As long as this film is successful, I won't apply for college anymore. I want to be a star like you." Martin didn't say anything biased, just replied, "Talk to your family about it." Blake said, "I'm home, I'll call you tomorrow." Martin put away his phone, thinking that he could have a good sleep tonight, but the phone rang again. It was Wes Craven calling, and the old man invited Martin to go wash his face together. Of course, Martin would not refuse. After a simple modification, he went to the side door of the hotel, waited for a slightly shabby commercial vehicle to come, and got in the car. Agia and Zomi were there, and the four of them went straight to their old place. It was another refreshing night. At daybreak, Blake came down from upstairs, sent her brother Eric out, and bought a bunch of newspapers and magazines. She didn't have time to eat breakfast, so she went back to the room with the newspapers and looked for news about jeans in the summer. This is a good movie that can really make people happy. Several young actors in the film have shown excellent acting skills. The New York Times review made Blake very happy. The Hollywood Reporter praised the two actors. When Martin and Blake appear together, the film always becomes particularly charming. After reading some newspapers and statistics, Blake called Martin, and when the call was connected, she couldn't wait to say, "Martin, have you seen it?" The media reviews are all positive, and the film has a good reputation. On the other end of the phone, Martin spoke with a breath, "Yes, the reputation of jeans is very good, and the box office will not be bad. Blake, you are going to be famous." As a bootlicker, Blake thought she was familiar with all aspects of the male god. Martin's voice was obviously abnormal, and she couldn't help asking, "Your voice is a bit strange. Are you sick? You must be punished." Martin let go of his hand, and increased the strength and speed at the same time. Julie became even more excited, and even fell into a frenzy. "Tell me, how many women have I cheated on? I recommend this book. You don't understand the joy of being a director." Synopsis: Director, I want to make a movie. Oh, stand up and talk. The Ground is cold, an entertainment novel with multiple female protagonists, including Sissy, Mimi, and Gal Gadot. Currently, the protagonist is developing in Hollywood. Chapter 216, 3 years, 15 million. On Saturday, at the Four Seasons Hotel, in the long-term private room of the Weinstein Company, Harvey, like most producers in the industry, kept abreast of the latest film statistics. This week, another film he was particularly interested in was released. Harvey found the name of the summer of jeans in Friday's box office statistics. It had grossed $7.75 million on its first day in North America, placing it second only to Star Wars, Episode 3, which opened on the first weekend of May. Warner Brothers announced the cast, with Martin Davis as the lead actor. So, was his film destined for another success? Harvey thought back to the young actor he'd once spoken to. There had been no disrespect in his words, seemingly respectful, but what was the reality? Martin Davis's agent had turned him down. While polite, a refusal was a refusal. This irritated Harvey and also undermined his promise to Matt Damon. The bathroom door opened from the inside, and Meryl Streep, clad in pajamas, came over. She leaned over and kissed Harvey's plump cheek, then moved over to sit on the sofa across from him. Although she is over 50, Meryl takes good care of herself and looks only about 40. Harvey asked, "When are you leaving?" Meryl said, "I'm on a flight this afternoon. I have a family and I'm going back to New York to be a good wife and a good mother." Harvey stared at her for a while and asked, "Are you still in touch with Jack Nicholson?" Meryl didn't answer, but asked, "Why are you asking?" "Jack joined the crew of Scorsese's The Departed," Harvey said directly. "Do you know Martin Davis?" "He is also in the crew of The Departed," Meryl guessed. "That Los Angeles hero?" "He's a small actor and he offended you," Harvey said. "Please tell Jack to help me not to let Martin Davis get too comfortable in the crew of The Departed. Matt Damon will cooperate with him." Meryl lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "I get together with Jack a few times a year. Old friends always need some special ways to maintain their relationship. I will convey your message to Jack, but you know him, he has a very strange temper, and I can't guarantee anything." She was curious, is it worth it for a small star? He's no ordinary little star. He's able to attract investment, and he has Pacific Pictures backing him, Harvey had recently learned. Warner Brothers also values him. Meryl exhaled her cigarette and, without further questioning, turned to ask, "What about the next Oscar you promised me?" "Be patient." Harvey's chubby face trembled with a smile. "I'm looking for the right project. I'll definitely deliver on my promise." Meryl stubbed out her cigarette, stood up, and unbuttoned her pajamas. She wanted to get Harvey Weinstein involved, especially on an Oscar-related matter, so she had to be polite. 2 hours later, Meryl, now made up, left Harvey's long-term room and took the elevator downstairs. 2 floors down, the elevator stopped and opened, and Julie entered alone. The two glanced at each other, neither paying attention. Experienced and expert, Meryl could still detect a similar scent from Julie, the tang of infidelity. It was something you could only sense, not describe. Meryl muttered, "Which producer did this slut just spend time with?" The elevator opened, and the two left the hotel separately. Half an hour later, Martin left the hotel and got into Bruce's car, heading to Caltech for a promotional event for the film. While the Gene's primary audience is teenagers, they've received positive reviews from both audiences and the media. The former received an A from CS, and the latter received an average score of 73 from MTC. Furthermore, Martin and Blake's striking looks have garnered widespread support from those who favor appearances over appearances. These days, looks still hold sway in the market. If a fat, dark, and ugly person were to be the spokesperson, the product would collapse. The era of superheroes wouldn't truly begin for another decade. Although Martin didn't engage in any special promotional activities, he continued to fully cooperate with the production team and distributors in normal activities. Warner Brothers had positioned him as the leading actor, and he naturally benefited from the film's success. On its second day of release, The Genes maintained similar popularity to the previous day, grossing $8.07 million in North America. On Saturday night, Martin treated Blake to dinner at an upscale restaurant in Pasadena. The waiter brought the dishes and poured them drinks. Blake was very excited. "Did you see that? Those people surrounded me and asked for autographs. I just took a photo with them and they were so happy that they went crazy." Martin raised his glass. "Congratulations on becoming famous." Blake clinked glasses with him. His head was not dizzy. "I have been affected by your good luck, Martin. Without you, the performance of this movie may have been reduced by half." Martin asked casually, "Who said that?" Blake did not hide it. Director Kappas and several executives of Warner Brothers said so. "They said that you and the shooting added value to the film." Thinking of the danger of Burbank Middle School at that time, Martin sighed. "I would rather not have any additional benefits than encounter such a thing again. Who the hell wants to face the muzzle of a gun?" Blake forked up a piece of greens and ate, lamenting, "We can't reach the top of the box office." Martin smiled and reassured, "It can't be helped. Last weekend, Star Wars, Episode 3 opened. Even the following weekend, we couldn't compete with Anakin." Blake envied him. "Martin, you've already reached the top of the box office twice, and I haven't even had one." Martin said, "Take your time, don't rush." George Lucas's declared Star Wars, The Endgame would be a veritable bomb. Anyone familiar with the North American film market would know how powerful it was. But Genes still managed to pull in a decent box office performance thanks to the lingering influence of Star Wars. Monday, Atlanta, Coca-Cola headquarters, unrelated sentence fragment removed. Thomas, accompanied by his assistant Natasha, once again entered the conference room for negotiations. Justin, the specialist in charge of the negotiations, was waiting inside. The two sides shook hands and sat at their respective sides of the conference table, preparing for a new round of talks. Thomas spoke first. "I've brought some new information, and I'd appreciate your review." Justin nodded. "Sure." Natasha opened her laptop, connected it to the projector, and opened a document. The information was immediately projected onto the silver-white screen. Thomas pointed a laser pointer at the screen and said, "This past weekend, my client, Martin Davis, starred in Summer of Genes, which opened in North America. It grossed $20.87 million in its first weekend, a resounding success." Justin had already seen the relevant news and statistics. Martin Davis's upward trajectory continued, and his influence would be even greater in the future. Thomas then clicked on an excerpt from an interview. Warner Brothers executives said that Martin's personal influence contributed to the North American box office success of the first weekend, at least a third. He gestured to Natasha. Natasha switched to the next page, which was primarily filled with images, including photos and videos from the Genes premiere. She clicked on the video, and immediately a chaotic chorus of voices filled the air. Coke Cult Master." In the video, Martin stood on the red carpet, his voice echoing incessantly. Hundreds of fans pulled out their Coca-Cola bottles and held them aloft in tribute to Martin, the leader of the Coca-Cola cult. After the video ended, Natasha clicked her mouse again, and the screen switched to screenshots of internet forums and news reports. These were filled with various online and media commentary and gossip about the Coca-Cola cult. Although the Coca-Cola cult never truly took off, it's widely recognized, and Martin's reputation has spread throughout America. Thomas felt confident and spoke with exceptional assurance. "Another point, Martin is only 24 years old. His career is just beginning, and he'll only rise to new heights over the next 3 years. Justin, seemingly oblivious to Thomas's words, stared at the projection screen and said, "The Coca-Cola cult is truly fascinating." Thomas smiled and said, "No one could have imagined that Martin's unintentional act would have such a profound impact." He then shifted back to the topic of the negotiation. For someone as special as Martin to Coca-Cola, and a star widely considered to have a bright future, isn't a 3-year, $15 million endorsement worth it? Actually, that figure wasn't above Coca-Cola's ceiling. Justin opened his laptop and once again browsed the various online news stories about Martin. He received mostly positive reviews, demonstrating his excellent public image. As for Anne Hathaway's die-hard fans' accusations of Martin's alleged infidelity and philandering, as long as it didn't involve breaking the law, that wasn't a problem for celebrity endorsements. On the contrary, if he could create nationwide gossip like big-name stars like Leonardo DiCaprio, they'd even help him push him from behind the scenes. Justin went to see Martin's future plans. Coca-Cola had consulted with experts at CS.com. Wanted, currently filming in Atlanta, was backed by this year's major events, so unless things went too badly, the chances of success were very high. His next project was the second male lead in The Departed, opposite Leonardo DiCaprio. Even Justin, an outsider, knew the chances of success were far higher than failure. He also had the Presidential Medal of Freedom to receive in July. In other words, even if Martin Davis ran into bad luck in the next 2 or 3 years, the chances of his downfall were slim. Justin said, without hesitation, "We'll accept a 3-year, $15 million endorsement." Thomas breathed a sigh of relief. The crucial point had been agreed. He stood up and shook hands with Justin across from him. "Look, we're reaching more and more consensus." Justin shook his hands vigorously. "I hope the next one will go as smoothly as today." The most difficult point was discussed, but it didn't mean the end. There were still dozens of other small items to discuss. For an agent like Thomas from a professional agency, even the time of Martin's appearance and the car he took when he appeared at the Coca-Cola event had to be specified in the terms of the contract. "My wife and daughter are no longer feverish, so I don't need to take care of them. I can concentrate on writing today." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Russians. The following week, Martin and the film crew attended a film forum event in Los Angeles to continue promoting the film. At the event, he met Kenneth Turan, a critic from the Los Angeles Times and a member of the Los Angeles Film Critics Association. The two found a quiet place to chat alone. "I've seen your new film, and the character is too superficial." Kenneth Turan was very optimistic about Martin, a new actor, but he was very disappointed with the new film and the new role, and pointed out directly, "This character only acts cool and has no spirituality." This is one of the top critics in Los Angeles, so Martin was very humble and looked like he was learning. "I know, I realized these problems during the filming." Kenneth Turan was quite satisfied to see that he listened, and reminded him, "In your last role, your performance was explosive and you could control it freely, which is very rare." As a critic, he felt that he needed to remind a very talented actor to take the right path. Young actors should be more patient and hone their acting skills on roles and movies with depth. Martin said very seriously, "This is what I thought too, so I tried my best to get the second male lead in director Scorsese's new film. It is a very complicated role, a two-faced man." Kenneth Turan remembered the related news he had read and nodded. Martin also wanted to gain support from the critics, and specifically explained, "I was born in the slums and my financial situation was very poor. The little salary I earned from the Wax Museum was all invested in personal training. I took accent lessons at Paramount Pictures, and the price was so high that it made me vomit blood." He was helpless. "In order to have better development, I can only keep investing in myself. During that time, even rent was almost a problem. I had to solve the economic crisis first. If I couldn't even stand on my own feet, I couldn't concentrate on acting." Kenneth Turan understood that artists also have to make a living, and he quite agreed with Martin's words. "It is indeed difficult for young people to start their careers." "I understand." Martin automatically switched to his specially practiced accent, in order to prepare for the role directed by Scorsese. I specially practiced a Boston accent and went to the BPD to experience life on the ground for more than 20 days. Kenneth Turan could hear that Martin was indeed using a standard Boston accent, and couldn't help but encourage, "I very much look forward to you taking further steps in character creation." Martin said, "I will give 200% effort." After he left, Martin breathed a sigh of relief. Playing a character with such high artistic aspirations was somewhat tiring. It wasn't like playing a pervert, a double-faced person, or a despicable person, which he could easily pull off. Bruce, who had been following behind, came over and whispered, "Your acting skills are improving." Martin said, "I'm still not high enough. I need some critics to cheer me on." He glanced at Kenneth Turan as he walked away and said, "Try to learn about the interests of some of the most famous critics in Los Angeles, Kenneth Turan, Todd McCarthy of The Hollywood Reporter, and Courtney Howard of Variety." Bruce had been with Martin in Hollywood for a year and a half and was fully aware of the workings of the industry. He understood Martin's intention. Preparing for the role in Scorsese's film, Martin was shameless. "If the critics don't praise me, how can others understand my hard work and excellence?" The event ended and the two of them walked out. Bruce deliberately asked, "What if they like men?" Martin patted his shoulder hard. "I have a tough guy like Bruce. Who dares to challenge me?" Bruce said, "You've completely lost your temper." Getting in the car, Martin checked the time. "Let's find a place to have lunch. I have an important appointment this afternoon." He picked up a newspaper, saw the entertainment section, and said, "Oh, here we go." That week, multiple media outlets simultaneously revealed that Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston were experiencing a relationship crisis, with Brad Pitt having moved out of their Beverly Hills love nest. The conflict between the two stemmed from Aniston's miscarriage last year. It was basically about how Pitt valued family and children, while Aniston, despite Pitt's objections, insisted on having an abortion. The blame was placed entirely on Aniston. Bruce couldn't stand it. "You're bullying an honest man," Martin said frankly. "If I could get the role purely based on my acting skills, and success solely based on the quality of the film, I'd never do anything bad. I'd like to be a good person, but the environment in Hollywood won't allow it." "You're absolutely right." Bruce, having heard his old friend's shameless remarks so often, decided to join in. "So, it's not us who are bad, it's the world." Martin snapped his fingers. "Old Bruce, your ideological awareness has finally improved." That afternoon, at a cafe near LAPD headquarters, Martin met with LAPD Public Relations Director McClane. McClane shook his hand and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations on another hit film." Martin smiled and said, "Without you helping me get the golden key, I wouldn't have achieved this. I'll never forget the help the LAPD has given me." McClane smiled, as he was being nice. "If you get into trouble in Los Angeles, feel free to call me. I won't be polite to you." Martin knew very well that such favors should not be used lightly, but only when they mattered. McClane got to the point. "I've asked you to meet today because of a few things. Since it involves you, I need to explain." Martin asked, "Is it related to Burbank High School?" "Yes, it's directly related," McClane explained. "One of the two gunmen we captured was critically injured and died after several days of treatment. The news will be published after the next LAPD press conference." Martin felt no burden, nor was he chastised. In that situation, if he hadn't acted ruthlessly, he would have been the one to fall. He asked, "Will I be in trouble?" McClane said, "No, legally. But you should be careful about the Russians." While you were in Atlanta, the LAPD launched a special operation targeting Russians, essentially wiping them out. He smiled. "It will be difficult for the Russian mafia to survive in Los Angeles in the next few years. They won't have the guts to retaliate against you. The immediate family members of those three men have all been arrested, and it's unlikely they'll be released within 15 years. Martin heard the key to his words. "Is the problem outside of Los Angeles? Those Russians living in America are not stupid and will not do anything reckless. You are not an ordinary person, and they cannot afford the consequences. They also have families and friends, and the authorities will not allow them to do anything reckless." McClane emphasized one situation. The gunman who died recently was Andre, who was shot in the head by you with coke. His grandfather was also involved in illegal criminal organizations in Russia. The LAPD is incompetent, and that side is not ordinary either. It is impossible to put pressure on them to cooperate in handing over the person. Martin understood. "In other words, the Russians coming from overseas may be bad for me," McClane said. "It's just possible. The powerful America will keep them out of customs. No mistake in one poem, one post, one content, one book, one forum. Martin simply listened and said, "I'll be more careful." McLean then specifically warned, "For the time being, it's best you avoid Russia, or even Eastern Europe." Martin nodded. "I won't joke with my own safety," he said, thanking him. "Thank you, Mike," McLean said, "you're a hero in Los Angeles. We won't tolerate anyone harming you." If Russians were to harm Martin on LAPD territory, it would be a slap in the face of the LAPD. He added, "The LAPD only has jurisdiction in downtown Los Angeles. We've also notified the FBI." Martin took the meeting seriously and asked, "I'd like to apply for a concealed carry permit." "Is that easy?" McLean said, "Given your situation, it shouldn't be a problem. I'll send you the form and you can fill it out and return it to me." Martin replied, "No problem." McLean then added, "I'm planning to film an official promotional video for the LAPD, but it hasn't been finalized yet." Martin said politely, "Call me if you need anything." The meeting was more harmonious, and both parties left. After getting in the car, Bruce warned Martin, "There are a lot of crazy people in the Russian mafia, so be careful." Martin said bluntly, "Tell Thomas to turn down any future trips to Eastern Europe and Russia." He sought Bruce's opinion. "Should we hire a few bodyguards?" Bruce considered it briefly and said, "Two will do. First, the cost is higher, and second, if a situation arises, they won't rush to protect you from bullets. They'll just stay around as a warning." Martin understood, being a bodyguard is a job. You need to be alive to survive. Movies aren't reality. How could someone earning a few $1,000s a month risk their life? Bruce contacted WMA. There are security companies in Hollywood that specialize in providing services for celebrities. While they might not be as good in other areas, they're particularly adept at detecting stalkers because they work with celebrities. Before leaving Get Off Work that day, WMA forwarded news that the Civilian Service Awards Committee in Washington had submitted nominations for the Presidential Medal of Freedom to the White House, and they had been approved by President Bush. Martin's name was on the list. The award ceremony would be held at the White House on Independence Day. Martin's agency also asked you if you would attend this year's Saturn Awards. Martin has been nominated for Best Actor. It's an award he can't possibly win, considering Jim Carrey, Tom Cruise, Will Smith, and Johnny Depp are also nominated. Martin is self-aware and hasn't done anything to promote his nomination. He even didn't mention it when he was washing his face with Wes Craven. Due to a scheduling conflict with his filming in Atlanta, Martin will not be attending the awards ceremony. This is the third update today. Please vote. Chapter 218 Martin's Advantages. Los Angeles' fervor in May couldn't compare to the explosive gossip in Hollywood. Following the Burbank High School incident in April, another Hollywood story went viral, capturing the attention of the American public. The latest issue of People magazine broke the news that Brad Pitt and Jennifer Aniston were about to divorce, with Pitt settling for Angelina Jolie. The cover featured a photo of Pitt and his family. The accompanying cover story, In the Name of Children and Family, pinned all the blame on Aniston for not wanting children. The production team of Mr. and Mrs. Smith also surreptitiously contributed to this. On the increasingly influential internet, gossip articles were even widely circulated. Children. During their 5 years of marriage, Pitt always wanted children, but Aniston refused. She sacrificed family for her career, ultimately leading to the breakdown of their relationship. Don't expect a media to have integrity, a stance, or a sense of justice. At times like these, they were only interested in profiting from the misfortune of others. This isn't a political event, but rather entertainment gossip that the public enjoys. The exposure and curiosity generated by the lead actors can effectively drive commercial success for a film. Fox, which invested heavily in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, heavily favored Pitt and Jolie in its coverage. Jolie was a devoted mother, and Pitt was a devoted family man. Naturally, the only one hurt was Aniston. She cut the Gordian knot and publicly announced her divorce from Pitt, making her famous statement about marriage, "I wanted a deeply committed relationship, but he had the right to choose otherwise, so he chose to break up." Aniston's voluntary withdrawal did little to quell public opinion. This shocking gossip even spread beyond Europe and the United States, sparking discussion on the internet across the Pacific. It seemed the coolest couple had come together, and even their starring role in Mr. and Mrs. Smith was attracting significant attention. Have you checked out the online forums? In the room of the Four Seasons Hotel, Martin looked at a movie forum and said to Julie, who was walking back and forth, "There is a survey on the recently released movies. The number of people who want to watch Mr. and Mrs. Smith has increased more than 10 times compared to last week. Judging from my limited experience, the box office of the movie will not be bad." Julie turned around and walked towards Martin, disarming herself as she walked. "Teacher, it's all because of your good teaching. I couldn't do it without you teaching me." Martin knew very well that it was impossible for him to establish a normal relationship with this slut, so he was straightforward. "Classmate, how are you going to repay the teacher?" Julie knelt in front of Martin. Her hand reached forward and grabbed the belt buckle, but she didn't move further. Instead, she said, "Teacher, can you give Louise, Kelly or Blake a call? Even Annie will do, please. Please give them a call quickly." Martin said, "When you ask for help, you should have the attitude and posture to ask for help." Julie understood instantly and went to unbuckle her belt, but her cell phone rang at this time. She didn't want to answer it, but when she glanced at it, she saw that the caller was actually Pitt. "Teacher, it's Brad Pitt. Should I answer the phone?" She leered at Martin, her words seductively squinting. Martin, a man of integrity, wondered how he could do such a perverted thing. "Your business, decide for yourself," she said. Jolie answered, "It's me." "What's up?" Brad Pitt asked. "I'm at your door. You're not home. The paparazzi are harassing the kids, and they're keeping them quiet." Jolie, ever the loving mother, used her child as a shield. "I've temporarily moved to a hotel until I return to Atlanta." Brad Pitt asked, "Which hotel are you at?" "I'll see you." Aniston had already announced her divorce from Brad Pitt, and in Jolie's eyes, Brad Pitt was completely unattractive. "Do you want to bring the reporters and paparazzi over?" "Just to keep the kids quiet. They've been scared by the reporters lately." Brad Pitt, still remembering his child-loving persona, replied, "Okay, we'll talk when you get back from Atlanta." The call ended, and Jolie, visibly excited, opened her mouth wide and pounced like a wolf. Martin, ever the honest man, silently endured the perverted onslaught. It's not easy to fit into the Hollywood world. The next day, the public opinion was still raging, and the popularity of Mr. and Mrs. Smith was skyrocketing. Martin attended the final promotional event for the jeans and met the two bodyguards selected by Bruce and WMA. Duke and Murphy, in their 30s, were plain-looking, with clean backgrounds. Professionally trained, they were adept at spotting stalkers, making them a highly sought-after type of bodyguard in Hollywood. Normally, celebrities' biggest annoyances are stalkers like paparazzi and rabid fans. The former are manageable, but the latter are truly terrifying. Deep love inevitably leads to bloodshed. Duke and Murphy's daily routine was to follow Martin from a distance, checking for any signs of trouble. Before returning to the Atlanta set, Martin made a special trip back to his North Hollywood apartment. The portly Antonio sat under a rooftop umbrella, sipping an ice cold cola through a straw. A tenant was handing over his keys in front of him. As he left, his gait resembled Scott's. Martin waited for the tenant to come downstairs before approaching. Antonio pushed a can of Coke towards him. "Please enjoy it, master." Martin opened the can, took a sip, and said, "I envy you. You enjoy life every day. You're not bad either. You've made it this far without using the business card I gave you," Antonio said cheerfully, gesturing towards the stairs. "That guy just now went to Dr. Hyena multiple times, but to no avail. He had no choice but to leave Los Angeles." Martin knew he was referring to the proctologist. "It cost me a lot, too, at least tens of billions." Antonio thought of the two women who had come to the apartment to sing and said, "If you didn't receive tens of billions in gifts, you should celebrate with a drink." Martin picked up his Coke and clinked it with Antonio's. "I'm going to be bringing in a few $1,000,000 soon and want to buy a house. Aren't you going to recommend me a house?" Thomas had already negotiated an endorsement deal with Coca-Cola, $15 million over 3 years, to be paid in installments of $4, $5, and $6 million. Real estate was a necessity for Martin. An honorary citizen of Los Angeles would undoubtedly own a nice property in Los Angeles. Martin also planned to buy Ellen a detached house in Marietta. Antonio, a longtime Los Angeles millionaire with a wide network of contacts, asked, "What are your specific requirements?" Martin elaborated, "A single-family house with a small garden. In a good neighborhood, preferably with a reliable community council and neighborhood watch league." Los Angeles wasn't a safe place, and he also had the concern of Russians. As for the location, areas like North Hollywood, Sherman Oaks, Malibu, Burbank, or Brentwood would all be good. At this point, Martin thought of something and added, Sherman Oaks is a priority. Antonio wrote everything down and said, I'll keep an eye out for you. I won't buy a haunted house or anything else with questionable reputations. You know, this city is full of traffickers. If the house you buy contains items left behind by traffickers, it'll be very troublesome. I'll leave it to you then, Martin said, getting up and going downstairs. I'll go get some things and leave in a moment. Downstairs, Bruce had already collected some crocodile tooth pendants. Jessica was talking to him. Martin came down, called her into the room, and said, You and Emily have an important project for the next 2 months. Jessica, having gained more experience, had given up her dream of becoming an actress and was working diligently. Just give me your instructions, Martin said. Collate the fans who frequently leave comments on my blog and divide them by city. Contact the active followers under the name of a Los Angeles fan club and find suitable candidates to form local fan clubs. Jessica understood. I'll get started immediately, Martin continued. Start in the first-tier cities with large populations. Just like a brand's consumers, a star's supporters also need to be cultivated. Maintaining a core group of people will give them marketability. Coupled with strong productions will naturally yield greater rewards. It was a tedious task, but Jessica was already brainstorming. With someone to carry the load, Martin called Bruce and left the apartment. That afternoon, he and Julie arrived at the airport at the same time. Martin waited at the security checkpoint. With Julie's arrival, the airport erupted in a riot, with paparazzi swarming in and frantically snapping photos of her. Julie, just as she had on her arrival, held the younger child in her right hand and held the older one in her left, displaying her motherly demeanor to the media. Whether the child would be frightened was not a concern for Jolie at the moment. Jolie then joined Martin, passed through security, and entered the VIP channel. Reporters snapped photos, but none of them caught any signs of intimacy or excessive expressions. Why didn't Pitt come to see her off? A reporter wondered. Is there something wrong between Jolie and Pitt? Another said, these two are at the center of the storm. How could they appear together? A paparazzi speculated. Do you think Jolie is involved with Martin Davis? The reporters present almost shook their heads. One said, why did Jolie go for Pitt? It's not just because of Pitt's charm, but also because of his status. Pitt and Jolie's recent saga has been making headlines every day, and Jolie is all the rage again. Someone else agreed. What does Martin Davis have to offer compared to Pitt? He doesn't have the status, money, or identity. If Jolie were in her right mind, would she choose a minor celebrity? Even if they had a connection, it would be a one-night stand at best. What does Martin Davis have? Good looks? A big penis, the paparazzi said. I always feel like Jolie's not right. Something's wrong, and I can't figure it out. The reporters ignored him and quickly went back to writing their essays to capitalize on the hype. Psychological quirks like Jolie's are mostly seen in men. Martin's advantage is his numerous female companions. Chapter 219 Forced to Move. Back on set, Martin began filming the heavy action scenes, mostly gunfights. His long-term shooting training proved effective, as he mastered several types of pistols, like a pro. For the challenging action sequences, stuntmen Buck and Lewis took turns. They had worked with Martin on The Hills Have Eyes and were similar in build. Action director Chad personally filmed the swordplay and close combat scenes with Martin. After filming a fight scene, Martin had just returned to the break when Chris Pratt approached with a towel. He handed it to Martin, saying, "You know so much? You're great with guns and knives, too." Martin, recognizing the flattery, wiped his sweat with a towel and asked, "I heard you're a good dancer." "Yeah, don't look at me being fat, but I'm a very agile fat guy." Pratt flexed his paunch and butt, performing an unidentified, bizarre dance. Martin waved at him, and Pratt quickly stopped. Mean went over and put his arm around his shoulders. "Man, you're really trying." Pratt laughed cheerfully. How could he get ahead without trying? Martin handed the towel to Bruce. Seeing Chad holding a puppy and feeding it, he went over and asked, "A new dog?" Chad held the puppy in one hand and a bottle in the other. He said, "I found it from the back wall of the film and television base. They were demolished and renovated a few days ago, and a few stray dogs came in. The big one was taken away by the dog catchers, and this little one was left behind." Martin touched the puppy's forehead. "It looks a bit like a German Shepherd." Chad seemed to have studied dogs. "It's probably not pure bloodline." Martin had a good time working with German Shepherds since filming The Hills Have Eyes. "I'm glad he likes it." Chad asked, "Are you interested too? You can adopt him." "I'll forget it." Martin was fine with just playing with him, but raising him was too much trouble. Keeping up with the constant dog hunting took up too much of his energy. "I can't even take care of myself." Chad stroked the dog's head and said, "In your last movie, you cooperated very well with the dogs. When I was doing the action design at the beginning, I had the idea of letting several dogs cooperate with Wesley to fight. Later, I felt that mice were more suitable. After all, letting dogs carry explosives to blow up killers may cause trouble for the movie." Indeed, Martin knew what Chad was worried about. Once people go to extremes, it's terrible. Chad agreed and returned to the topic before. "In fact, I always think that the one dog one person model of The Hills Have Eyes is very good. On this basis, we can extend the action scenes and plot design." During the time Martin worked with Chad, he was sure that he had real talents and encouraged him. "After you finish this film, you can try to design it." Chad patted the puppy's head. "Let it accompany you to fight." Martin smiled. "Sure." Thomas came to the studio at this time. Martin ended his chat with Chad and returned to his chair. Bruce was the only one around, so Thomas said directly, "Coca-Cola has an idea, a large signing ceremony to highlight the concept of the Coca-Cola cult, and then to launch advertising and other promotional activities." Martin agreed. "Okay, but the timing has to be coordinated with the crew's schedule." Thomas, who had the crew's schedule, said, "I'll coordinate it." Martin added, "Once they finalize the plan, I'll need to review it first." Thomas nodded. "No problem. I've already discussed it with them." Martin asked, "What about the commercials? What are Coca-Cola's ideas?" "There's a preliminary plan to invite a big-name director to shoot it," Thomas said. "The specific person hasn't been decided yet, but from what they say, it's likely an A-list or near-A-list director with a background in commercials." Martin wasn't surprised. Many Hollywood directors have made quick bucks shooting commercials. Scorsese seems to have done so. 10 minutes later, Leterrier gave the order, and filming resumed. Martin and Chad dodged and dodged through the frozen pork, the prop knives making a constant clanging sound. Compared to the slower, more dramatic scenes, the action scenes flowed more smoothly. In the distance, stuntman Buck touched his bald head and asked Lewis, "Martin's skills seem to be better than when we filmed in Mexico. He must have built up some kind of confidence." Lewis held the handheld game console given by Martin in his hands behind his back. "Have you seen the video of Burbank Middle School? In that situation, could you calmly do what he did?" Buck shook his head. "I can't do it. It's not that I don't have the courage, but I'm not as fast as him." Lewis has been in the industry for many years and has a wide range of experience. He concluded, he has experienced scenes in reality that are more dangerous than those designed for movies. When shooting action scenes, he has more confidence and self-confidence, which will make him more adept at performing the actions. Buck was a little surprised. "You are unprofessional. While I was playing the game console, you were thinking about these complicated problems." Lewis pointed at Chad. "Did you see him? He was a stuntman and now he is an action director and assistant director." Buck understood. This is indeed the right direction for our development. After a day's filming, Martin asked Bruce to drive Mean's car, left a film and television base in a low-key manner, and drove around Atlanta. After his bodyguards confirmed that no reporters were following, Bruce drove to Marietta. With more and more Hollywood crews filming in Atlanta, the profession of paparazzi and freelance journalists was booming. Entering the Clayton neighborhood, Bruce drove directly into the backyard, while Martin entered the Carter residence through the back door. The moment they entered, they noticed something was amiss. Elena, Lily, and the Hall siblings were blocking the two-bedroom doors, preventing anyone from entering. A woman wearing hot pants, long boots, and a tight t-shirt, with elaborate makeup and golden brown hair and wavy waves, glared at them with her arms folded, swearing, "You three idiots, don't you admit I'm your mother? If I hadn't spread my legs and squeezed hard, how could you even be standing here?" Elena, resigned to her mother's constant running off, said, "I don't care who the hell dumped you, and I don't want to know which jerk you're going to run off with next. Now that you're gone, don't come back. You're not welcome here." Martin remembered this person, the woman Jack had abducted, Scott's wife, Emma Carter. "He's incredibly handsome, but even less reliable than Scott." Martin emerged from the back hallway. Emma turned to look at him. "That son of a jerk Jack, he's become a big star." She twisted her hips and suddenly took a few steps toward him. "Handsome boy, you had a crush on me in middle school and were always sneaking glances at me. Now I'm giving you a chance, you..." "Shut up," Elena and Lily shouted almost simultaneously. Honest Martin had never encountered such a situation before. He quickly ran over to Elena and Lily, feeling a little safer. Emma chuckled. What? You're scared? You just need some money. Elena strode over, her hand halfway raised, then dropped it, pushing Emma out. Get out. Get out, Emma screamed, but refused to leave. Martin didn't know what to do, so he gave Lily a look. Lily rushed forward. Her grip was stronger than Elena's, and she pushed Emma to the door in a few seconds. The front door suddenly opened, and a black man rushed in. Emma, what's going on? Hall reached behind the bedroom door and pulled out a shotgun, pointing it at the black man. Who allowed you in? Get out. Martin opened the drawer of the shelf and found a pistol as expected. He took it out and hid it behind his back. The black man yelled, Hey, sweetheart, are all the people in your family crazy? Didn't you come here to get money to buy us flour? Emma dodged in front of the black man and shouted, I just wanted to come back to get some money to buy flour, and you guys pulled a gun on me. Bruce, who was in the backyard, heard the commotion and came into the house. Martin made a downward gesture to him, indicating that the situation was under control. Elena picked up her phone. You guys leave. If you don't, I'll call the Neighborhood Defense League. They're not as polite as I am. They'll beat that thing of yours into pulp. Emma had heard about the Neighborhood Defense League since she came back last time. They defeated a black gang in South City and even beaten a black man's bottom. Let's go first. She pulled the black man back. Don't forget, I own this house, too. They left. Elena slammed the door and ran her hands through her hair. I shouldn't have taken her back. I should have let her wander around Hawaii, that was what she said, but with her own mother begging in such a state, what could she do as a daughter? Lily lost her usual energy and slumped down on the sofa. What if she comes next time? Eleanor raged. I'm going to cut ties with her. Martin whispered to Bruce, go to the Peachtree Hotel and book a triple suite. He quickly walked over, sat down next to Elena, and gently hugged her. Pack your things and move to the hotel first, Lily replied. Who would believe it if I told anyone? We idiots were forced to move by our own mother. Martin pointed a finger at her head. Are you going to start a war with Emma here? Lily opened her mouth, wanting to curse, but then realized that cursing Emma would be cursing herself, so she closed it again. Martin looked at Elena and suggested again, go look at houses these next few days. Choose a nice neighborhood. I know the neighbors here are nice, but you can't live here forever. What do we work so hard for? Isn't it just for a better life? Lily wanted to say she wanted to become a saint of the Coca-Cola cult, but Elena's hand was right next to her. She knew that if she opened her mouth, she would be met with a ruthless iron fist. Elena no longer had any expectations of her parents. For the sake of Lily and Hall, she agreed without hesitation. I have saved some money here, you can lend me the rest first. Hey, do you want me to be a black-hearted capitalist? Martin said in a different way. How can you hire people to work without paying them? No matter how black the capitalist's heart is. You can't let people pay for part-time jobs, right? Elena said nothing more and got up to pack her luggage. Lily followed from behind and whispered, don't worry, I will pay it back with you, please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 220 How can you test people like this? After entering the Peachtree Hotel suite, Lily sneaked up on Martin while Eleanor was putting away her luggage. I have something to tell you, she said mysteriously. I'll help Eleanor pay off the money she owes on the house, Martin casually asked. You're still in school, what can you pay with? Lily held her head high and puffed out her chest confidently. Don't underestimate me. I make a lot of money selling stars, and I can even work part-time when I get into college. Elena emerged from her room and demanded, what are you two idiots talking about? Get your bags. Martin grabbed 2 bags and entered the master bedroom. Hall moved quickly, heading for the second largest bedroom. Before he even reached the door, Lily chased after him, raised her white fist, and slammed her brother's head. She displayed her sisterly authority. Idiot, behave yourself. Go to the smallest room. With unreliable parents, the youngest child in the family became the most pitiful. Hall didn't dare to say a word and obediently went to the third bedroom. Lily soon became frustrated as Martin and Eleanor went into the master bedroom, closed the door, and never came out again. Shameless, she was packing outside, making a deliberate noise, muttering, you didn't even eat dinner? Aren't you afraid of getting cramps from exhaustion? Nearly an hour later, Martin and Elena emerged from the room. Elena's face was flushed, and she had changed her clothes. Her earlier moodiness had largely dissipated. Lily was displeased. Are you so impatient? I'm starving. Martin glanced at his watch. Come on, I'll take you out for a nice meal. During the meal, the group discussed what kind of house to buy. The median price of a single-family home in a middle-class neighborhood in the Atlanta metropolitan area is around $200,000. If you include impoverished neighborhoods like Clayton, the median price is naturally lower, and the current property tax is less than 1%. Martin simply called Robert. Robert's current neighborhood and the surrounding areas are good, and he'll accompany Elena and the others to look at houses tomorrow. In a bustling metropolis, there are always many fun things to do. Actors Shermer and Pratt emerged from a bar. Their luck wasn't great today. They didn't pick up any girls, but they did get a lot of drinks. The wind blew, and the alcohol took over. Pratt felt hot all over, and didn't want to go back just like that. Let's change places? Somewhere they don't mind my weight. Shermer patted his stomach. It's only been 2 days since I last came out. Can't you bear it? Pratt had become quite familiar with Shermer these days. He said, every day on the crew, I lower my profile and try to please those big shots, just to get an opportunity that I don't know when it will come. Who understands the frustration and depression in my heart? I'll go crazy if I don't let it out. We're all the same. Shermer is also a small-time actor, the difference being that he has Tyler Perry as his backer. So, I need a suitable way to relieve stress, Pratt said. Women are the best way, but unfortunately I'm not good-looking, so I'm not popular with the ladies. Shermer felt the time was right and said, I have a great place, it's really relaxing. Do you want to go? Pratt had been following Shermer around various nightclubs in Atlanta lately, and without giving it much thought, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I can't sleep alone tonight. Or I'll throw up when I go to flatter Martin tomorrow. Sherman pulled him into the car and drove south, asking, don't you think Martin's great? Pratt chuckled. How could he not be? He fucks Julie every day, that's just too good. If he'd helped me, given me a chance to get on top, I'd kneel down and give him a blowjob. The problem is, I've been sucking him off for so long, and what have I gotten? Nothing. Sherman smiled, but inwardly he was dismissive. What did Pratt do? He'd risked jail time working for Tyler Perry to get ahead. Without special talents or luck, there was always a high price to pay for attracting attention. Director Leterrier is a two-way plug. If I were better looking, Leterrier would have been my successor long ago. Pratt didn't mind selling his ass, but the problem was that fat men had no power, and no one wanted them even if they wanted to. Sherman said, we're all the same. It's too hard to climb up. The car entered the area near South City and stopped in front of an extremely luxurious nightclub, clearly a high-end establishment. Pratt asked, isn't this place expensive? Shermer got out and, waiting for Pratt to get out, said, no problem, it's owned by a friend of mine, we can get a discount. Pratt, eager to follow him into the club, was greeted by a black man who was in charge and led them up to a private room on the second floor. The black man asked, what do you want? Shermer patted Pratt's shoulder and said, we're family, you're welcome. Pratt burped, girls, pretty, sexy girls. Soon, several beautiful women entered the room. They looked young. White women and Latinas develop early, making it difficult to tell their age from appearance. Shermer, one in each arm, sat on the couch. The remaining three were all Pratt's favorite type. After spending so many days together, Shermer had figured out the type of woman Pratt couldn't refuse. The black man entered, closed the door, and nodded at Shermer. Wake him up. Shermer went over and slapped Pratt across the face several times. Seeing he wasn't sober yet, he simply grabbed a bottle of beer and poured it over his head. Pratt sat up with a jerk and was about to explode when a black hand slapped him across the face with a whistling sound, knocking him back to the ground. I'm Fred, the security manager here. Fred pulled out a tissue and wiped his beer-soaked hand. With his left hand, which had its pinky and ring fingers broken off, he picked up the remote control. Chris, I need a favor. Pratt was about to stand when Shermer pulled out a pistol and pointed it at him. The alcohol sobered him up instantly. Even though he was slow-witted, he knew he'd fallen into a trap. Without further ado, Fred pressed the remote, and the screen inside the private room played the previous scene. The 1-on-3 scene looked quite exciting. Pratt questioned Shermer, I consider you a friend, but Fred interrupted, they won't be 16 until the second half of the year. As far as I know, you're over 25, not protected by the Romeo and Juliet Act. I can have them report you to the police at any time. Pratt remained silent. Fred tossed over several of the girls' documents, you can choose to go to jail, or do something for me. I won't force you. Pratt was confident that Shermer wouldn't dare to shoot. But he also knew that if they called the police, he would be doomed. A small-time man like him, who could he expect to save? Pratt asked, "What do you want me to do?" Fred looked at his severed finger, remembering what happened over 2 years ago. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I heard you're close with Martin Davis, so why bring him here for fun? You're crazy," Pratt exclaimed. "He's a hero now," Fred interrupted him. "If he did the same thing you did, would he still be a hero? Strip away the hero's halo, and he'd just be a minor Hollywood star?" Pratt shook his head. "No, I won't do it," Fred nodded, dialed 911 on his phone, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Pratt. He then pulled a bag from his back, opened it, and placed it next to him. The bag was filled with money, 3 thick piles. Fred said, "This is the deposit. You'll get double that after the deal is done. Those 3 girls will stay with you until you get tired of it." Pratt was silent. How could he test someone like that? A few minutes later, Fred went upstairs and met the bespectacled black man in the top-floor office. "Boss, it's done," Tyler Perry, on the other side, said. "Great, the simplest is the best. Get the private room ready. I'm going to make sure Martin Davis can't refuse my offer." The crew's day of filming hadn't ended yet, but Martin and Julie had already finished their scenes. They entered Martin's makeup trailer. Dedicated actors always find it hard to step out of character, so Martin and Julie extended the passionate scenes into the makeup trailer to dissipate the excess emotion. Only the trailer creaked in protest. When they finished, the crew was wrapping up, and Julie asked, "Come to my place tonight." Martin, packing his clothes, said, "I'm going to see Louise and Kelly tonight." Hearing their names, Julie's back and legs relaxed, and the extinguished flames flared. "Would you like to go to the balcony tonight?" Her suite was adjacent to Louise's, and so were their balconies. Martin wasn't as perverse as she was. He shook his head. "They're very cautious. They won't agree." Julie couldn't help but feel disappointed. Martin said, "Get dressed. It's time to go." After Julie finished dressing, he left the makeup trailer and saw a chubby man. Pratt came up to him and said, "Martin, are you free tonight?" "What's going on?" Martin asked. Pratt smiled and said, "You've been so kind to me on set, and I've been wanting to treat you to a drink. There's a place with good wine." Martin had already made an appointment with Lois and Kelly. They were his financial backers, so he couldn't break it. "No, maybe another time." Pratt didn't want to force it. Then another time, Martin met up with Bruce and got on the same electric scooter. He asked, "Did we help that guy?" Bruce shook his head. "No, except when he approached us, we didn't do anything to him. Let's go back to the hotel." Martin checked the time, took the thermos next to Bruce, opened it, and took a sip. In the kettle, he was soaking goji berries he'd bought in Chinatown. It wasn't that he couldn't, but he needed to take care of himself. After all, he wanted to be as extravagant as Wes Craven when he was in his 60s and 70s. There are 2 more chapters to come later, and I'm currently writing them. Chapter 221, Another Beauty Trap. What happened yesterday? At the beverage counter at the film and television base, Shermer grabbed a bottle of iced Coke, took a swig, and asked, "Didn't you ask him out?" Pratt was helpless. "He's very busy. He had something to do last night, and I can't force him to go." Shermer gripped the bottle tightly. "Find another chance to ask him out. Be careful with your words, don't make him feel offended or wary." Pratt patted his chest. "I'm an actor." Shermer finished his Coke and left. Pratt wiped the sweat from his forehead and grabbed a Coke as well. Atlanta doesn't have much else, but it has plenty of Coke. He hadn't finished his bottle yet when a nearly washed-out hand reached out and, as it had recently, wrapped its arm around Pratt's shoulders. Mean came up from behind and said, "Hey, man, you're stressed out. Are you tired?" Seeing that it was Martin's underling, Pratt perked up and forced a smile. "I saw Martin was busy over there, so I came out to get some fresh air." Mean patted him on the shoulder and went to get a Coke. Seeing the black man walking away, he casually asked, "You've been whispering with the people in the next group lately. What are you discussing?" Pratt's heart skipped a beat, and his smile faltered slightly before returning to normal. "You're talking about Shermer. He's from Atlanta." "I was asking about a good nightclub," Mean said. "Remember to call me if there's anything fun." Pratt replied, "I'll definitely call you." In fact, Mean had been keeping an eye on Pratt ever since he started courting Martin. When someone tries to steal the spotlight, the underlings are the ones most anxious. At noon, the crew gradually left the studio and headed to the restaurant for lunch. Min walked with Bruce. That overly attentive fat guy, there's something a little weird about him, Bruce asked. Are you worried he might steal your spot? Didn't I tell you, the friendship between us is incomparable, Min replied. No, I just had a few casual conversations with him this morning, and it felt like he was acting. Having spent so much time with Martin and Bruce, he'd also begun to realize he was a bad guy. Bruce, wouldn't he be colluding with someone to secretly sell Martin's news to the outside media? Bruce couldn't help but think of Martin's past, his numerous betrayals, and said, you should keep a closer eye on him. Such things were inevitable. Recently, there were gossip reports in the tabloids about Martin and Julie. The crew denied it, and neither Martin nor Julie admitted it, saying it was just gossip. Similar rumors plagued many of the cast's leading men and women. After lunch, Bruce mentioned it to Martin. Martin initially dismissed it, but at the end of the afternoon, Pratt approached him again, offering to treat him to dinner that evening. That's not necessary, Martin said, cutting him off. I started as a small-time actor, worked my way up through the ranks. I know every step is difficult. You don't have to ask me out. Pratt wanted to say something, but for a moment he didn't know how to begin. Martin deliberately said, I'll help you when I get the chance. Hearing this, some words threatened to burst out of Pratt's mouth, but thinking of the videos, he held them back. Martin nodded at him. That's it. Pratt was helpless and could only say, thank you, Martin. Watching Martin get into his car and leave, he had no choice but to leave the studio alone, walk halfway across the street, and get into Shermer's car. Pratt quickly explained the situation, saying, I tried my best, but he doesn't go to nightclubs at all, and there's nothing I can do. He didn't want to continue. Martin said so much, and if I invite him again, it might arouse his suspicion. We have to find another way. Shermer pulled out his phone and called Fred. Fred told him to wait. A few minutes later, the call came back. The boss said, we're going to activate Plan B. Shermer hung up and said to Pratt, go back and find a way to follow or track Martin's whereabouts, and promptly report his likely locations. Pratt felt a little relieved. This was better than taking Martin to that nightclub himself. Shermer gave him a few more instructions and drove him back to the hotel. Not far away, Min emerged from a sidewalk cafe and called Bruce. It doesn't seem like anything special. The fat guy got in his black friend's car. At the Hyatt Regency, where the crew was staying, Martin went back to his room to shower and change into casual clothes. He checked the time and called Bruce to go to the Peachtree Hotel with him. Both hotels were on Peachtree Street, not far apart. From the car, Martin called Elena. They had just returned from a house hunting trip. Elena said, Lily and Hall are getting all excited and making a lot of noise. There's a bar downstairs. You go meet me there while I take a shower, Martin said. Sure. Less than 10 minutes later, Bruce pulled into the hotel parking lot. They entered the lobby. Bruce answered a phone call and spoke quickly. He then said to Martin, Duke and Murphy spotted a car and followed us from the Hyatt. Martin walked into the bar, found a quiet spot, and sat down. Who's it? Bruce's phone rang again. He had received a multimedia message. He opened it and handed it to Martin. Fatty, the photo was of someone getting out of a car. It was blurry, but it was clearly Chris Pratt. What are you following me for? Someone's telling you to. Martin thought carefully about the possible situations he might have encountered recently. Tyler Perry? Or is it related to the Russians? Bruce asked. Do you have a gun? Martin, who had a gun license from Georgia, nodded. Yes, let's sit separately. Be careful. Duke and Murphy followed him in. Bruce moved to the bar entrance, forming an angle with Martin. Martin carefully observed his surroundings and pulled out his phone to call Elena, telling her not to come down yet. Not long after, a tall, sexy girl with golden brown hair entered the bar. She sat at the bar and ordered a drink. Martin glanced from behind and noticed that her figure and back resembled Lily. The girl took a sip of her drink and looked around the bar. When she saw Martin, her eyes paused for a second, then turned into surprise. She walked towards him quickly, her high heels clicking. Martin put a hand inside his coat. Bruce's clothes had a slight bulge. Even before she reached Martin's desk, the girl was already dancing with excitement, waving her phone at him. Hello, Martin. I'm a fan of yours. Hello, Martin said calmly. He didn't believe a word of it, having said it countless times himself, thoroughly studying the tone, voice, and accompanying movements. My name is Lena, and I really love the summer with the mountains and jeans. Lena raised her head and tossed her blonde hair, her figure clearly on display. "Martin, can I take a picture with you? I'm waiting for a friend." So it's not convenient. Martin had been on a roll these past few days, feeling confident, and his words were incredibly assertive. What about women? They were all just bastards. Lena wasn't expecting that kind of answer. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's okay, it's okay." She looked around and pulled a tissue from the tissue box. "Can you sign for me?" "I don't have an autograph book." Martin still didn't play by the rules. "Sorry, I don't have a pen." Lena put on a beautiful smile. "It's okay." She simply pulled out a chair and sat across from him. "I'm so lucky to meet you here. I can treat you." There was something wrong. Martin had seen with his own eyes how Adrian was framed by Paris's honey trap. Even if it wasn't a honey trap, there must be other motives. Martin knocked his head. On the other side, Bruce dialed the number with one click. Before Lena could finish her words, Martin's phone rang. He pulled it out and answered, asking, "What's wrong? Lily fail? Wait for me, I'll be right there." He hung up. "Sorry, I have an emergency." This was completely off the script. Lena hadn't made any plans for this. She could only smile and say, "No problem." Martin hurried out of the bar. Elsewhere, Bruce had already called. "Duke, keep an eye on the blonde woman in the bar. Murphy, keep an eye on that fat guy." Seeing Martin, they both tacitly moved to the empty emergency exit. Martin said, "It's probably not Russian, but they're suspicious." He asked Bruce, "Calling the police won't help, will it?" "No, they won't do anything. The APD will just take a statement." Bruce was the master at handling this kind of situation. "I'll call Vincent and Sophia and have their people take action. I'll handle this matter. You leave. What happens next is none of your business." Going through the formalities was a long shot. There was no telling how long this mess would drag on. Bruce decided to deal with it quickly. Martin said, "Notify me if anything happens." He remembered the man Mean had mentioned, the black man from the crew next door, and reminded him, "Don't forget Pratt's friend." Bruce nodded, pulled out his phone, and called Sophia directly. His legs trembled as the call went through, and he forced himself to steady his voice. "Someone's going to attack your investment project and make you lose everything, with a wanted warrant and tens of millions of dollars involved." Sophia didn't bother teasing Bruce and asked, "Who's so bold?" Bruce spoke quickly and concisely. Sophia said, "Keep an eye on them. Don't let them get away." Bruce turned out of the security exit and entered a coffee shop connected to the hotel. He walked around the main entrance to a side street and spotted the car Pratt had driven in from a distance. A black man was in the driver's seat. Duke's car drove up, and Bruce, more familiar with Atlanta, got behind the wheel. Pratt and the woman hadn't come out yet, clearly not giving up. Meanwhile, at the Beast House Club on West Main Street, Ivan and Golden Hair each led three people out and shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Go and support Old Bull. If you're slow, Old Bull will get his ass blown off." These guys took guns, got into two cars, and drove towards Peachtree Street. Chapter 222 Car Accident. It was getting dark. Shermer had just contacted Fred, who had told him to hold his composure and wait until there was no success, hoping to find another opportunity another day. Suddenly, there was a knock on the passenger window. A white man pointed at the right front wheel and shouted, "Your tire is flat." Shermer opened the door and went around to investigate. "Don't move," Ivan said, shielding himself from the outside, a gun in his hand. Before Shermer could react, two men rushed up from behind and pressed something hard against his lower back. One of them said, "Move forward and don't talk." Shermer stepped forward, trying to remain calm. "Hey, men, shut up." He had barely finished his words when he felt something sharp pierce his clothes and pierce his skin. Shermer was escorted into a van. The remaining golden retriever inspected Shermer's car, confirmed it was fine, and quickly left. Almost immediately, Pratt and Lena were also bundled into the van. In a warehouse near the Atlanta airport, Sophia, dressed in a tank top and shorts, did a set of dumbbell exercises while waiting for someone. Chris Pratt had just been hoisted onto the steel beam by Evan. Bruce accompanied Martin up the fire escape to the second floor, where they entered the office. Through the large windows, they could both see and hear what was happening below. Sophia was direct and straightforward, asking no questions. She told Scott, standing beside her, take off his pants. Scott, with his legs spread wide and a splayed stance, pulled Pratt's belt off. Pratt, horrified by the peculiar gait of this pervert, cried out, "No, no, Sophia snapped her fingers, and the men tightened the ropes, stretching Pratt into a spread eagle position. Scott opened his bag and pulled out a pink water bottle and a baton. Pratt was terrified. "What do you want to know?" Ask. No one spoke, no one asked. Scott picked up the baton and thrust it upwards. A deafening wail echoed through the warehouse. "What do you want to know?" "Just ask," Pratt said, his face filled with indignation. "How can you interrogate me like that?" Scott smirked. He'd been under constant surveillance all day, and tonight, he finally had his chance. How could it end like this? He gripped his baton tightly and cranked it vigorously, as if cranking an old tank. This fat, white tank made a noise 10 times louder than a tiger. Sophia then walked over and picked up the pink kettle. Martin turned to look at Bruce, who was sweating profusely. More miserable cries rang out. Martin whispered, "I wonder if he has a kind landlord who'll offer to refer him to a proctologist." He asked Bruce, "You were?" "Shut up," Bruce warned fiercely. Sophia's voice came from below. "Tell me why you did all this tonight," Pratt gasped, feeling like he was about to explode. He quickly said, "I didn't mean to do that. It was Shermer. Shermer set me up." He recounted the whole story. Bruce said, "That's a terrible trick." Martin, who heard it clearly, replied, "It's also the best trick for men. The most effective means of seducing men are money, power, and sex." Sherman, the black man, was also hung up. Sophia looked at his dark skin with disgust and retreated to the dumbbells, leaving the rest of the work to Scott. It's easy to imagine what Scott, finally able to hold his head high, would do. Shermer was even worse than Pratt. He confessed everything with just a baton. Even confessing to the time in middle school when he was raped by the 50-year-old, black, fat, and ugly neighbor who weighed 300 pounds. As for the blonde girl, Lena, she was no more than 16 years old, and her purpose was to seduce Martin. Bruce studied the girl through the window for a moment and said, "I've noticed. She looks a bit like a combination of Lily and Blake." Martin asked, "What do you mean, you bastard?" Bruce shrugged, "I'm just stating a fact." The interrogation ended below, and the people were temporarily taken downstairs. Sophia went upstairs alone. Watching the female King Kong approach with a pink water bottle, Martin and Bruce unconsciously took a step back. Sophia said, "Don't worry, I'll only give you pleasure, not pain." Bruce, unconvinced, hid behind Martin. He'd promised to stay behind Martin, and he certainly would. Martin asked, "Tyler Perry is involved. What do you want to do?" Sophia's eyes narrowed. "He wants to wipe out our multi-million-dollar investment. I'm going to kill him myself and throw him to the sharks." Martin reminded her, "We're doing a legitimate business," he bluntly stated. "Tyler Perry might be backed by the Methodist Church, and there might be more involved. Let's see what Kelly Gray thinks." Sophia's decision to kill him was impulsive, but clear-headed. Okay, Martin wasn't stupid. Kelly was using him as bait, trying to lure someone in. Now that the fish had taken the bait, he wouldn't just go for it. The Freedom Group, Kelly's group, and the forces behind it were sworn enemies of those guys. The best approach was to let both sides fight it out, he shouted. Martin took the recording and left the warehouse with Old Bull. He called Kelly midway and went straight to her villa. Kelly listened carefully and said, "Wait here. I'm going to go out for a bit." She went to see Julia, the board chairwoman. Martin waited less than half an hour before Kelly returned. "How is it going?" Martin asked. Kelly said, "Have Sophia hand the person over to the APD. Someone will take over. We'll see what happens next." This was exactly what Martin wanted. He stayed with Kelly, constantly receiving updates from her. That night, the APD Special Operations Team, armed with an emergency search warrant, led a large raid on the Mandela Club, rescuing over 20 teenage girls and seizing a large quantity of illegal guns and flour. A conservative city councilor was cornered in a private room. Initially, the APD had little power to take action against him, but the team leading the raid discovered that the private room was being recorded. The councilor was furious. Word spread quickly, and conservative figures who had been to the Mandela nightclub were furious. The Methodist Church, which supplied the club, was the first to be targeted. Then there was Tyler Perry. Legally and through its shareholding structure, Tyler had no connection to the Mandela Club, but it was known to those in the conservative establishment that he controlled it. Some of the news also reached Tyler Perry. Although he had no idea what was going on, or what the problem was, Tyler decided to flee. Early that morning, Having booked a flight and packed his valuables, he hurriedly got into his car and drove to the airport. The route involved a section of Highland Highway with a road that was significantly higher than the sides. As Tyler's Lexus was turning, a heavy truck suddenly lost control and roared towards him. The truck hadn't slowed down, leaving Tyler no chance of escape. With a resounding thud, the truck slammed into the Lexus, sending it spinning like a crocodile in a death roll, swerving out of the intersection and into the roadside ditch. The truck crashed into a roadside barrier. The driver appeared unconscious and remained in the vehicle. A passerby called the police, and several patrol cars arrived about 10 minutes later. The truck driver appeared unharmed. A patrolman examined him and said to his companion, "Drunk driving, and judging by the smell, he might have been on drugs." Another person looked at the deformed car at the bottom of the ditch and said, "Poor guy." A colleague who had been inspecting the car came up and shook his head at the two men. The first person to speak said, "Call for a crane and a tow truck." Someone turned on the car's intercom and called for backup. Similar car accidents happen almost every day in Atlanta, and no one takes them seriously. Tyler Perry, the renowned black actor, screenwriter, and director, has tragically passed away in a car accident. Atlanta has lost a remarkable artist. In the reception room of Gray Studios, Councilwoman Erica put down her Atlanta Constitution and glanced at Kelly Gray. "They're moving fast," she whispered. "They won't be able to compete with us in the film and television entertainment market anytime soon." Then she changed the subject and asked, "Did the news originate from Martin Davis?" Kelly said, "He was the one who first caught the fish." Erica nodded slightly. "I remember the kettle from last time was also related to him." Kelly smiled. "Yes, I worked with him on it," Erica said. "Martin Davis is an American hero. He's doing well in Hollywood. No one can ignore the influence of Hollywood films on culture and public opinion. We must have our own voice in Hollywood." Kelly felt that she could control Martin and strongly recommended him, following the councilman's advice. "Martin's base is in Atlanta. No one is more suitable." Erica made a decision: increase support for him so that he can rise to a higher position and make a louder voice. Kelly replied, "I will support him with all my strength." Erica added, "It's not easy to cultivate talent. Conservatives are still very influential in Georgia, especially the Methodist Church. Tell him to be careful and don't let anyone exploit his weaknesses." Good news, Kelly had just learned. Coca-Cola has officially decided to hire Martin as its North American spokesperson for the next 3 years. Erica couldn't help but smile. "It won't be a problem anytime soon." The crew of Wanted received some bad news. Actor Chris Pratt was arrested by the APD for criminal offenses. Because you still had a few scenes to shoot, the crew made adjustments, but the impact was minimal. Martin acted oblivious and continued filming as normal every day. Meanwhile, Coca-Cola officially announced that Martin had been hired as its North American spokesperson for the next 3 years. This news immediately overshadowed media and public attention surrounding Tyler Perry's death in a car accident. Using one piece of public attention to obscure other news is a common tactic for media manipulation. Coca-Cola also announced that a special signing ceremony would be held at its headquarters on June 5th. Here comes the third update: please vote. It's the last day of May. I'm so confused, so if you have any votes, please give some. Thank you. Chapter 223: The Leader's Blessing. The Coca-Cola Atlanta headquarters was packed with media reporters. A large number of movie fans, Coca-Cola enthusiasts, and curious citizens had arrived early and entered the exhibition hall. Participating in today's event would receive a special gift. In the exhibition hall's makeshift dressing room, Martin was completing his final look with the help of a stylist. Sitting on a sofa in the corner, Justin glanced at the middle-aged man with a big head, also getting his look done, and asked Thomas, why did Martin choose him as his assistant? His appearance and temperament aren't very good, Thomas whispered. Robert was Martin's mentor in the acting world. He's very important to him. Okay, Justin said, no longer bothering with such trivial matters. An assistant came over to Martin and went over the details of the event. Martin listened attentively and promised to cooperate fully. His sponsor not only had money but also influence. Ever since Coca-Cola announced him as its spokesperson, the chaotic chatter suddenly died down, and the surroundings fell into silence. Justin had been keeping an eye on Martin and was very pleased with him. He had outstanding looks and a strong public image, and even more importantly, he possessed a composure that young people lacked. The Pepsi-Cola endorsement with Britney has been a turmoil for the past few years. Britney herself isn't very smart, and with a quirky father behind her, All sorts of troubles keep cropping up, making it incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, Martin, on his part, fought for every opportunity and actively cooperated where necessary. Hundreds of people had gathered at the exhibition hall. Elena, Lily, Harris, and Hall were all there. They were near the front. Lily glanced back and said, "A lot of people are holding Martin's posters." "He's very popular," Harris said. "Martin is Atlanta's biggest star in Hollywood right now." Lily's perspective was different. "That sounds like Atlanta is in dire straits. Even someone like Martin can become so famous." Before she could finish her words, Elena raised her fist and slammed her on the head. "If you don't know how to talk, don't talk." Lily shut up, thinking to herself, "When I turn 18, I'm going to settle all the accounts of oppression I've endured since childhood with Elena." Across the aisle, a dozen handsome men held a banner that read, "Martin Dad, we love you." The once stylish men's group, now scattered across Georgia as the Beast House chain expanded, had returned to Atlanta to cheer Martin on. Hart greeted them. "Elena, Lily," Carrington called out, "Madam Master." Lily leaped to her feet, raised her arm, and waved toward Carrington. With a smack, she was slapped on the back of the head. Lily quickly sat down. Hall muttered, "Idiot." Lily punched him in the arm, and Hall fell silent. More and more reporters gathered. Hundreds gathered in the press area. Coca-Cola was so serious about this contract that it even invited Warner TV to broadcast it nationwide. Martin's old friend Helen served as the host. Since the Burbank High School incident, Helen had skyrocketed to fame and became Warner TV's head news anchor. In 1886, Coca-Cola was born in Atlanta. Helen's voice echoed throughout the venue. Today, the Church of Coca-Cola is officially established. Coca-Cola welcomes its first leader. She gestured with her hand. "Welcome, leader." Martin, draped in a bright red cape and a long red crown, walked onto the stage, holding a scepter. Both the cape and the crown bore the inscription Coca-Cola, the scepter, topped not with a gemstone, but with a classic glass bottle of Coke. Behind Martin, a large, sturdy priest followed. Robert stepped forward, briefly adjusting the throne, and Martin took his seat. Helen bowed. "Leader Davis." Martin extended his hand in a gesture of support. Helen retreated to the backstage, continuing her narration. "Today, we witness a historic moment, the birth of a brand new cult." She led the chant, "Church of Coca-Cola." Hundreds of people in the audience chanted in unison, "Church of Coca-Cola. Cult of Coca-Cola." Many reporters in the media area joined in the excitement, shouting with great delight. "This is the first time I've ever seen such a special signing ceremony. The popularity of Coca-Cola and Martin Davis is going to explode. Think about what Martin has done with Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola sales are going to rise again in the coming years." On the stage, Martin lowered his hand, and the room quickly quieted. He declared, "Everywhere in the world, Coca-Cola is the best drink. It can dispel fatigue and thirst, bring joy, and uplift us like sunshine. Coke plus life is the Coca-Cola cult. I wish the world had Coca-Cola." Enthusiastic applause erupted. The idiots Hart and Carrington from the stylish group even blew their whistles. After the noise died down, Martin said, "Those who wish to join the Coca-Cola cult, line up on stage to receive the blessing." Several Coca-Cola employees had already entered the venue, guiding the crowd to the stage in an orderly manner. First up were the stylish group, led by Hart and Carrington. High Priest Robert brought a specially crafted commemorative bottle of Coca-Cola cult-branded Coke and stood beside Martin. Hart prepared to bow. How could Martin possibly ask anyone to salute? Helen was just going through the motions. He raised his hand and said, "No need to salute, everyone." Hart quickly took 2 steps forward and whispered, "Martin Dad, you're so cool." Martin, with a microphone tucked into his collar, couldn't speak. He simply nodded slightly, took a commemorative bottle of Coke, and handed it to Hart. He then gave it to Carrington, who quietly gave Martin a thumbs up. The handsome men's group left, and Elena's 4 siblings arrived. Then, many members of the crew, including Julie, took the stage to give speeches. Family and friends were prioritized, which was normal. Martin, acting with no apprehension, dismissed them with a bottle of special Coke each. Hundreds of audience members followed, and even many media reporters joined in the fun. The Coke cult, the bar for entry is so low, why not join and see for yourself? Martin quickly distributed hundreds of the leader's blessings. He was fine, but the high priest was breathing heavily from exhaustion. Jerome, always calm and composed, arrived and took over Robert's duties, moving from group leader to altar boy. Eventually, Even Coca-Cola employees lined up to receive the blessing. Thousands of commemorative bottles of Coke were distributed. Colombia. Amidst the roar of the crowd, the signing ceremony concluded successfully. Coca-Cola immediately posted relevant images, videos, and news on numerous websites, including its official website. Various media resources were invested in the promotion. Most of the audience gradually dispersed, while Bruce retained the friends and family. Coca-Cola also prepared a grand reception. Martin removed his makeup and changed into formal attire. Hart and the others were waiting on a bench near the entrance. "Boss," Hart said a little more calmly than before, "originally, we wanted to slide on the stage and celebrate your coronation in the most grand way, but Old Bull wouldn't let us." Martin nodded. "It's great that you can come," Carrington continued. "Without you, boss, there would be no us today." The collective supporting role in a theatrical movie and the stage performance of a Saturn Award have elevated the style of their handsome boy group to several levels and become the benchmark for male dancers in the whole state of Georgia. Martin called them. "Let's go to the party." Lily quietly got to the side and whispered to Martin, "I want to be a saint. What should I do?" Seeing Elena following him, Martin said, "Go ask Elena." Lily didn't dare to ask. If she asked, she would surely be ruthlessly suppressed with an iron fist. Martin ignored Lily. Besides filming, he'd been busy preparing for Coca-Cola these past few days. He asked Elena, "Have you seen any houses?" Elena replied, "I found one. I'll go see it with you later." Arriving at the restaurant, they were immediately ushered in by a receptionist. Justin and Thomas were waiting at the door. Upon seeing Martin, Justin immediately came over to shake his hand. "You were fantastic today. You exuded the aura of a pope." Martin asked, "Am I not the leader of the Coca-Cola cult?" Justin couldn't help but laugh. "I was wrong. You're a true leader." Atlanta, Duluth Business Club. In the luxuriously decorated reception room, two people had just finished watching a Coca-Cola commercial endorsement signing ceremony. The middle-aged man named Johnson stared at Milton. "You did a terrible job on this one. You've cost us our best opportunity in Atlanta's film and television industry." "I'm so sorry, this is my fault," Milton said, not shirking responsibility, but offering a defense. Tyler was quite competent. This time, Johnson snorted. "Secretly filming so many people, and you call him competent? What did he want? A black dog actually thought he'd bite his master." Milton stopped making excuses. Johnson added, "He was born in the slums of South City, dropped out of high school, didn't receive an elite education, and is black. You need to be more discerning in the future." Milton replied, "I won't use black people for important work again." Johnson nodded slightly. Milton was silent for a moment, still unwilling to give up. He asked, "Did they have an accident while targeting Martin Davis?" "I suspect Martin Davis." Johnson pointed at him, waiting for him to shut up. "Put all your thoughts aside. Coca-Cola takes this promotion very seriously. If you want to die, find a place to jump off a building or shoot yourself in the head. Don't drag others down with you." Milton cursed inwardly, but chose to swallow it all. "I understand," Johnson warned again, "not only must you put your thoughts aside, but you must also manage your subordinates. If there's any trouble with Martin in Georgia, they'll throw you to Coca-Cola." There was no room for reason in this situation. Milton had no choice but to accept it. After Johnson left, he returned to the Methodist office, closed the door, and smashed around, but he couldn't vent his frustration. His wife called at that moment, "Come home early for dinner tonight. I made oysters." Milton sat in his office chair, head bowed, feeling miserable and suicidal. Why is life so tortuous? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, I'll post it if I really die. After a toast, Justin took Martin to meet several senior Coca-Cola executives, including Brody, who heads the marketing department. Martin's affable manner and interpersonal skills impressed the Coca-Cola executives. The executives left first. Joey from the public relations department said as he walked, "I just asked my friends in the media, and they responded very well to this signing ceremony. Almost everyone thinks that Martin is the most suitable spokesperson for Coca-Cola at this stage," Brody said. "I've seen the marketing department's analysis of his prospects. Martin has very good development prospects. His personal and public images are excellent, and there are a lot of topics surrounding him, such as gossip, which can keep him popular for a long time. Joey agreed. It's normal for celebrities to have a lot of gossip, which is actually a good thing. Brody slowed down his pace a little. I have a hypothesis. Can Coca-Cola create a long-term spokesperson? Joey asked. Like Nike with Jordan and Woods, it's roughly similar, but there are some differences. Brody also had a preliminary hypothesis, and it was hard to say whether it would succeed. Entertainment stars are different from sports stars. Too many people who became famous in their 20s have fallen in just a few years. I am optimistic about Martin Davis, but I'm just optimistic. Let's observe for 2 years before making a decision. Joey fully agreed. We still have to be cautious with entertainment stars. The two went out, got on the electric car, and returned to the office area. The party was over and reporters were everywhere. Elena and her brother went back to the hotel first. Martin got into Bruce's car and was about to leave when Julie got in. I'll be back to Los Angeles soon. Jolie had finished filming her scenes and was going back to attend the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I booked a flight for this afternoon specifically to attend your coronation ceremony. She looked at Martin and said seriously, Teacher, I have a few questions for you. Martin was a man of conscience. Ask as much as you want, classmate. Jolie said, I plan to officially inform Pitt of the breakup a month after the film is released. Martin didn't intend to interfere. It's your freedom. Jolie asked. There are more and more voices in the media sympathizing with Aniston and criticizing me. If I go back, I will inevitably be exposed to the media's firepower. How should I deal with it? I mean, how can I maintain the popularity and eliminate the negative impact? Remember what I told you, Jolie is the heroine of the wanted poster. Martin hopes that her appeal will be stronger. Use the name of the United Nations to go to the Middle East or Africa where the war has just subsided, to comfort the orphans there, and let the media that cooperates with you follow the whole process and report in a timely manner. Jolie nodded. I have thought about it, and you have confirmed my idea. A kind man like Martin naturally offered a good idea. You could also choose the right time and person locally to adopt another orphan. This resonated with Julie. Great idea. She asked Martin, how about you becoming their father? Martin didn't refuse outright, but instead asked, do you think it's appropriate? Julie immediately realized that asking Martin to be the father of her children would mean he would leave those women. What was the point of that? With the hotel in sight, Martin said, I wish you a big hide and a comeback. Julie smiled and continued, thank you for your advice, teacher. When you return to Los Angeles, I should be in the Middle East or Africa. If I'm unlucky, Martin interrupted her, don't be ridiculous. With the UN, I won't be in danger. Julie joked, if anything really happens, you have to save me. I'm going to die in the war, and you have to find a way to bring me back. Martin thought to himself, you're just throwing flags. Thank goodness this is real life, not a movie. In a movie, you could have planned a funeral in advance. The car arrived at the hotel entrance, and Julie got out first. Martin glanced at her, a thought racing through his mind. If Jolie had really died at a charity event in the Middle East or Africa, Wanted would have been a huge hit. What better publicity could there be than the death of the lead actor? The star's death would have made the film a ton of money. Martin was just daydreaming. Back in the room, Thomas knocked on the door and entered. He took a swig of water and said, just got word from the company that $4 million in endorsement fees has arrived. After deducting agency fees, it will be transferred to you tomorrow. This was Martin's biggest payday yet, and he jumped up from the sofa excitedly, fist-bumping Bruce. Jesus God, Satan Judas, he chuckled, rambling. Martin, finally, can afford a house and a car. Bruce was laughing too, considering he had a share of the money, and couldn't help but wonder what gift to buy Chloe. No, Kim and Chloe? A house? That was out of the question. He planned to live off Martin for the next few years. After all, he'd promised to keep Martin safe, but how could he if they didn't live together? Martin paced back and forth in the living room of the suite, venting his excitement. Find a modeling agency. I want to hire 100 female models. He looked at Thomas again. Hey, men, you are WMA's agent. Do you know the Victoria's Secret Angels? I heard that they have price tags. Help me contact a few. AA, Lima, KK, Heidi, Lindwall, Bunjan, all of them are fine. Thomas added, Bunjan is Leonardo's girlfriend. He reminded, I don't know if the ones you mentioned have price tags, but if you want to make them interested, it will cost at least 7 figures. Bruce threw a bottle of ice water to Martin. Are you done? Wake up, if you don't, I will go to South City to find you 10 black women, the kind that weigh 500 pounds. As soon as these words came out, Martin instantly came back to reality. It was terrible. Old Bruce, you're trying to murder me. He unscrewed the bottle cap and downed a third of it in one gulp. It's so much easier to get that urge out there. Bruce knew him well. 10 black women aren't enough. I can find 10 more. The emotion stirred by the large sum of money calmed down a bit. Martin shrugged. First, let's get the properties in Los Angeles and Atlanta, then we can talk about other things. He gave Bruce a middle finger. Big black women and stuff. I'll give you a reward. Bruce turned to Thomas. Do you want them? They're free. You work so hard, you need to relax. Thomas was already exhausted from carrying heavy loads. 10 more 500-pound loads wouldn't be relaxing, it would be killing him. He shook his head quickly. I can find a girlfriend. Martin glanced at Thomas, his forehead brightening under the light. But then he thought, if he had a successful career as an agent, why would a girlfriend still be a problem? Martin felt he needed to encourage Thomas, saying, guys, we're still on the road, a long way from the top. We can't get complacent with this little income. There are still tens of millions of dollars waiting for us in the future. Thomas already saw the hope of becoming a millionaire and was confident in Martin's future. I'll be back to Los Angeles tomorrow to find new opportunities for you. Bruce thought, this guy's finding a girlfriend is okay, and he'll definitely have a girlfriend. Thomas's phone rang. He answered and talked for a while, then hung up and said to Martin, it's Jessica calling. Many of your fans have watched the live broadcast or the videos online, and the reaction is very strong. Martin was prepared. Tell Coca-Cola to send commemorative Coke to several cities where fan clubs have been established. Thomas stood up. I'll contact them right away. Martin walked into the door and called Mean. A few minutes later, Mean came up from the lower floor. Martin asked curiously, I didn't see you this morning. Mean smiled sheepishly. Aren't there 3 production crews at the studio? The associate producer on one of them is a woman. I've been getting close lately, and I went out with her this morning to run some errands. Bruce praised. She's already working on her next job. Yes, she knows people on the crew. They're not the PD or FBI agents who are trying to get her hooked. Mean explained. She's under 40, so she has some say in the production. Martin said, you manage it yourself. He checked the time and said, let's go out for a drink. We have to celebrate. On his way downstairs, Martin called stuntman Buck and Lewis, action director Chad, and others. The first 2 usually stayed in their rooms playing games during the crew's breaks. They'd recently become obsessed with Counter-Strike. The latter had been sketching a lot of action scenes lately. On his way down, he brought them to Martin. Martin looked through it carefully and said, a continuation of the wanted story. Chad took a sip of his drink and said simply, didn't your studio buy all the rights to the comics? If this film is a success, could Wesley's story continue? Of course, these are just my preliminary ideas, not mature ones. Martin looked at the sketch, calling it just a sketch. If you want to expand on this movie, I support you. I actually have some ideas, but they're not appropriate at this stage, he said roughly. If Wanted is a success, we'll have more experience with the film, and we'll discuss it in detail then. Bald Buck then said, time for a break. Let's not talk about work. Come, let's have a drink together and congratulate Martin. Martin raised his glass and clinked it with everyone. Cheers. Mean took the bottle and poured more drinks for everyone. The few of them stopped talking about work and chatted about interesting things. The next day, Martin took half a day off to accompany Elena and her 4 siblings on a house hunting trip. They chose Robert's neighborhood, located in Northville, a satellite city of Atlanta. The community is mostly staffed by senior professionals and executives, and boasts some of the best elementary and secondary schools in Georgia. The 2-story villa with a small garden cost $380,000, paid for out of Martin's own pocket. Elena would slowly pay it back by moonlighting as a saint of the Coca-Cola cult. Martin specifically instructed her to hold a moving-in party before the crew departed, inviting the community committee and neighbors. He would also invite some people to join in the fun. It's Children's Day. Happy holidays everyone. I have a school event this afternoon, so I'll only be updating twice today. Chapter 225, Gaining a Firm Foothold. In a devastated textile factory, Martin, armed with 2 guns, battled the assassins of the League of Assassins. Every time his M9 fired, another assassin fell to the ground. Director Leterrier sat on a dolly, each controlling a camera with the director of photography, capturing both panoramic and close-up shots. He had designed a long take specifically for this scene. All the prop looms were destroyed in the gunfight, and each assassin collapsed, gushing blood. The film, destined for an R rating, was naturally quite graphic. Leterrier, a Frenchman, even suggested showing Martin his penis, but Martin flatly refused. With a long take complete, the studio lay in ruins, most of the props and sets destined for the landfill, leaving no room for auditing. Martin cared little about the actual cost of the production, his share was guaranteed. Cut. The last take, director Leterrier shouted from his chair on the dolly. I declare all filming on wanted complete. The crew erupted in jubilation, with streamers and colored film flying off the air. Then the spoils began to be divided. Most people received a souvenir, like Martin, who received 2 prop M9 pistols he used in the film. Producers Louise Mayer and Kelly Gray entered the studio together, their assistants carrying a large suitcase. Louise clapped her hands vigorously to attract everyone's attention, then said, "Everyone has worked so hard and collaborated so well over the past 2 months. I want to say thank you, and on behalf of the crew, we've prepared a special souvenir for you." Assistant Nikki opened the suitcase, revealing a small gift box. Martin sighed inwardly. Bruce whispered, "Do you want to call Australia again?" Martin whispered, "We'll talk later." Louise personally handed the gift boxes to each member of the crew. Someone eagerly opened the box and found a tusk pendant engraved with Martin's name. Morgan Freeman asked, "It doesn't look like a coyote tooth." Louise said, "Martin killed more than a dozen saltwater crocodiles over 6 meters long while filming House of Wax in Australia." She smiled at Martin and said, "Don't worry, it was a legal kill, and everything is legal. This is actually a gift from Martin, and I'm giving it to him." No one doubted his words, nor did they doubt Martin's ability to kill a saltwater crocodile over 6 meters long. They had all seen Martin's ferocity. He'd shot gangsters armed with automatic rifles in the head with coke. Martin thought to himself, "No matter how much I boast, it's only about the size of the crocodiles." In Louise's mouth, one became more than a dozen. All the crocodile tooth pendants were distributed to the crew. Most people were impressed. After all, Martin's gift would make a special souvenir when he became a superstar. Louise and Kelly then left, Louise having to catch a flight back to Los Angeles. Martin invited director Leterrier, action director Chad, and others to attend Elena's housewarming ceremony. Back at the hotel, Kelly had just returned from the airport and they went into Martin's room. Martin asked, "Did you send her off?" Kelly grabbed a bottle of sweet wine and poured them both a glass. "That demanding slut is finally gone." Martin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he could finally take a break from the constant on-the-job work. Kelly shared some news with Martin. "Coca-Cola wants to do a product placement in Wanted, and I've accepted it on behalf of the crew." Martin wasn't offended. "It's a post-production product placement. You're the producers, and you have the final say. I think this project has a good chance of success." Of course, Kelly wouldn't tell Martin exactly what Councilwoman Erica had said. Instead, she rephrased, "I'll continue to support you. If you have any good projects in the future, feel free to call me. With my backing, you can pursue any opportunities in Hollywood." Martin pulled her over and sat down. "I'm so touched." "How can I thank you?" Kelly raised an eyebrow. "That slut is gone. You can handle it yourself." Martin was sincere with his words, his actions, and even more so with his dick. The action manifested itself in movement, hands, mouth, and even the penis. With absolute sincerity, the female sponsor sang with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Smith held its grand world premiere in Los Angeles. Due to the sensational gossip surrounding the film, it garnered significant attention. Its North American opening weekend grossed nearly $55 million, a remarkable commercial success for an original film, not an adaptation or sequel. Under Martin's guidance, Jolie successfully staged a comeback, reversing recent years of decline and returning to popularity. More importantly, her portrayal of a loving mother who has returned from prostitution has garnered mainstream recognition. Following the film's opening weekend box office results, Jolie, having secured the backing of 20th Century Fox, joined UNHCR officials and, in front of countless media outlets, traveled to Africa and the Middle East, holding the older child in one hand and the younger child in the other, to visit and support orphans left homeless by war. Why take the children to such dangerous places? Jolie had made up her mind early on. On the one hand, she couldn't leave her children, and on the other, She wanted them to understand the importance of freedom and democracy from an early age. This perfectly aligns with the needs of mainstream American public opinion. A Madonna has been shaped. Conversely, Jolie understands that Hollywood is her base, and film success remains crucial to her. In a series of interviews, she frequently mentions her new film, Wanted. She also lavishly praises Martin. Martin's acting is so exceptional, it's hard to believe he's only 24. He's more like a veteran actor in his 50s with 30 years of experience. He's also an ideal partner, gentle and humble, yet strong and powerful. If I had met him when I was 20, I would have fallen head over heels in love with him. After the interview was published, reporters also sought out Martin. Martin specifically responded, "The Julie I know is a truly good mother. I grew up without one, so the concept of motherhood is a bit vague, but Julie brought her motherhood to life in my mind. That's what a good mother is." When it comes to business compliments, of course, they have to exaggerate things to the highest degree. Julie has a truly compassionate heart. When we were on set, we saw news about the war and often discussed it with me. She cares deeply about the children suffering from war, whether they have enough food and water, and whether they can receive a basic education. She's very courageous, and now she's actually doing it. Being a star requires you to be bold when it comes to taking off your pants, to be confrontational when it comes to arguing, and to be shameless when it comes to compliments. Unrelated text follows. No mistake. 1 song, 1 post, 1 content, 1/6, 1/9, 1 book, 1 forum, 1 look. Before leaving Atlanta, Martin did another important thing. He gathered his friends to attend Elena's and her brother's housewarming party. Northville Community. Before sunset, Elena came to the door to greet the guests. Harris and Lily were in charge of the waitstaff. Neighbors accepted Elena's invitation and arrived bearing gifts. Robert invited several members of the community committee, including one of the leaders, Gianna. "Elena is an exceptional bartender," Robert said. His status had changed considerably. He was a partner and artistic director at Atlanta's largest entertainment agency, a rather impressive feat. He was in charge of Gianna's reception. She won the Georgia Bartenders Championship last year, and her cocktail paper airplanes have gone viral. She's been hailed as the second most accomplished female bartender in North America, second only to Louise Mayer. Gianna, who had noticed this new member of the community, remarked, "What an achievement." Robert then pointed at Harris, the second oldest son of the Carter family. He started a business while in college, the founder of the Atlantic Astronomical Society, and makes more money than I do. Gianna hadn't noticed Harris before, and she was impressed. Young and daring, with a fighting spirit. Of course, she didn't take him too seriously, believing a family newly minted didn't have the necessary foundation. Just as she was thinking this, several people came through the door. One of them, Gianna knew, was Justin, a Coca-Cola executive. Another familiar face quickly caught her eye, Atlanta celebrity, American hero, Martin Davis. The others were busy greeting people and hadn't come over yet. Gianna, however, glanced over there. Martin Davis and Harris were hugging each other, their relationship clearly special. She couldn't help but ask, "Who are they?" Robert didn't need to exaggerate, he told her the truth. Martin and Elena are neighbors. They grew up together. To be more precise, he grew up in the Carter family. He introduced them. The shorter one is Justin, the vice president of marketing for Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is interested in collaborating with Elena on a new bottled cocktail. The more composed man is my boss, Jerome, the owner of Atlanta's largest entertainment agency. Gianna smiled and said, "Can you introduce them to me?" Robert waved repeatedly toward Martin, and Martin, Justin, and Jerome all came over. After they got to know each other, they exchanged a few polite words. By the time Morgan Freeman arrived and congratulated Elena, the hostess, Gianna was already used to it. This was indeed a newly rising middle-class family, strictly speaking nouveau riche, but they possessed a well-connected network and a deep foundation. Midway through the party, Gianna, on behalf of the community committee, extended a formal invitation to Elena, inviting her to the Community Foundation's fundraising dinner next week. This signified community recognition and integration. The housewarming party was enough to establish Elena firmly within the Northville community. After the party, Martin lingered a little longer. Elena asked her younger siblings to clean up, and she accompanied Martin to the small garden behind the house. "I announced in the newspaper that I had severed ties with Emma, and your people also helped me get custody of Lily and Hall. They can't use these to threaten me anymore. I didn't deal with Clayton's house. It's theirs, Too many disappointments were exchanged for despair. She had made up her mind. We have changed the mobile phone numbers of the four of us. Martin nodded. Call me if you encounter any trouble. Robert and Jerome can usually solve it. If they can't solve it, there are others. Elena did not refuse. I will. Martin then stayed in Atlanta for another 3 days before returning to Los Angeles. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.